Tonight we embark on the legendary journey of Julius Caesar, a man whose name has resonated through the ages as one of the most formidable military leaders and political masterminds in history. His story is one of ambition, conquest, and an unyielding drive toward destiny. From his humble beginnings in a Rome torn by political chaos to his rise as a formidable general and statesman, Caesar's journey is nothing short of legendary. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. Julius Caesar was born in 100 BC into the patrician Julia family, an ancient but not particularly wealthy lineage in Rome. His family claimed descent from Venus through Aeneas, reinforcing their aristocratic status, but by the time of Caesar's birth, their political influence had waned. His father Gaius Julius Caesar served as a minor official, and his mother Aurelia was known for her intelligence and strong will. It was Aurelia who would have the most profound influence on young Caesar, instilling in him the discipline and ambition that would define his life. Rome at the time was in turmoil. The Republic was racked by social and political conflicts between the populares, who sought to represent the common people, and the optimates, who upheld the power of the Senate and the aristocracy. The violent struggles between these factions shaped Caesar's early worldview. The legacy of Gaius Marius, his uncle by marriage and a leader of the populares, loomed large over his youth. When Marius and his ally Cinna seized control of Rome, it seemed as though Caesar's future was secure. However, power shifted rapidly. In 82 BC, the ruthless general Sulla emerged victorious in a brutal civil war and declared himself dictator, launching purges against Marius's supporters. Thousands of people were executed, their properties confiscated, and their families ruined. As a young teenager, Caesar suddenly found himself in grave danger. Sulla ordered the execution of many populares, and as the nephew of Marius, Caesar became a target. Sulla specifically demanded that Caesar divorce his wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Defying a dictator was a death sentence, but Caesar refused. His courage impressed some of Sulla's allies, who petitioned for his pardon. Sulla reluctantly spared him, but is said to have remarked that in Caesar he saw many Mariuses, predicting the young man's potential for greatness and chaos. This chilling prophecy would prove to be true in the years to come. Knowing that he was still at risk, Caesar left Rome and joined the military in Asia Minor. His first campaigns took place under the command of the Roman governor of Bithynia. Caesar quickly distinguished himself through acts of daring, including a mission to win the allegiance of a local king. His military talents and ability to command loyalty were evident even in his early years. It was during this time that he received the civic crown, one of Rome's highest military honors, for saving the life of a fellow soldier in battle. This award granted him significant prestige upon his return to Rome. It also showed his willingness to put himself in danger, a trait that would define his military career. However, his journey back was interrupted by one of the most famous episodes of his youth, his capture by Cilician pirates. The pirates underestimated their prisoner. While awaiting ransom, Caesar treated them not as captors but as inferiors, jokingly warning them that he would return and have them crucified. He demanded they increase his ransom, asserting his own value. Once freed, he wasted no time in raising a small force, hunting down the pirates, and carrying out his promise. He personally oversaw their executions, ensuring that they suffered the fate he had warned them of. This act cemented his reputation as a man of both charisma and ruthless determination. It also displayed his ability to turn any situation to his advantage. Returning to Rome in the late 70s BC, Caesar began his political career. He leveraged his connections, charm, and oratory skills to rise quickly. He started as a prosecutor, taking on corrupt officials, showcasing his intelligence and flair for drama in the courtroom. He also spent lavishly to win public favor, organizing games and spectacles that made him immensely popular, but also left him in debt. Still, his ability to connect with the masses set him apart from many other aristocrats. He was not just a noble, he was a man of the people. He knew that Rome's future would be decided by public opinion as much as by senatorial politics. By the time he reached his early 30s, Caesar had positioned himself as a rising star in Roman politics. His alliances, strategic marriages, and willingness to take risks had already made him a formidable figure. He was ambitious, calculating, and utterly relentless. The chaotic Rome of his youth had shaped him into a man who understood that power was not given but seized. His early experiences, defying Sulla, surviving war, outwitting pirates, and mastering political maneuvering, laid the foundation for the legend he would become. But his story was only beginning. The challenges ahead would test his resilience, his loyalty, and his ability to control the ever-changing tides of Roman politics. Rome was a city in crisis, and Caesar was a man who thrived in crisis. He had already proven that he would not be a passive observer in history, he would be its architect. Julius Caesar's rise to prominence truly began in the 60s BC, a period that tested his resilience, military capabilities, and political acumen. His early military service had already earned him a reputation, but it was his ambition and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Roman politics that set him apart. As he returned to Rome after his campaigns in Asia, he faced a city still embroiled in power struggles. The Republic was in a constant state of turmoil, and Caesar knew that to succeed, he had to play the game of politics masterfully. His career gained momentum when he was elected quaestor in 69 BC, a position that placed him within the Roman administration and gave him his first formal experience in governance. That same year, tragedy struck. Both his wife Cornelia and his beloved aunt Julia passed away. Caesar used their funerals as a stage for political maneuvering, delivering eulogies that emphasized his family's connection to the legendary Marius and the Popule's cause. By openly honoring Marius, he was making a bold statement, aligning himself with the people rather than the Senate's conservative factions. Following his quaestorship, he was sent to govern parts of Spain, where he began to display the leadership qualities that would define his later years. In Spain he encountered a land riddled with corruption and instability, yet he proved to be an effective administrator, settling debts and ensuring justice for the local populations. He also demonstrated his military brilliance by leading successful campaigns against rebellious tribes, earning his soldiers' respect and further solidifying his reputation. However, his ambition extended far beyond provincial rule. He saw the grander picture, Rome itself, and knew that his path to ultimate power lay there. In 65 BC, Caesar was elected aedile, a role that allowed him to oversee public works and entertainment in Rome. He seized this opportunity to further win over the masses, organizing extravagant games and events that outshone those of his rivals. Though this lavish spending left him deeply in debt, it also made him one of the most popular figures in the city. His ability to connect with the people, to inspire loyalty and admiration, set him apart from many other senators who relied solely on wealth and heritage. By 63 BC, Caesar was elected Pontifex Maximus, the highest religious office in Rome. This was a significant achievement, as it granted him immense influence over Roman society and politics. Many had underestimated him, assuming he was too young and unseasoned for such a role, Yet he had outmaneuvered his competitors with a combination of charm, bribes, and strategic alliances. His growing power did not go unnoticed, and his rivals in the Senate began to take him more seriously. His tenure as praetor in 62 BC saw him continue to rise, but it was his appointment as governor of Hispania Ulterior in 61 BC that provided him with the opportunity to truly prove himself. Spain was a volatile province, plagued by unrest and financial troubles. Caesar wasted no time in securing the region, subduing rebellious tribes with swift and decisive military actions. His victories were not only tactical but also psychological. He ensured that his name struck fear into his enemies and admiration into his followers. His governance was efficient, and he made sure to distribute wealth among his soldiers, further solidifying their loyalty. By 60 BC, he had amassed enough wealth and military glory to return to Rome and seek the highest office, the consulship. But Rome was still a battlefield of political factions, and Caesar knew that he needed powerful allies. It was then that he formed one of the most famous political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate, with Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, and Pompey, the greatest general of the time. This alliance would propel him to the heights of Roman politics, setting the stage for his eventual domination of the Republic. Julius Caesar's rise from a debt-ridden politician to a powerful statesman was not merely the result of luck. It was a testament to his relentless ambition, his ability to adapt, and his unparalleled understanding of both military and political strategy. He had already tasted power, and he would not stop until he had taken complete control of Rome. The next chapter in his journey would see him achieve just that, but it would also set into motion the events that would ultimately lead to his downfall. By 60 BC, Julius Caesar had positioned himself as one of the most ambitious politicians in Rome. However, ambition alone was not enough to secure power in a republic dominated by rival factions and entrenched elites. He understood that to achieve his ultimate goals, he needed allies, powerful ones. Thus he orchestrated one of the most influential political alliances in history, the First Triumvirate. At the time, Rome was divided between the Optimates, who represented the interests of the Senate and the aristocracy, and the Populares, who sought the support of the common people. Caesar had already aligned himself with the Populares, but he needed the backing of two of Rome's most influential figures to truly dominate the political scene. His first ally was Marcus Licinius Crassus, the wealthiest man in Rome, known for his vast fortune amassed through real estate, business ventures, and the suppression of the Spartacus rebellion. Crassus had political ambitions of his own and sought greater military command, something the Senate had repeatedly denied him. The second ally was Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, better known as Pompey the Great, a brilliant general who had expanded Rome's territories but was struggling to secure land grants for his veterans due to opposition from the Senate. Caesar, the rising star, saw an opportunity to unite these two powerful but frustrated men into a mutually beneficial arrangement. The First Triumvirate was not an official government institution, but rather a private agreement among three men who agreed to use their collective influence to dominate Roman politics. Each had something to gain. Caesar sought the consulship and a governorship that would provide him with military command. Pompey wanted legitimacy for his veterans' land grants, and Crassus aimed to secure financial and political power through military campaigns in the East. With their combined resources, they effectively sidelined the Senate and restructured Roman politics to serve their interests. In 59 BC, with the full backing of the Triumvirate, Caesar was elected consul, Rome's highest political office. Traditionally, consuls worked together to balance power, but Caesar's co-consul, Marcus Bibulus, was a staunch conservative, aligned with the Optimates. Determined to push through his agenda, Caesar bypassed Bibulus entirely, often ignoring him and even resorting to public intimidation. At one point, Bibulus withdrew from public life entirely, leading Romans to joke that the year was not consular under Caesar and Bibulus, but rather under Julius and Caesar. As consul, Caesar introduced sweeping reforms, including land distributions to Pompey's veterans and economic measures that benefited Crassus and his allies. He also ensured that he would receive a long-term military command by securing governorship over Cisalpine Gaul, Transalpine Gaul, and Illyricum. This governorship was crucial. It provided him with legions, resources, and the autonomy to wage wars that would not only bring him wealth, but also enhance his reputation as a military leader. The Senate, wary of Caesar's growing power, sought to undermine him, but with the backing of Pompey and Crassus, he remained untouchable. However, cracks within the triumvirate soon began to form. Crassus and Pompey were never natural allies. Crassus resented Pompey's military successes, and Pompey viewed Crassus as a mere financier rather than an equal. Caesar acted as the mediator between the two, but the alliance was fragile. In 56 BC, the three men met in the town of Lucca to reaffirm their pact. They agreed that Caesar would continue his campaigns in Gaul, Crassus would receive command of an army in the east to pursue his ambitions against Parthia, and Pompey would be granted control over Spain. This renewed alliance temporarily strengthened their hold on Rome, but fate would soon intervene. Crassus, eager to match the military glories of his counterparts, led an ill-fated campaign against the Parthians in 53 BC. At the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were utterly annihilated, and Crassus himself was killed, allegedly executed in a humiliating fashion by having molten gold poured down his throat. His death shattered the balance of power within the triumvirate. Without Crassus as a counterweight, tensions between Caesar and Pompey escalated. Rome was now headed toward an inevitable confrontation between its two most powerful men. The first triumvirate, once an unstoppable force, had unraveled. Caesar's rise to power was far from over, but his greatest challenges were yet to come. With Crassus gone, Pompey shifting allegiances, and the Senate growing increasingly hostile, the stage was set for a conflict that would change the course of Roman history forever. In 58 BC, Julius Caesar embarked on one of the most legendary military campaigns in history, the conquest of Gaul. What began as a governorship quickly transformed into an all-out war that would shape the fate of Rome and solidify Caesar's reputation as one of the greatest generals of all time. Over the next 8 years, he would face fierce resistance, battle formidable enemies, and ultimately achieve a triumph that would send shockwaves through the Republic. At the time, Gaul was a vast and fractured region, home to a collection of fiercely independent tribes. Though culturally rich and militarily capable, they lacked unity, making them vulnerable to Rome's expansion. Caesar, always looking for opportunities to enhance his power, saw Gaul as the perfect proving ground. His pretext for war came in 58 BC, when the Helvetii, a large Gallic tribe, began migrating westward in search of new lands. Their movement threatened Roman interests, and Caesar seized the opportunity to intervene. In a decisive battle, he crushed the Helvetii, forcing them to retreat and re-establishing Roman authority in the region. Soon after, Caesar turned his attention to the Germanic king Ariovistus, who had settled in Gaul and posed a direct challenge to Rome. In a bold and risky maneuver, Caesar engaged Ariovistus in battle, using superior tactics to rout the Germanic forces. With this victory, he not only secured Rome's northern borders, but also sent a clear message: Gaul belonged to Rome, and resistance would be met with overwhelming force. The following years saw Caesar systematically subjugate the Gallic tribes through a combination of military brilliance, diplomacy, and psychological warfare. He used speed and unpredictability to outmaneuver his enemies, often marching his legions through difficult terrain to strike where least expected. He built alliances with certain tribes, playing them against each other while slowly expanding Roman control. His campaigns were brutal, marked by siege warfare, scorched earth tactics, and mass executions of those who defied him. But not all of Gaul would surrender so easily. In 52 BC, a young and charismatic chieftain named Vercingetorix emerged as the leader of the Gallic resistance. Uniting the warring tribes under a single banner, he waged a highly effective guerrilla war against Caesar, using hit-and-run tactics and scorched earth strategies to weaken the Roman supply lines. For the first time, Caesar faced a real challenge. The conflict culminated in the Siege of Alesia, one of the most extraordinary battles in military history. Vercingetorix and his forces retreated to the fortified hilltop city of Alesia, believing they could outlast the Roman siege. But Caesar, ever the master tactician, responded by constructing a massive double-layered fortification, one ring facing inward to trap the defenders and another facing outward to hold off Gallic reinforcements. As Vercingetorix's allies attempted to break through from the outside, the Romans held firm, repelling wave after wave of attacks. Starvation and desperation soon took hold inside Alesia. Eventually, Vercingetorix had no choice but to surrender, riding out on his horse and dramatically laying down his arms before Caesar. The conquest of Gaul was complete. Over 1 million Gauls had perished, countless more were enslaved, and Rome now controlled a vast new territory rich in resources. Caesar's triumph was unparalleled, and his name became synonymous with military greatness. He had turned his legions into an unstoppable force, proving that superior strategy, discipline, and leadership could overcome even the fiercest resistance. Yet, while Gaul was now his, Rome was slipping out of his grasp. The Senate, wary of his growing power, began plotting against him. Pompey, once his ally, now viewed him as a threat. As Caesar basked in the glory of his victories, he knew that an even greater battle awaited him, the battle for Rome itself. By 49 BC, Julius Caesar had become the most powerful man in Rome, but his success had made him enemies. The Senate, now firmly under the influence of Pompey, feared that Caesar's ambition threatened the very foundations of the Republic. As his campaigns in Gaul came to an end, the Senate issued an ultimatum. Caesar must disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen, or he would be declared an enemy of the state. It was a demand meant to strip him of power and leave him vulnerable to his rivals. Caesar faced a choice: submit to the Senate and risk political oblivion, or defy their orders and seize control by force. He chose the latter, setting in motion one of the most defining conflicts in world history. At the heart of this moment stood the Rubicon River, a small but symbolic boundary separating his province from Italy proper. Roman law strictly forbade generals from bringing their legions into Italy, as it was considered an act of war against the Republic. On the night of January 10th, 49 BC, Caesar and his army reached the banks of the Rubicon. There he hesitated. He knew that crossing the river with his legions would mean war, a war against the Senate, against Pompey, and against the very system that had ruled Rome for centuries. According to legend, he finally declared, "Alia ike te deste," the die is cast, and led his men across. The Rubicon had been crossed. There was no turning back. The news sent shockwaves through Rome. Panic gripped the Senate. Pompey, who had once been Caesar's ally, but was now his greatest rival, had not expected him to move so decisively. With little time to organize a defense, Pompey and the majority of the Senate fled the city, retreating to the south to raise an army. Caesar, meanwhile, entered Rome unopposed, portraying himself not as a conqueror, but as a leader seeking to restore order. He reassured the people that he did not intend to rule as a tyrant, but rather to reclaim his rightful place in the Republic. However, this was only the beginning. The real war was yet to come. Pompey commanded vast resources, including legions stationed in Spain and the East. The Senate still held considerable influence, and many in Rome remained loyal to the traditional republican cause. But Caesar had something more powerful than resources. He had momentum. His legions were battle-hardened from years of campaigning in Gaul, fiercely loyal to him and ready to follow wherever he led. He wasted no time consolidating his power, securing key cities, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Pompey. Over the following months, Italy fell under Caesar's control with minimal resistance. His strategy was swift and methodical. Rather than engaging in prolonged battles, he used speed and tactical brilliance to force his opponents into retreat. His greatest challenge, however, lay ahead. Pompey had escaped to Greece, where he was gathering an army larger than Caesar's own. The war for Rome's future would not be decided in Italy, but on the battlefields beyond. With the Rubicon behind him, Caesar had declared war on the old order. He had defied the Senate, shattered the Republic's traditions, and positioned himself as the master of Rome's destiny. But to truly claim victory, he would have to defeat Pompey, the only man left who could challenge him. As he prepared to set sail for Greece, he knew that the fate of Rome itself hung in the balance. The Republic was no more. Only Caesar or Pompey could rule. The final confrontation was near. The civil war that began with Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon in 49 BC would plunge Rome into years of chaos, reshape the political order, and mark the final collapse of the Republic. The decisive battles of this conflict, Pharsalus, Thapsus, and Munda, would test Caesar's military genius against formidable opposition, culminating in his ultimate triumph as the undisputed ruler of Rome. After taking control of Italy, Caesar turned his attention to Pompey, who had retreated to Greece with a large army. Pompey had the advantage. His forces outnumbered Caesar's, and he had the support of the eastern provinces, as well as many of Rome's senators. But Caesar had something Pompey lacked: experience in fast, decisive warfare. In 48 BC, after months of maneuvering, the two armies met on the plains of Pharsalus in central Greece. Pompey initially held the upper hand. He positioned his legions strategically, confident in his superior numbers. But Caesar, ever the tactician, devised a plan to counter Pompey's cavalry, which formed a crucial part of his army. As the battle commenced, Pompey's cavalry charged, expecting to break through Caesar's lines. Instead, they were met by a concealed force of seasoned infantry, trained to stab at the faces of the riders. The cavalry panicked and fled, exposing Pompey's flank. Seizing the opportunity, Caesar's legions advanced, crushing Pompey's army in a decisive and brutal victory. Pompey, realizing his defeat, fled to Egypt, hoping to find refuge with Pharaoh Ptolemy XIII. But the young ruler, seeking to gain Caesar's favor, betrayed Pompey. As soon as Pompey stepped ashore, he was ambushed and assassinated. His severed head was later presented to Caesar as a gift. However, rather than celebrating, Caesar reportedly wept at the sight of his former ally-turned-rival's remains. He had sought to defeat Pompey in battle, not to see him die as a fugitive. Caesar now found himself entangled in Egyptian politics. Cleopatra, the deposed queen, sought his aid in reclaiming the throne from her brother Ptolemy XIII. Enchanted by her intelligence, charm, and ambition, Caesar sided with Cleopatra. What followed was the Alexandrian War, in which Caesar's forces clashed with Ptolemy's army. After months of intense fighting, Ptolemy was defeated and drowned in the Nile. With Cleopatra now in power, Caesar remained in Egypt for some time, fathering a child, Ptolemy XIII, later known as Caesar, before continuing his campaigns. Meanwhile, opposition to Caesar still lingered. His enemies regrouped in Africa, led by the remnants of Pompey's supporters and King Juba of Numidia. In 46 BC, Caesar confronted them at the Battle of Thapsus. Once again his tactical brilliance proved decisive. His veteran legions overwhelmed the enemy, leading to another resounding victory. Many of his opponents, including Cato the Younger, one of the staunchest defenders of the Republic, chose suicide over surrender. Yet even after Thapsus, resistance to Caesar's rule persisted. In 45 BC, the final battle of the civil war took place in Spain at Munda. Here the last of Pompey's sons made a desperate stand. This was one of Caesar's hardest fought battles. For a moment, it seemed as though his forces might be defeated. But he personally entered the fray, rallying his men, and after a bloody struggle, he secured victory. With this, all organized resistance crumbled. The war was over, and Caesar was now the unrivaled master of Rome. The Republic, in all but name, was dead. Caesar had dismantled the old order and forged a new path, one that would lead Rome into an era of imperial rule. Yet, while he had won the war, the peace he envisioned would be short-lived. His triumph had made him powerful, but it had also made him vulnerable. In Rome, whispers of conspiracy had already begun. The Senate, though subdued, had not forgotten its resentment. The final act of Caesar's story was yet to come. After Caesar's final victory in the Civil War, the Republic was effectively no more. The old political system was in tatters, and Caesar stood as the unrivaled ruler of Rome. In 45 BC, he was appointed dictator, a title that under normal circumstances would have been temporary, meant to allow a leader to take swift action in times of crisis. But Caesar, having dismantled his enemies and outmaneuvered the Senate, took the unprecedented step of declaring himself dictator for life. This decision would forever change the course of Roman history. Caesar's rule was marked by a series of sweeping reforms that were designed to stabilize and improve the Roman state, but also to solidify his personal power. He was no longer content with merely winning wars or securing the loyalty of the army. Now he set his sights on reshaping Rome from within, tackling issues that had long plagued the Republic. One of his first major reforms was in the realm of the calendar. In 46 BC, Caesar introduced the Julian calendar, which was a vast improvement over the old lunar calendar. The new system, based on the solar year, was more accurate and would be used in Europe for over 1,600 years. Caesar also enacted a series of political reforms. He reduced the power of the Senate, which had been a key institution in the Republic. Many senators, who once held significant power, now found themselves sidelined or rendered irrelevant. Caesar increased the number of senators to 900, allowing him to pack the Senate with his supporters, ensuring that his policies would be passed without opposition. He also gave more power to the equestrians, the business class, who had previously been excluded from many aspects of Roman government. By doing so, Caesar cultivated a base of support among the wealthy and powerful, ensuring that his rule had both political and financial backing. In addition to political reforms, Caesar embarked on a series of grand construction projects. His most famous project was the construction of the Forum Julium, a massive public square meant to rival the grandeur of the older Roman forums. Caesar's public works program was not just about beautifying the city, it was a way to demonstrate his power and provide tangible benefits to the Roman people. New temples, roads, and public buildings were constructed throughout Rome, and the city's infrastructure was significantly improved. These projects not only provided employment for thousands, but also reinforced Caesar's image as a leader who was actively improving the Roman state. But it was not just the common people who benefited from Caesar's rule. His reforms extended to land distribution as well. As part of his efforts to support veterans and reduce social inequality, Caesar enacted laws that distributed land to his soldiers and the poor. His agrarian reforms, while popular with the lower classes, alienated many of Rome's elite. The wealthy landowners saw their holdings redistributed, and Caesar's populist policies put him in direct conflict with the aristocracy. Caesar also took steps to centralize his power. He made it clear that he was the ultimate authority in Rome. He took the title of Imperator, which, though originally a military title, now signified his absolute control over both the army and the state. He also took on the role of high priest, consolidating religious power in his hands as well. His image was placed on coins, a move that many saw as a blatant attempt to glorify himself and create a cult of personality. But these reforms, while they were meant to stabilize Rome, also served to make Caesar deeply unpopular with the elites. The old republican system, with its checks and balances, was being dismantled in favor of a system where Caesar stood at the top. The Senate, once the powerful body that controlled Rome, was now relegated to a ceremonial role, and many of its members resented Caesar's dominance. His concentration of power, coupled with his disregard for traditional republican ideals, created deep divisions within the Roman elite. This growing resentment would ultimately lead to the conspiracies that surrounded Caesar's rule. While many Romans admired his accomplishments, others feared that he was positioning himself as a monarch, threatening the very foundations of the Republic. Whispers of his potential kingship began to spread, and many saw his reforms as a power grab rather than a legitimate effort to improve Rome. The Senate, in particular, feared that Caesar's ambition would soon lead to the establishment of a dictatorship that would rival that of the kings Rome had overthrown centuries earlier. In the spring of 44 BC, the tension reached its peak. A group of conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, plotted to assassinate Caesar. They believed that by killing him, they would restore the Republic and prevent the rise of monarchy. However, their actions would not have the effect they hoped for. Caesar's assassination on the Ides of March 1544 BC, did not bring about the return of the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into another round of civil war, as Caesar's supporters and enemies vied for control of the Republic he had left behind. His death, far from restoring the old order, marked the end of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire, with Augustus Caesar's adopted heir eventually taking control. Caesar's rule, despite its controversial aspects, undeniably shaped the course of history. His reforms modernized Rome, and his influence extended far beyond his lifetime. Through his political genius, military conquests, and ambitious vision, Caesar transformed the Roman world. His legacy, however, was a double-edged sword. While he was revered by many for his accomplishments, his concentration of power, and the fears of absolute monarchy that it invoked led to his tragic assassination. In the end, Julius Caesar's reign marked the transition from the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, setting the stage for the rule of emperors for centuries to come. The Ides of March 15th, 44 BC, would go down in history as one of the most dramatic and pivotal moments in Roman history. On this day, Julius Caesar, the man who had transformed the Roman Republic into a personal dictatorship, would be struck down by the very people he had once served alongside in the Senate. His assassination was the result of a conspiracy led by Brutus, the son of Caesar's mistress and one of his most trusted allies, and Cassius, a former general in Caesar's army who felt betrayed by his rise to power. The death of Caesar would not restore the Republic, as his assassins had hoped. Instead, it marked the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history, the transition from Republic to Empire. The plot to kill Caesar had been brewing for months. The conspirators, including high-ranking senators, were deeply dissatisfied with the way Caesar had consolidated power in his own hands. Despite his many achievements, including his military conquests and political reforms, many saw his dictatorship as a threat to the Roman ideals of the Republic. His concentration of power, his appointment as dictator for life, was the tipping point for many who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. Some of these men had served Caesar loyally in the past, but now they viewed him as a tyrant who had undone centuries of republican tradition. Brutus, who was perhaps the most famous of the conspirators, had a personal connection to Caesar. He was the son of Servilia, one of Caesar's former lovers, and he had been a trusted ally of Caesar for many years. Caesar had even pardoned Brutus after he had been accused of treason, an act that had only increased Brutus' loyalty to him. But in the years leading up to Caesar's assassination, Brutus began to change. He became disillusioned with Caesar's accumulation of power and began to believe that Caesar's ambitions for Rome would destroy the Republic. For Brutus, the final break came when he was persuaded by Cassius and other senators that the assassination was the only way to preserve Rome's ancient ideals. Cassius, the other leader of the conspiracy, was a seasoned military leader who had once served under Caesar. He had witnessed firsthand how Caesar had become a figure of near absolute authority. He believed that Caesar's power had become so entrenched that it threatened the very foundation of Roman governance. Unlike Brutus, who struggled with his personal feelings toward Caesar, Cassius was determined and unwavering in his conviction that Caesar had to be stopped. The conspirators planned the assassination carefully. They knew that Caesar would be attending a Senate meeting on the Ides of March, and they took advantage of this opportunity. They also knew that they had to act swiftly and decisively to prevent Caesar from having any chance to defend himself. The Senate meeting was held in the theater of Pompey, and as Caesar entered, he was surrounded by the conspirators. They greeted him as they would any other senator, but beneath their smiles and greetings was a deadly intent. The moment of the assassination came when the conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, surrounded Caesar in the Senate chamber. According to historical accounts, the first blow came from a senator named Casca, who struck Caesar in the neck. At that moment, Caesar is said to have looked around at the faces of the senators, and upon seeing Brutus, reportedly uttered the famous words, "Et tu, Brute," and "You, Brutus." This phrase has come to symbolize the ultimate betrayal. Caesar, who had shown Brutus great favor, could not believe that his adopted son and trusted ally would turn on him. After this, the senators who had been waiting for the signal all joined in stabbing Caesar repeatedly. Caesar was struck 23 times by his assassins. According to some accounts, he tried to defend himself, but he was ultimately overwhelmed by the number of attackers. His last moments were a mixture of shock and betrayal. As he collapsed, he was surrounded by those who had once been his friends, and his death marked the end of an era. The Senate, which had once been the heart of Roman politics, was now forever tainted by the bloodshed. The immediate aftermath of Caesar's assassination was chaotic. Brutus and Cassius, along with the other conspirators, had hoped that by killing Caesar, they would restore the power of the Senate and bring an end to Caesar's reign. But their actions did not have the effect they had hoped for. While some senators celebrated Caesar's death, many others feared that the Republic was now in a more precarious position than ever. Caesar's supporters, including Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's adopted heir, quickly moved to consolidate power and avenge his death. Civil war soon followed, leading to the rise of the Roman Empire. Caesar's assassination did not restore the Republic as the conspirators had hoped. In fact, it only hastened its demise. The Senate, once a symbol of Roman democracy, was now a hollow institution, and the power struggles that followed Caesar's death would eventually lead to the rise of the empire. Augustus, Caesar's adopted son, would emerge as the first emperor of Rome, bringing an end to the republican system that had existed for over 500 years. Caesar's death marked the end of one of the most significant and controversial chapters in Roman history. His assassination was an act of political desperation by a group of men who believed they were saving the Republic, but instead they sealed its fate. The legacy of Julius Caesar, his conquests, reforms, and eventual assassination would live on, shaping the future of Rome and the world. The death of Julius Caesar on the Ides of March in 44 BC sent shockwaves through Rome and the entire Roman world. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had hoped to restore the Roman Republic, which they believed had been destroyed by Caesar's rise to power. However, instead of restoring the old order, Caesar's assassination set off a chain of events that would further destabilize Rome and lead to the final collapse of the Republic. In the wake of his death, the power struggle that ensued would change the course of Roman history, culminating in the rise of the Roman Empire under Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. At first, the reaction to Caesar's assassination was one of shock and confusion. While the conspirators had hoped to gain the support of the people and the Senate, the public reaction was far from what they had anticipated. Many Romans, particularly the lower classes, were outraged at the murder of their leader. Caesar had been a champion of the people, enacting reforms that had benefited the poor and the veterans, and his death was seen by many as a betrayal. His supporters, who had been loyal to him for years, now rallied to avenge his death and preserve his legacy. The Senate, too, was divided. While many senators had been complicit in the assassination, they were unsure of what to do next. The power vacuum left by Caesar's death created an opportunity for ambitious individuals to seize control. One of the key players in the aftermath of the assassination was Mark Antony, Caesar's close friend, general, and right-hand man. Antony quickly took control of Caesar's military legions and his political legacy, positioning himself as the natural successor to Caesar's power. However, the true struggle for power in Rome was about to begin, and the most formidable challenger to Antony's ambitions would be Caesar's adopted heir, Octavian. Octavian, the 18-year-old great-nephew of Caesar, had been named in Caesar's will as his adopted son and heir. Though he had little military experience and was not widely known, Octavian saw an opportunity to rise to power in the wake of Caesar's death. Octavian returned to Rome from his studies in Illyricum upon learning of Caesar's assassination. Despite his youth, he was astute and quickly understood that he would need both political acumen and military strength to challenge Antony and the other leaders vying for control. Initially, Octavian sought to align himself with Antony and others in an effort to consolidate power and avenge Caesar's death. He presented himself as the defender of Caesar's memory, using his connection to the great general to gain political legitimacy. The conflict between Octavian and Antony escalated as both men sought to dominate the political landscape of Rome. In 43 BC, they formed the Second Triumvirate with another prominent Roman, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. The triumvirs, though initially united by a common cause, soon began to clash over power. Octavian and Antony were the most ambitious of the three, and Lepidus, though powerful in his own right, was soon sidelined. The triumvirs began a campaign of purges to eliminate their political enemies. Thousands of senators and equestrians were executed or forced into exile, and the political landscape was irrevocably altered. This period of violence and retribution became known as the proscriptions, and it further alienated many of the Roman elite. In the years that followed, the rivalry between Octavian and Antony intensified. The key turning point in their struggle for supremacy came in 42 BC, with the Battle of Philippi. Antony and Octavian faced off against the forces of Brutus and Cassius, the leaders of the conspiracy that had assassinated Caesar. The battle was a decisive victory for Antony and Octavian, and the two men consolidated their control over Rome. The deaths of Brutus and Cassius ensured that the conspirators' cause was extinguished, but it also marked the beginning of an even fiercer competition between the two future rulers of Rome. The rivalry between Octavian and Antony, however, was not just a political struggle, it was a clash of ideologies and personalities. Antony, a seasoned general and politician, had long been associated with the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire, particularly Egypt, where he had developed a close relationship with Queen Cleopatra. Octavian, on the other hand, was firmly rooted in the western provinces and had gained popularity by positioning himself as the champion of Roman traditions and the legacy of Caesar. The final chapter of the power struggle came in 31 BC with the Battle of Actium. In a climactic naval battle off the coast of Greece, Octavian's fleet, led by Agrippa, decisively defeated Antony and Cleopatra's forces. Antony and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they both ultimately committed suicide, marking the end of the civil war. Octavian, now the undisputed master of Rome, was left with no serious opposition. In 27 BC, Octavian would be given the title of Augustus, becoming the first Roman emperor and formally ending the Republic. The fall of the Republic, which had begun with Caesar's rise to power, was now complete. Though Octavian would go on to usher in a period of stability and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, it was clear that the Republic, in its original form, had been destroyed by the power struggles and civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination. In the aftermath of Caesar's death, Rome would never be the same. The Republic had fallen, and with it, the old order of governance. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled not by the restoration of the Senate, but by the autocratic rule of the emperors. The fall of the Roman Republic was sealed by the deaths of Brutus, Cassius, Antony, and Cleopatra, and the rise of Augustus as the first emperor of Rome. The Republic that had once stood as the model of Roman governance had been replaced by a new political system, an empire that would dominate the world for centuries. Julius Caesar's life and legacy are among the most profound in world history. From his rise as a military genius and political mastermind to his sudden assassination, Caesar's actions shaped not only the fate of Rome, but the world for centuries to come. His influence transcended his time, setting the stage for the Roman Empire, changing the course of modern politics, and leaving a lasting mark on the structure of governance, military strategy, and leadership. First, it's important to recognize the immediate consequences of Caesar's death. His assassination was intended to restore the Roman Republic, but in reality, it set off a chain of events that ended its existence. The power struggle that followed, particularly between Caesar's adopted heir Octavian and his rival Mark Antony, escalated into a civil war. Ultimately, Octavian emerged victorious, and in 27 BC he became Augustus, the first Roman emperor. This marked the beginning of the Roman Empire, a period that would last for centuries. Although Caesar himself never reigned as emperor, his actions and reforms paved the way for the imperial system that followed. Caesar's legacy is most evident in the transformation of the Roman political structure. Under his rule, he centralized power and weakened the Senate, which had been the backbone of the Roman Republic for centuries. by declaring himself dictator for life and using his military victories and public reforms to solidify his position. Caesar set the precedent for future emperors to rule without the need for consensus from the Senate. His concentration of power, though controversial at the time, established the model for autocratic rule in Rome, which would influence the emperors who followed him. Beyond politics, Caesar's military innovations and strategies had a lasting impact on the art of warfare. His campaigns, particularly his conquest of Gaul, were meticulously planned and executed. He was a master of logistics, understanding the importance of supply lines, troop morale, and effective communication. His leadership on the battlefield, his ability to inspire loyalty, make quick decisions, and adapt to changing circumstances became the standard by which later generals, including Napoleon Bonaparte, would be judged. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, written in the third person, provided a detailed record of his military campaigns that became essential reading for future military leaders. Caesar's reforms were another cornerstone of his lasting influence. His agrarian reforms, designed to alleviate social inequality by redistributing land to the poor and veterans, addressed some of the economic disparities that had contributed to unrest in Rome. His creation of the Julian calendar, which reformed the Roman calendar and replaced the lunar system with a solar-based one, proved to be one of his most enduring achievements. The Julian calendar, with only minor modifications, became the basis for the Gregorian calendar that we still use today. These reforms reflected his belief in the necessity of practical, rational solutions to Rome's chronic issues. Caesar's impact extended far beyond Rome, as his name and legacy became synonymous with power. The title Caesar itself became a byword for emperor, and it was used by all subsequent Roman emperors as part of their titles. Even after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, the term continued to be used by monarchs in various parts of Europe, most notably in the Holy Roman Empire, where the emperors considered themselves the heirs to Caesar's legacy. In modern politics, Caesar's story is often invoked as a cautionary tale of ambition, power, and the fragility of democratic institutions. His rise to power demonstrated the potential for individual leaders to consolidate authority, often by capitalizing on crises and public discontent. His centralization of power, at the expense of traditional republican structures, serves as a warning in contemporary discussions about the dangers of autocratic rule and the erosion of democratic norms. While many leaders in modern history, from Napoleon to Vladimir Putin, have drawn inspiration from Caesar's example, his story also serves as a reminder of the tensions between the needs of the state and the ambition of those who wield power. Finally, Caesar's enduring legacy is cemented in his status as one of the most iconic figures in history. His name remains synonymous with greatness, and his story is taught in classrooms around the world as a lesson in leadership, ambition, and the complex dynamics of power. Caesar's influence can be seen in literature, art, politics, and even popular culture. Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar remains one of the most famous works of the English language, and the image of Caesar, whether as the conqueror of Gaul, the statesman in the Senate, or the ruler betrayed on the Ides of March, has been immortalized in countless works of art and historical narratives. Though his life was cut short, Julius Caesar's impact continues to resonate in the modern world. He reshaped Rome, and in doing so, he helped lay the foundation for the rise of Western civilization. His story is one of brilliance, ambition, betrayal, and the eternal struggle for power. In the end, Caesar's legacy is not just about the man himself, but about the world he helped to create, one that would leave an indelible imprint on history for millennia. Before the Industrial Revolution, Europe was overwhelmingly an agrarian society, with most people living in rural areas surrounded by expansive farmland. Life was deeply tied to the land and the seasons, and most families lived in small villages or isolated farmsteads, where agriculture formed the bedrock of daily existence. Daily life revolved around the cultivation of crops and the raising of livestock. Families grew wheat, barley, oats, and rye using traditional methods that had changed little over the centuries. Livestock such as sheep, cows, pigs, and chickens were essential for food, clothing, and labor. Farming was laborious and exhausting, requiring the coordinated efforts of entire families, often including young children. Simple wooden plows drawn by oxen and hand tools like sickles, scythes, and hoes were the standard equipment. Without advanced machinery, every task from sowing seeds to harvesting crops had to be completed manually or with basic animal assistance. Technology was limited and innovation progressed slowly. The water wheel was one of the few mechanical devices in use, mainly to grind grain into flour. Other tasks such as spinning, weaving, and woodworking were done by hand in cottages as part of the so-called cottage industries, which supplemented agricultural incomes. These crafts were small-scale, labor-intensive, and largely seasonal activities, heavily dependent on local markets. Communities were isolated and insular. Travel was difficult, slow, and often dangerous due to poorly maintained dirt roads and a lack of infrastructure. Journeys that today would take hours required days or even weeks. Most people lived and died within a few miles of where they were born, and news from the outside world traveled slowly. Markets were small, and local trade was the primary form of economic interaction, with distant commerce being rare and reserved for luxury goods like spices or fine fabrics. By 1700, Britain was a society deeply rooted in a rigid social hierarchy. Wealthy landowners controlled vast estates and the political power that came with them. Below them were tenant farmers who rented land and worked tirelessly to meet their obligations, often living in precarious conditions. Agricultural laborers and servants formed the bottom of this hierarchy, with little hope for social mobility. The system of primogeniture ensured that land and wealth remained concentrated in the hands of a few, perpetuating social divides. Living conditions were harsh and precarious. Life expectancy was low, with many children not surviving past infancy. Malnutrition was common, and outbreaks of diseases like smallpox, typhus, and tuberculosis could decimate entire villages. Medical knowledge was rudimentary, and healthcare was practically non-existent for the rural poor. Sanitation was minimal and clean. Drinking water was often difficult to obtain. Education was a privilege of the wealthy elite. For most rural inhabitants, literacy was a rare skill, and formal schooling was virtually unheard of. Knowledge and traditions were passed down orally, and daily existence was governed more by superstition and custom than by scientific understanding. The economy was largely subsistence-based. Families grew enough food to meet their needs with little surplus for trade. When possible, artisanship provided some additional income. Weaving cloth, cobbling shoes, and blacksmithing were among the common trades practiced within the home or in small workshops. Yet these enterprises remained small, limited by the slow pace of manual labor and the constraints of local demand. This world before the Industrial Revolution was defined by its slow rhythm and its deep connection to nature's cycles. It was a world where life was precarious, progress was glacial, and the concept of a radically different future seemed unimaginable to most. Stability and hardship went hand in hand as generations lived much as their ancestors had. However, beneath this surface of continuity, pressures were building. Population growth, improvements in agricultural techniques, and a slow trickle of new ideas were beginning to accumulate, setting the stage for an unprecedented transformation. The dawn before the storm was a fragile balance, a way of life that would soon be upended by the massive forces of industrialization. A transformation was on the horizon, one that would sweep across continents, reshape societies, and alter the course of human history forever. Before the machines roared to life and factories reshaped landscapes, A quieter but equally profound transformation laid the groundwork for the Industrial Revolution. This was the agricultural revolution of the 18th century, a period of remarkable innovation in farming that dramatically increased food production and freed up labor for the coming industrial age. One of the key developments was the system of crop rotation. Traditionally, farmers used the medieval method of leaving fields fallow every few years to restore soil fertility. However, agriculturalists like Charles Townsend popularized a more efficient system known as the four-field rotation. This method involved rotating different types of crops, such as wheat, barley, turnips, and clover, across 4 fields. Each crop played a role in maintaining the health of the soil, and none of the fields needed to lie fallow. This increased yields and kept the land productive year-round. Selective breeding was another critical innovation. Farmers began to intentionally breed animals for specific traits, such as size, strength, and wool quality. One notable figure in this movement was Robert Bakewell, who applied systematic breeding methods to sheep and cattle. His work led to larger, healthier animals that provided more meat, wool, and labor power. This scientific approach to agriculture ensured a more reliable food supply and supported a growing population. Technological inventions also played a transformative role. Perhaps the most famous agricultural invention of the period was the seed drill, created by Jethro Tull in the early 18th century. Before Tull's invention, seeds were typically scattered by hand, a method that wasted seed and resulted in uneven growth. The seed drill allowed seeds to be planted at the correct depth and spacing, significantly improving germination rates and crop yields. Tull's ideas about mechanization and scientific farming methods influenced generations of farmers and agriculturalists. The agricultural revolution did more than just feed more people. It changed the very fabric of rural life. Enclosure Acts passed by the British Parliament allowed landowners to consolidate small plots of land into larger, more efficient farms. While this increased agricultural productivity, it also displaced many small farmers, forcing them to seek work elsewhere. Many of these displaced rural workers would later become the labor force that powered the factories of the Industrial Revolution. The increase in food production led to population growth, which in turn created greater demand for goods and services. This demand helped stimulate economic activity and encouraged investment in new technologies and industries. Agricultural surplus also meant that not everyone needed to farm to survive, allowing a portion of the population to specialize in other trades and professions. The agricultural revolution was not a single event, but a series of interconnected changes that unfolded over decades. It involved scientific discovery, technological innovation, social upheaval, and economic transformation. Without these fundamental changes in how food was produced and distributed, the Industrial Revolution might never have taken root. The spark of change ignited by the agricultural revolution set humanity on a path toward unprecedented growth and complexity, forever altering the way people lived, worked, and interacted with the world around them. In the 1760s, a Scottish engineer named James Watt initiated a transformation that would forever alter the trajectory of human history. At that time, steam engines already existed, primarily through the work of Thomas Newcomen, who had invented the Newcomen engine in 1712. While groundbreaking, the Newcomen engine was highly inefficient, consuming vast amounts of coal and delivering limited power output. Its main application was to pump water out of mines, and while it served that purpose, it was slow, costly, and restricted in scope. Watt recognized the limitations of this technology and saw an extraordinary opportunity to make substantial improvements. In 1765, While tasked with repairing a model of a Newcomen engine, Watt conceived the idea of adding a separate condenser. This seemingly simple innovation meant that the engine's cylinder could maintain its temperature while the steam condensed in an external chamber, drastically reducing energy loss and fuel consumption. The result was a steam engine that was far more efficient, powerful, and practical. Watt's journey did not end with invention. Realizing that funding and industrial support were essential, he partnered with the successful businessman Matthew Boulton. Together they founded Boulton and Watt in 1775, a partnership that proved instrumental in bringing the improved steam engine to a wide market. Watt's engine was a marvel of versatility. Unlike earlier models, it could drive machinery in addition to operating pumps. This development revolutionized production, making it possible to mechanize textile mills, iron foundries, and a variety of manufacturing industries. Factories no longer needed to be located near water sources for power, freeing them to cluster in urban centers where labor was abundant. This shift contributed heavily to the dramatic urbanization that characterized the Industrial Revolution. The transformative power of Watt's steam engine extended well beyond industry into the realm of transportation. Engineers like Richard Trevithick and George Stephenson, building on Watt's advancements, created the first steam-powered locomotives. In 1804, Trevithick constructed the first railway locomotive capable of hauling heavy loads on iron rails. By 1829, Stephenson's rocket demonstrated that steam locomotives could provide fast, reliable transportation over long distances. The rapid spread of railways stitched entire nations together, shrinking travel times and opening new economic possibilities. Cities grew along railway lines, and markets expanded as goods could now be transported quickly and cheaply across great distances. Steam power also revolutionized maritime travel. Before steam, ships relied entirely on wind and current, making voyages unpredictable and time-consuming. The advent of steamships, such as Robert Fulton's Clermont in 1807, allowed vessels to travel upstream and maintain consistent schedules. Oceanic steamships soon followed, accelerating global trade and making international travel more accessible. The world became smaller, economies became more interconnected, and cultural exchanges increased dramatically. The ripple effects of Watt's improved steam engine were vast. Industries experienced explosive growth, with factories producing goods at unprecedented rates. Urban centers swelled with workers seeking new opportunities. Infrastructure projects like canals, bridges, and later railroads reshaped landscapes. Innovation thrived, as the principles of steam power inspired further technological advancements, from steam hammers to mechanical looms. However, these advancements came with significant consequences. The reliance on coal to fuel steam engines led to widespread environmental degradation, with cities cloaked in soot and rivers polluted by industrial runoff. The working conditions in the new factories were often brutal, characterized by long hours, dangerous machinery, and minimal protections for workers. Despite these challenges, the momentum of industrial progress was unstoppable. James Watt's contribution was not merely technical, it was transformational. His improvements to the steam engine unlocked new dimensions of human potential and ushered in an era of rapid, relentless change. He demonstrated the power of applying scientific understanding to practical problems, inspiring countless others to innovate and push the boundaries of what was possible. The story of steam power is ultimately the story of human ambition and creativity. James Watt did not invent the steam engine, but through his vision, persistence, and engineering genius, he perfected it and turned it into the driving force behind the Industrial Revolution. His legacy endures in every train that crosses a continent, every factory that hums with machinery, and every technological leap that traces its roots back to the harnessing of steam. Watt's work laid the essential foundation for the modern world, where energy, technology, and human enterprise intersect to create an ever-changing future. Before the Industrial Revolution took full form, most goods were produced through cottage industries. Families worked from their homes, spinning thread, weaving cloth, and creating finished products by hand. This system, while intimate and skill-driven, was slow, inconsistent, and limited in scale. A series of groundbreaking inventions in the textile industry would soon change everything, pulling production out of homes and concentrating labor in large, centralized factories. One of the earliest and most significant innovations was the spinning jenny, invented by James Hargreaves in 1764. The spinning jenny allowed a single worker to spin multiple spools of thread simultaneously, dramatically increasing productivity. Where once a spinner could only work one thread at a time, now they could manage 8, 16, or even more. This machine greatly reduced the time and labor required to produce yarn, making cloth cheaper and more abundant. Shortly after the spinning jenny, another invention pushed textile production even further. In 1769, Richard Arkwright developed the water frame. Unlike the spinning jenny, which was operated by hand, the water frame used water power to drive the spinning process. The machine produced stronger, finer thread and worked much faster than manual methods. Because of its reliance on water power, Arkwright's invention led to the construction of large mills near rivers and streams, marking one of the first major shifts towards centralized factory production. In 1785, Edmund Cartwright introduced the power loom, an invention that mechanized the weaving process. Weaving, once an entirely manual and labor-intensive craft, could now be performed by machines at a much faster rate. The power loom synchronized the speed of weaving with the spinning innovations, allowing for continuous and large-scale textile production. Factories equipped with power looms grew rapidly, and the traditional hand weavers could not compete with the speed and efficiency of mechanized production. These technological breakthroughs fundamentally altered the nature of work. Cottage industries declined sharply as factories grew larger and more dominant. Workers who had once set their own hours and controlled their own pace found themselves laboring under strict schedules set by factory owners. The shift to factory work also introduced a new labor dynamic, with men, women, and even children working long hours under often grueling and dangerous conditions. Urbanization accelerated as people moved from rural areas to towns and cities in search of factory jobs. Cities like Manchester and Birmingham expanded rapidly, becoming bustling centers of industry. While factory work offered steady wages, it also brought a loss of independence and subjected workers to harsh environments, with few regulations to protect their health and safety. Despite the challenges, the rise of factories fueled economic growth and innovation. Mass production made goods more affordable and accessible to a broader segment of the population. It also stimulated demand for raw materials, transportation infrastructure, and new technologies, setting off a chain reaction of industrial advancement. The transformation from cottage industries to mass production in factories was not merely a shift in where goods were made, it was a profound social and economic revolution. The inventions of the spinning jenny, water frame, and power loom redefined labor, reshaped communities, and laid the foundation for the modern industrial economy. This pivotal chapter in history demonstrated humanity's capacity to harness technology in pursuit of greater efficiency, forever changing how societies functioned and how people lived their daily lives. The rapid growth of industry during the Industrial Revolution was fueled by two critical resources, iron and coal. These materials formed the backbone of industrialization, providing the essential building blocks and energy needed to power new machines, build infrastructure, and support expanding cities and industries. Coal had long been used as a source of heat, but its role expanded dramatically during the Industrial Revolution. Steam engines, which became widespread thanks to improvements by James Watt, required large amounts of coal to operate. The need for coal drove the expansion of mining operations, especially in Britain, where rich coal seams were plentiful. Coal-powered factories, heated homes, and fueled the engines of trains and ships, making it the dominant energy source of the era. Equally important was iron. Before the Industrial Revolution, iron production was limited and expensive, largely dependent on small-scale bloomeries that used charcoal as a fuel. This changed with innovations in smelting and refining processes. One of the most significant advancements came from Henry Cort, an English metallurgist, who developed the puddling process in the 1780s. The puddling process involved stirring molten iron in a furnace to remove impurities, producing a much higher quality of wrought iron that was stronger and more malleable. Cort also introduced rolling mills, which mechanically shaped iron into bars, sheets, and other useful forms. These innovations made iron more affordable and available in larger quantities, accelerating its use in construction, machinery, tools, and transportation. Iron became essential for building steam engines, railroad tracks, bridges, ships, and later, large-scale buildings and factories. The combination of abundant coal and improved iron production created a powerful feedback loop. Coal mining tools and transportation systems were made from iron, while coal provided the energy to extract and process more iron. Railroads, one of the most transformative developments of the period, relied heavily on both materials, iron rails and locomotives, powered by coal-fired steam engines, enabled faster, cheaper, and more reliable movement of goods and people. The demand for coal and iron also had profound social and economic effects. Mining towns grew rapidly as people sought employment in the expanding industries. However, working conditions in mines were extremely dangerous. Accidents, collapses, and respiratory illnesses from coal dust were common, and child labor was widespread. Despite these hardships, the promise of steady work drew many rural families into mining communities, fueling further urbanization. Iron and coal did not just power industry, they reshaped landscapes and lives. Rivers were redirected to service mills and factories, hills were hollowed out for mining, and cities were transformed by iron-framed buildings and expansive rail networks. The materials became symbols of industrial might and progress, celebrated in art, literature, and politics of the time. The availability and exploitation of iron and coal laid the foundations of the modern industrial economy. They enabled the mass production of goods, the expansion of trade networks, and the rise of new social classes, particularly the industrial working class and the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie. Innovations like Henry Cort's puddling process were crucial turning points, demonstrating how technological advances could unlock new levels of productivity and economic growth. Ultimately, the story of iron and coal during the Industrial Revolution is a story of human ingenuity meeting natural resources at a moment of profound change. Together they built the physical and economic infrastructure of a new world, setting the stage for the unprecedented advances and challenges that would follow. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, transportation underwent a series of dramatic transformations that reshaped economies, societies, and the very geography of nations. Before these changes, moving goods over land was slow, expensive, and limited to what could be carried by horse-drawn carts or small boats along natural rivers. The Industrial Revolution demanded faster, more efficient means of moving raw materials and finished products, and innovators rose to meet that challenge. One of the earliest transportation revolutions came with the construction of canals. Canals provided a controlled and reliable means of moving heavy goods across long distances. Britain led the way with the construction of the Bridgewater Canal in 1761, built by engineer James Brindley for the Duke of Bridgewater. Designed to transport coal from the Duke's mines to the industrial city of Manchester, the canal dramatically reduced the price of coal in the city and demonstrated the economic potential of canal transport. A flurry of canal building followed, creating a network that linked major industrial centers with ports and raw material sources. These artificial waterways allowed boats to carry far greater loads than could ever be moved over muddy and rutted roads, boosting trade and accelerating industrial growth. While canals revolutionized the transportation of goods over water, a new development on land would soon overshadow them. Railways, powered by steam locomotives, offered speed and flexibility that canals could not match. One of the pivotal figures in railway development was George Stephenson, an English engineer who designed one of the first successful steam locomotives. In 1829, Stephenson's locomotive, the Rocket, won the Rainhill Trials, a competition to determine the best engine for the new Liverpool and Manchester Railway. The Rocket reached speeds of up to 30 miles per hour, an astonishing feat at the time. Its success proved that railways could offer rapid, reliable, and large-scale transportation for both goods and passengers. Railroads quickly expanded across Britain and then throughout Europe and North America, shrinking travel times, lowering costs, and linking distant regions together. The railway network became the arteries of the industrial world, enabling industries to flourish far from rivers and ports. At the same time, steam power was transforming maritime transport. Robert Fulton, an American engineer and inventor, successfully demonstrated the potential of steamships with his vessel, the Clermont, in 1807. The Clermont traveled up the Hudson River from New York City to Albany in just 32 hours, proving that steam-powered ships could move against currents and winds with reliable schedules. Steamships soon came to dominate rivers, lakes, and coastal routes. Ocean-going steamships followed, gradually replacing traditional sailing vessels for long-distance trade. This revolution in maritime transport shrank the world dramatically, allowing goods, people, and information to move faster than ever before between continents. Global commerce expanded rapidly, with raw materials flowing from colonies to industrial centers and finished goods traveling in the opposite direction. The cumulative effect of these transportation innovations was profound. Costs of moving goods fell dramatically, making products more affordable and markets more accessible. Fresh food, manufactured goods, and raw materials could now travel far greater distances, supporting urbanization and the rise of national and international economies. Travel became more democratized as middle-class and even working-class people gained access to faster and more affordable transportation. The world grew smaller, interconnected by networks of rails, canals, and steamships. The transformation of transport during the Industrial Revolution was not just a story of technology, but of human ambition and vision. Entrepreneurs, engineers, and workers collaborated to overcome immense challenges, from rugged landscapes to technical limitations. Their efforts created systems of movement that underpinned the modern industrialized world and continue to influence how we live and work today. Transport innovations like canals, railways, and steamships not only moved goods and people, but also ideas and cultures. They sped up the pace of life, facilitated migration, and spread industrialization across the globe. These achievements demonstrated how technology could break down barriers of distance and geography, opening up new opportunities and challenges for humanity on a global scale. The Industrial Revolution triggered a massive and unprecedented shift in human settlement patterns. Before industrialization, most people lived in rural areas and worked in agriculture. However, the promise of factory jobs and better wages pulled millions into newly industrialized cities. This rapid urbanization transformed the landscape of nations, especially in Britain, where cities like Manchester and Birmingham exploded in size almost overnight. Manchester became the quintessential industrial city. Originally a modest market town, it expanded rapidly due to its booming textile industry. Cotton mills dominated the skyline, and the city became known as Cottonopolis. Similarly, Birmingham evolved from a small town into a major center for metalworking and manufacturing. Its skilled workforce and diverse industries earned it the nickname the workshop of the world. These cities grew chaotically, with little planning or regulation. Fields and farmlands gave way to crowded streets, lined with hastily constructed housing blocks to accommodate the influx of workers. Living conditions in these new industrial cities were often grim. Overcrowding was rampant. Entire families sometimes lived in single-room dwellings without proper ventilation or sanitation. Slums emerged quickly, characterized by poorly built homes, muddy streets and open sewers. Diseases such as cholera, typhus and tuberculosis spread rapidly in the cramped and unsanitary environments. Infant mortality rates were shockingly high, and average life expectancy in some industrial cities dropped dramatically compared to rural areas. Clean water was scarce, and waste disposal was primitive. In many neighborhoods, human and industrial waste was dumped into nearby rivers, contaminating drinking supplies. The lack of public health infrastructure meant that outbreaks of deadly diseases could decimate entire communities within weeks. Medical knowledge at the time was limited, and governments were slow to respond to the growing health crises. Despite these harsh realities, industrial cities also offered new opportunities. For many, the chance to earn regular wages, even in difficult conditions, represented a significant improvement over the uncertainties of rural agricultural life. Cities became centers of innovation, culture, and social mobility. New public institutions such as schools, libraries, and hospitals began to appear, though access was often limited at first to wealthier citizens. The challenges of urbanization eventually sparked reforms. Public health movements gained momentum in the mid-19th century, leading to initiatives like clean water supplies, sewage systems, and public parks to improve urban living conditions. Activists and reformers pushed for better housing, labor laws, and sanitation reforms, laying the groundwork for modern urban planning and public health policies. Urbanization during the Industrial Revolution was a double-edged sword. It drove economic growth, technological progress, and cultural dynamism, but it also brought intense human suffering and exposed the need for systemic change. Cities like Manchester and Birmingham stood as both symbols of industrial achievement and stark reminders of the costs of rapid, unregulated growth. The rise of industrial cities reshaped not only landscapes, but also social structures, economies, and ways of life. Urbanization became a defining feature of modern civilization, influencing patterns of living and working that continue to shape societies around the world today. The Industrial Revolution profoundly reshaped human society in ways never before seen in history. As industries expanded rapidly, so did the insatiable demand for labor. Men, women, and even children found themselves pulled from rural fields into urban factories, mines, and mills, where they endured long hours under brutal and often dangerous conditions. While the revolution propelled technological progress and economic expansion, It simultaneously exposed deep social inequalities, entrenched poverty, and human suffering, eventually igniting the early labor movements that would rise to challenge exploitation and fight for workers' rights. One of the most tragic and heartbreaking aspects of early industrialization was the widespread and accepted use of child labor. Children as young as 5 or 6 were employed in factories, mines, and workshops. They worked 12 to 16 hours a day, 6 days a week, often in environments thick with dust, heat, and peril. In textile mills, children cleaned and operated heavy machinery, slipping between moving parts where adults could not fit, at great personal risk. In coal mines, children hauled heavy loads through narrow tunnels barely large enough for them to crawl through, constantly threatened by cave-ins and explosions. Paid only a fraction of adult wages, these young workers often suffered from stunted growth, chronic illnesses, and lifelong health problems caused by their exposure to harsh and hazardous conditions from an early age. Adult workers faced similar brutal realities. Factory owners imposed grueling work schedules with minimal breaks and no regard for physical or mental health. Wages were kept low to maximize profits, and safety measures were either rudimentary or entirely absent. Injuries from machinery were frequent, often resulting in permanent disabilities with no compensation. The rapid growth of industrial cities led to severe overcrowding, where entire families crammed into single-room tenements with poor ventilation, inadequate sanitation, and no clean water. Epidemics of cholera, typhus, and tuberculosis swept through working-class neighborhoods, where healthcare was scarce and often unaffordable. However, as the injustices of the industrial system became more apparent and more intolerable, workers began to organize and push back. Labor movements emerged, seeking to address exploitation, demand dignity, and improve working conditions. Early forms of collective action included friendly societies, mutual aid organizations, where workers pooled small contributions to support members in times of illness, injury, or unemployment. These societies provided a foundation for more formal labor organizations that would become critical forces for change. Strikes became a crucial method for workers to assert their demands. One of the first major waves of strikes occurred in Britain in 1824, after Parliament repealed laws that had long prohibited trade unions. Workers from diverse industries laid down their tools, marching and organizing to push for better wages, shorter working hours, and safer workplaces. Although met with harsh crackdowns from employers and the government, these early strikes showed the power of collective action and inspired further organization across the workforce. Labor unions began to formalize in the mid-19th century. Organizations such as the Grand National Consolidated Trades Union in Britain aimed to unite workers across different sectors into a single powerful voice. Although early unions faced tremendous obstacles, including legal challenges, employer blacklisting, and police repression, they planted the seeds of lasting labor reforms that would bear fruit in the decades to come. Public awareness of industrial labor's horrors grew as journalists, reformers, and writers turned their attention to the plight of the working class. Writers like Charles Dickens captured the grim realities of factory life and urban poverty in novels such as Oliver Twist and Hard Times, stirring public sympathy and calls for change. Activists like Robert Owen and later social reformers pushed for educational opportunities for workers' children, better housing, and safer workplaces. Their efforts pressured governments to begin addressing industrial abuses. Gradually, governments responded with legislation. The Factory Acts in Britain, beginning in 1833, marked the first significant government interventions aimed at protecting workers. These laws limited the working hours of children, mandated some degree of education for young workers, and set the stage for future labor protections. Subsequent acts expanded regulations to improve safety standards, regulate working hours for adults, and establish basic rights for employees. The social impact of the Industrial Revolution was profoundly complex. While it lifted millions out of rural poverty and created new avenues for social mobility, it also condemned countless individuals to lives of relentless hardship and exploitation. Yet it was within this crucible of suffering that the modern labor movement was born. The struggle for fair wages, humane working conditions, and workers' rights became an enduring legacy of the Industrial Revolution. The story of labor during this transformative era is ultimately one of resilience, resistance, and hope. It shows how, even against overwhelming odds and powerful industrial interests, ordinary people could organize, demand justice, and enact meaningful social change. Their courage and perseverance laid the foundation for the labor protections, workplace safety standards, and human rights principles that are now cornerstones of modern societies around the world. Their fight remains a testament to the enduring human spirit and the unyielding quest for dignity and fairness in the face of adversity. The Industrial Revolution, while often associated with Britain, had far-reaching effects that influenced and transformed nations across the globe. As industrialization spread, key figures in countries like the United States, Germany, and Japan played pivotal roles in shaping the trajectory of global industry. The spread of technology, ideas, and labor practices made the Industrial Revolution a worldwide phenomenon that reshaped economies and societies from America to Asia. In the United States, Eli Whitney was a central figure in the industrialization process. Whitney's invention of the cotton gin in 1793 revolutionized the cotton industry, making cotton production more efficient and profitable. This invention, which could separate cotton fibers from seeds much faster than manual labor, helped the American South become a global leader in cotton production. It also had a profound impact on the economy, contributing to the rise of textile factories in the North, which fueled the nation's industrial growth. Whitney's other significant contribution was the development of interchangeable parts for firearms, a concept that revolutionized manufacturing by allowing for mass production and the assembly of products with standardized replaceable components. This concept spread beyond firearms, laying the groundwork for modern manufacturing processes that would be adopted by industries across the world. While Whitney was laying the foundations of industrialization in America, Europe was also undergoing a transformation. In Germany, the Krupp family became a symbol of industrial power and innovation. Founded in the 19th century, the Krupp company initially produced cast steel, but grew to dominate the production of weapons and other heavy machinery. The family's commitment to technological development and mass production techniques enabled them to become a leader in Europe's industrial landscape. The Krupp company was integral in supplying arms and equipment during the wars of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and their innovations in steel production helped propel Germany to the forefront of European industrialization. Germany's industrialization was also influenced by the policies of the state. The Prussian government played a central role in fostering industrial growth through infrastructure projects, like the construction of railways and the establishment of protectionist tariffs that shielded emerging industries from foreign competition. The government's focus on education and technical training created a highly skilled workforce, and by the late 19th century, Germany had become a leader in chemical, electrical, and mechanical industries. The development of industries like the coal, steel, and chemical sectors helped transform Germany into a leading economic power in Europe. On the other side of the world, Japan's Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century marked a decisive moment in the country's industrialization. After centuries of isolation, Japan rapidly modernized, adopting Western industrial practices while maintaining its own unique cultural identity. The Meiji government prioritized the construction of infrastructure such as railways, telegraphs and modern ports, which were essential for industrial growth. They invited foreign experts to teach Japanese engineers and workers the latest industrial techniques and technologies. This openness to foreign knowledge, combined with a strong government commitment to industrial development, helped Japan become an industrial power in just a few decades. During this period, the Japanese government also focused on heavy industries, particularly textiles and shipbuilding, and later expanded into the production of steel and machinery. The development of the zaibatsu, large family-owned conglomerates, became a hallmark of Japan's industrial landscape. These powerful industrial groups played a central role in Japan's economic success, dominating sectors ranging from manufacturing to banking. By the early 20th century, Japan had transformed from a feudal society into an industrialized nation, competing with the Western powers on the global stage. The spread of industrialization beyond Britain was a complex process, influenced by the unique political, economic and social conditions of each country. In America, the availability of natural resources like coal, iron and cotton provided the foundation for industrial growth. In Germany, the combination of state support, technological innovation and a skilled workforce enabled the country to become an industrial powerhouse. Japan's rapid industrialization, driven by the Meiji government's determination and foreign expertise, set the stage for the nation to become a key player in global manufacturing. These figures and events represent just a few examples of how industrialization spread worldwide. Each country adapted industrialization to its own context, influencing the course of global history. While the British were the first to experience the Industrial Revolution, the innovations of figures like Eli Whitney, the Krupp family, and the Meiji reformers helped ensure that the impact of industrialization was felt far beyond the British Isles. By the early 20th century, industrialization had become a global phenomenon, shaping economies, societies, and geopolitics in profound and lasting ways. The Industrial Revolution was a seismic event in human history, and its impact continues to resonate throughout the modern world. While it began in Britain in the late 18th century, its effects quickly spread across the globe, reshaping economies, societies, and cultures in profound ways. By the time the Industrial Revolution came to an end, it had laid the groundwork for the world we live in today, ushering in an era of capitalism, technological innovation, and significant social change. One of the most significant legacies of the Industrial Revolution was the rise of capitalism as the dominant economic system. Before industrialization, economies were primarily agrarian and feudal, with much of the workforce engaged in farming or small-scale handicrafts. The advent of mechanized industry, however, allowed for mass production, which led to the concentration of capital and resources in the hands of industrialists and business owners. This shift gave rise to a new economic system that prioritized private ownership of the means of production, competition, and the pursuit of profit. The growth of factories, transportation networks, and global trade further fueled capitalism's rise, establishing a system where the market played a central role in determining the allocation of resources and wealth. The Industrial Revolution also brought about profound technological innovations that have shaped the modern world. The steam engine, the spinning jenny, and the power loom were just the beginning. These early inventions paved the way for even more groundbreaking discoveries in the 19th and 20th centuries, including the telephone, the electric light bulb, and the automobile. The Industrial Revolution sparked an ongoing cycle of technological innovation as new technologies created new industries, and those industries, in turn, led to further advancements. It also set the stage for the technological boom of the 20th century, where innovations like computers, the internet and biotechnology would transform nearly every aspect of human life. Along with technological advances came the rise of modern economies. The Industrial Revolution shifted the center of economic activity from agriculture to industry, and from rural to urban areas. Cities like Manchester, Birmingham and Pittsburgh became bustling hubs of production and commerce. As industrialization spread, new economic centers emerged and global trade networks expanded. Countries that had once been dependent on agriculture and handicrafts began to specialize in mass production, exporting goods to markets around the world. This transformation also led to the growth of a consumer economy, where goods that were once rare and expensive became more affordable and accessible to a larger portion of the population. The social changes brought about by the Industrial Revolution were equally profound. The rise of factories and mechanized labor drastically changed the nature of work. People moved from rural areas to urban centers in search of employment, often living in overcrowded and unsanitary conditions. The working class grew, but so did the wealth gap, as factory owners and business magnates accumulated enormous fortunes, while workers earned meager wages. This disparity between the rich and poor led to significant social unrest and the eventual rise of labor movements which advocated for better wages, working conditions, and rights for workers. These movements would eventually lead to key reforms, including child labor laws, workplace safety regulations, and the establishment of labor unions. At the same time, the Industrial Revolution played a central role in shaping the modern welfare state. As industrialized societies grew, governments began to take on a larger role in regulating the economy and addressing social problems. The rise of industrial capitalism, with its focus on competition and profit, created new challenges for workers, such as long hours, low wages, and unsafe working conditions. In response, governments began to introduce social welfare programs, including unemployment benefits, healthcare, and pensions. These early social programs laid the foundation for the welfare systems that we now take for granted in many developed countries. The Industrial Revolution also had a profound impact on global geopolitics. The wealth generated by industrialization fueled imperialism and colonization as European powers sought to expand their influence and secure access to raw materials and markets for their manufactured goods. This global competition for resources and markets would shape the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries, leading to the rise of empires, the establishment of new trade routes, and the expansion of European influence across the globe. In conclusion, the legacy of the Industrial Revolution is vast and far-reaching. It transformed the way people lived, worked, and interacted with the world. It gave rise to modern capitalism, technological innovation, and the growth of industrial economies, but it also brought about significant social challenges and inequalities that continue to shape our world today. The Industrial Revolution set the stage for the 20th century, paving the way for the rapid technological and economic changes that would define the modern era. Its impact can be seen in everything from the global economy to the way we live our daily lives, and its influence will continue to shape the future of human civilization for generations to come. The American Civil War did not erupt suddenly. It was the culmination of decades of tensions between the North and the South. These tensions were deeply rooted in economic, political, and social differences, with slavery at the core of the conflict. The road to war was long and complex, shaped by a series of events that widened the divide between the two regions. This chapter explores the causes and rising tensions that ultimately led to the outbreak of war in 1861. Slavery was the defining issue of the Civil War, The Southern economy was heavily dependent on agriculture, particularly cotton, which required a vast labor force. Enslaved people provided the backbone of this system, and any threat to slavery was seen as a threat to the Southern way of life. In contrast, the North had a more industrialized economy and a growing abolitionist movement that opposed slavery on moral and economic grounds. While not all Northerners were abolitionists, many believed that slavery should not expand into new territories and states. Several legislative measures attempted to address the growing conflict. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 was an early attempt to maintain balance between free and slave states. It allowed Missouri to enter as a slave state and Maine as a free state, while prohibiting slavery in the Louisiana Territory north of the 36° 30 parallel. However, this compromise only provided temporary relief. The Compromise of 1850 was another effort to ease tensions. It admitted California as a free state, allowed popular sovereignty in the Utah and New Mexico territories, letting residents decide on slavery, and enacted a stricter Fugitive Slave Act, which angered many in the North. This act required citizens to assist in capturing escaped enslaved people and penalized those who aided them. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 further intensified sectional conflict. It allowed settlers in Kansas and Nebraska to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery, effectively repealing the Missouri Compromise. This led to violent clashes between pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers, known as Bleeding Kansas, highlighting the deepening divide. As tensions escalated, the nation became further polarized. The Dred Scott decision of 1857 by the Supreme Court ruled that African Americans, whether enslaved or free, could not be U.S. citizens, and that Congress had no authority to ban slavery in the territories. This ruling enraged abolitionists and strengthened the Southern pro-slavery stance. The final breaking point came with the election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860. Lincoln, a Republican, opposed the expansion of slavery, but reassured Southerners that he would not interfere with slavery where it already existed. However, his election signaled to the South that their influence in national politics was diminishing. Believing their way of life was under threat, Southern states began seceding from the Union, starting with South Carolina in December 1860. By early 1861, 11 states had left the Union, forming the Confederate States of America. With secession complete, war became inevitable. In April 1861, Confederate forces fired upon Fort Sumter in South Carolina, marking the beginning of the Civil War. The years of rising tensions, failed compromises, and deep-seated differences had finally erupted into open conflict. The war that followed would become the deadliest in American history, reshaping the nation forever. In the wake of Abraham Lincoln's election in November 1860, the United States faced an unprecedented crisis. Lincoln, the first Republican president, was viewed by the Southern states as a direct threat to their way of life, particularly the institution of slavery. Although he had not campaigned on an immediate abolitionist platform, many Southerners feared that his presidency would lead to the end of slavery and the erosion of states' rights. This fear ignited the first major steps toward disunion and set the stage for the most devastating conflict in American history. On December 20, 1860, South Carolina became the first state to secede from the Union. The decision was made during a special convention in Charleston, where delegates voted unanimously to leave the United States. South Carolina's leaders argued that the federal government had overstepped its authority and that states had the sovereign right to withdraw from the Union when they felt their rights were being threatened. This act set off a chain reaction across the South. By February 1861, Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas had all followed suit, officially breaking away from the United States. The secession movement gained momentum as pro-slavery politicians and newspapers encouraged the idea that the Southern way of life could only be preserved through independence. As the seceding states sought to organize their own government, they convened in Montgomery, Alabama, in February 1861 to form the Confederate States of America (CSA). The delegates drafted a constitution that closely resembled that of the United States, but with key differences including explicit protections for slavery, a prohibition on protective tariffs, and a stronger emphasis on states' rights. The Confederate Constitution also limited the central government's ability to interfere with state laws, further reinforcing the Southern belief in sovereignty. On February 9th, Jefferson Davis, a former U.S. Senator from Mississippi and Secretary of War, was elected as the Confederacy's first and only president. Davis, along with Vice President Alexander Stephens, worked to consolidate the new government, appoint military leaders, and prepare for the possibility of armed conflict with the North. Stephens, in his infamous Cornerstone speech, openly declared that slavery was the foundation of the new government, further cementing the divide between North and South. Meanwhile, President-elect Lincoln maintained a careful stance. His primary goal was to preserve the Union, not to abolish slavery immediately. He repeatedly stated that he had no intention of interfering with slavery where it already existed, but he firmly opposed its expansion into new territories. This position was unacceptable to the seceding states, which saw any limitation on slavery as an existential threat to their economy and society. As Lincoln prepared to take office in March 1861, the country remained deeply divided, with tensions escalating rapidly. The outgoing president, James Buchanan, did little to prevent secession, leaving the crisis to escalate. Many Southern leaders mistakenly believed that Lincoln would not take military action against the Confederacy and that secession would be peacefully accepted. One of the most critical flashpoints during this period was Fort Sumter, a federal fort located in Charleston Harbor, South Carolina. By early 1861, the fort was one of the few remaining Union strongholds in the South. The Confederate government demanded its surrender, but Major Robert Anderson, the Union officer in command, refused to comply. As negotiations dragged on, Lincoln faced a difficult decision. Reinforcing the fort could provoke war, but abandoning it would signal weakness. Ultimately, he chose to send a resupply mission to the fort, a move that Confederate leaders saw as an act of aggression. The Confederate government, led by Davis, determined that allowing Lincoln to maintain control of the fort would undermine Southern sovereignty. On April 12, 1861, Confederate forces under General P.G.T. Beauregard opened fire on Fort Sumter, bombarding it for 34 hours. Anderson and his garrison were unable to hold out and surrendered the fort on April 13th. Though there were no casualties during the battle itself, the attack on Fort Sumter marked the official beginning of the Civil War. The news of the attack electrified the North, uniting many who had previously been divided on how to handle secession. In response, Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteer troops to suppress the rebellion, prompting 4 more states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, to secede and join the Confederacy. The Confederacy now stood at 11 states, and both sides braced for a prolonged conflict. Many believed the war would be short-lived, but they were gravely mistaken. The American Civil War had begun, and its impact would shape the nation for generations to come. The first years of the American Civil War were marked by early battles that shattered the illusions both sides had of a quick and easy victory. Initially, the Confederacy had the advantage of fighting on familiar territory, but the Union, with its superior resources and manpower, had the potential to overwhelm the Southern forces. Both sides, however, believed the war would be over within a few months. They could not have been more wrong. The war began with the First Battle of Bull Run, also known as the First Battle of Manassas, fought in Virginia on July 21, 1861. The Union Army, under General Irvin McDowell, marched toward the Confederate capital of Richmond with the hope of ending the war quickly. The Union forces were largely composed of inexperienced soldiers, while the Confederate forces, commanded by General Pierre G.T. Beauregard and General Joseph E. Johnston, had a more cohesive army. The battle was a chaotic, brutal affair, and the Union forces were initially successful. However, the Confederates, reinforced by General Thomas Stonewall Jackson's troops, mounted a fierce counterattack that sent the Union Army into retreat. The sight of the panicked retreating Union soldiers was a wake-up call for the North, proving that the war would not be over quickly and would require much more effort than originally anticipated. Following the Union defeat at Bull Run, President Lincoln made a significant change in military leadership. He appointed General George B. McClellan as the new commander of the Army of the Potomac, hoping that McClellan's organizational skills would improve the Union Army. McClellan was highly cautious, however, and his hesitance to attack the Confederates, even when the opportunity arose, would become a major criticism of his leadership. Nevertheless, McClellan's leadership was vital in the early stages of the war, as he helped to strengthen the Union's army and prepared for future campaigns. Meanwhile, the Confederacy was led by one of its most capable generals, Robert E. Lee. A former U.S. Army officer, Lee had been offered command of the Union Army, but chose to remain loyal to his home state of Virginia when it seceded. His military genius and bold strategies made him a formidable opponent. In 1862, Lee took command of the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, leading it to a series of victories against Union forces in the Eastern Theater, including the 7 Days Battles and the Second Battle of Bull Run. Lee's ability to maneuver his troops quickly and his keen understanding of battlefield tactics gave the Confederacy an edge in the early years of the war. In the West, Ulysses S. Grant emerged as the Union's most successful general. Grant, who had struggled with a career in civilian life before the war, was appointed to lead Union forces in the Western Theater. His first major victory came at the Battle of Fort Donelson in February 1862, where he demanded an unconditional surrender from the Confederate defenders, earning him the nickname Unconditional Surrender Grant. Grant's decisive victories at Shiloh and Vicksburg in 1863 would further cement his reputation as one of the Union's most aggressive and effective military leaders. Grant's willingness to engage in battle and his relentless pursuit of Confederate forces would ultimately make him the Union's greatest general. One of the significant developments during the early years of the war was the emergence of new military technologies. The rifled musket, a firearm with grooves inside the barrel that allowed for greater accuracy and range, became the weapon of choice for both Union and Confederate soldiers. This innovation made traditional tactics, such as massed charges, increasingly ineffective and led to horrific casualties in battles like Antietam and Fredericksburg. The use of railroads also revolutionized the logistics of war. Both sides quickly understood the importance of transporting troops and supplies efficiently, leading to the rapid development of railroad networks to support their armies. The telegraph, which allowed for near-instantaneous communication over long distances, became another key tool for both sides. It enabled military leaders to send orders quickly and stay in contact with their troops, even during large-scale battles. In addition to these technological advancements, the war at sea became a focal point of the conflict. The Union Navy implemented a naval blockade of southern ports, which aimed to cut off the Confederacy's access to foreign supplies and trade. The blockade was not immediately effective, but as the war went on, it began to take its toll on the South's economy. The Confederacy, in response, built its own ironclad warships. The most famous of these was the CSS Virginia, which was built from the remains of the scuttled USS Merrimack. The Union responded with the USS Monitor, a revolutionary ironclad ship that had a revolving turret. The two ironclads met in the Battle of Hampton Roads on March 9, 1862. Although the battle ended in a draw, it marked the first meeting of ironclad warships in combat and signaled the future of naval warfare, rendering wooden warships obsolete. As the war raged on, both sides learned the brutal reality of the conflict. The expectation of a quick victory had vanished, and the war would continue for years, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. The early battles of the Civil War set the stage for the long and bloody conflict that would follow, with both sides committed to their causes and unwilling to back down. By 1863, the American Civil War had already claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, and its course was far from predictable. At the outset of the conflict, the Union's primary goal was to preserve the nation and restore it to its former state. However, as the war dragged on and more lives were lost, the question of slavery became increasingly central to the conflict. President Abraham Lincoln, who had been reluctant to take bold action on the issue, now saw that the war could not be won without addressing the moral and political challenge of slavery. This shift led to one of the most significant acts in American history, the Emancipation Proclamation. On January 1, 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, a wartime executive order that declared all enslaved people in Confederate-held territory to be free. While the proclamation did not immediately free all enslaved individuals, since it applied only to the states in rebellion, it signaled a fundamental shift in the Union's war aims. What had been a war to preserve the Union was now, for all practical purposes, a war to end slavery. Lincoln's decision to issue the proclamation was both a moral and a strategic one. He understood that the Union could not fully defeat the Confederacy without addressing the root cause of the conflict. Furthermore, he hoped that the proclamation would weaken the Southern war effort by encouraging enslaved people to escape, undermining the South's economic and military resources. The impact of the Emancipation Proclamation on enslaved people was profound. Though the proclamation did not immediately free every enslaved person, its effects were limited by the Union's ability to enforce it. It gave hope to millions of enslaved individuals. Many ran away from their Confederate masters, seeking refuge in Union-held territories. In addition, the proclamation provided a new sense of purpose to the Union cause, energizing both soldiers and civilians. By the end of 1863, thousands of formerly enslaved people had begun to serve as soldiers and laborers in the Union Army, contributing to the growing momentum for the Union's cause. One of the most iconic contributions of African Americans to the Union effort was the formation of the 54th Massachusetts Regiment, one of the first official African American regiments in the United States military. The regiment was composed of free black men and former slaves, and its members fought with extraordinary courage during the war. The regiment's most famous action came during the assault on Fort Wagner, South Carolina, in July 1863. Though the regiment suffered heavy casualties, their bravery in the face of overwhelming odds became a symbol of African American valor and determination. The 54th Massachusetts Regiment and other black units helped demonstrate the capacity of African Americans to contribute to the Union's cause, both on the battlefield and in the broader struggle for freedom. The Emancipation Proclamation also had significant international ramifications. Before the proclamation, both Britain and France had been considering recognizing the Confederacy as an independent nation. Such recognition would have been a major blow to the Union's efforts, as it would have opened the door for foreign support for the South. However, the Emancipation Proclamation shifted the moral landscape of the war. By making the abolition of slavery a central goal of the Union, the proclamation ensured that Britain and France, both of which had abolished slavery within their own empires, could not publicly support a confederacy that fought to preserve it. Public opinion in both countries shifted, and both governments ultimately decided against recognizing the Confederacy. This diplomatic victory was crucial for the Union's war effort, as it prevented foreign intervention that could have changed the course of the war. The issuance of the Emancipation Proclamation transformed the Civil War into a moral battle, not just a political or military struggle. For the Union, the war was no longer merely about reunification but about the abolition of slavery and the preservation of human dignity. Lincoln's moral leadership inspired millions of Americans, both black and white, to fight not only for the preservation of the Union but also for the ideals of freedom and equality. The Emancipation Proclamation, while limited in its immediate impact, was a turning point in the Civil War. It made it clear that the Union was fighting not just to defeat the Confederacy but to ensure that the ideals of liberty and justice would prevail. By the end of the war, the proclamation would have helped to enlist over 180,000 African American soldiers in the Union Army, and the promise of freedom and equality would help fuel the ultimate victory over the Confederacy. The Emancipation Proclamation also laid the groundwork for the eventual passage of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution in December 1865, which would permanently abolish slavery in the United States. Lincoln's decision to shift the war's focus to emancipation fundamentally changed the nature of the Civil War, ensuring that the Union's victory would also be a victory for freedom and human rights. By mid-1863, the Civil War had reached a critical juncture. After years of bloody fighting, both the Union and Confederacy were at a crossroads. The Confederacy, under General Robert E. Lee, had experienced a series of tactical victories, but the Union had superior resources and manpower. The course of the war would soon change with two pivotal battles, the Battle of Gettysburg and the Siege of Vicksburg. These battles, fought in the summer of 1863, marked the beginning of the Confederacy's decline and set the stage for the Union's eventual victory. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1 to July 3, 1863, in Pennsylvania, was the bloodiest battle of the Civil War. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia had made significant gains in the previous months, and after defeating Union forces at Chancellorsville in May 1863, he decided to take the war to the north. Lee hoped that a victory on Union soil would not only relieve pressure on Southern farms but also encourage foreign powers, particularly Britain and France, to recognize the Confederacy as an independent nation. The Union Army, under General George G. Meade, met Lee's forces at Gettysburg, a small town that would become the site of the largest battle ever fought in North America. The battle began on July 1st, when Confederate forces attacked Union forces stationed in the town. Over the next 2 days, the fighting intensified, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The Union forces initially retreated, but regrouped on a series of defensive positions on Cemetery Hill, where they held their ground. Lee, determined to break the Union line, ordered a series of attacks, including the infamous Pickett's Charge on July 3rd. Confederate forces attempted to break through the center of the Union line, but were repelled with heavy losses. By the end of the third day, Lee realized that his army could not win the battle and began a retreat back to the south. The Union victory at Gettysburg ended Lee's invasion of the North and marked a turning point in the war. The Confederacy had lost its best chance at securing foreign recognition and potentially forcing the Union to negotiate for peace. The Battle of Gettysburg was a crushing blow to the Confederacy, but the Union also faced a crucial challenge in the West. For much of the war, the Confederacy controlled the Mississippi River, which was a vital route for transportation and supply. The Union, under General Ulysses S. Grant, had made several attempts to take control of the river, but had been thwarted by Confederate forces. In 1863, Grant turned his attention to Vicksburg, Mississippi, the last major Confederate stronghold on the river. Grant's campaign to capture Vicksburg was one of the most significant military achievements of the war. The siege of Vicksburg began in May 1863 and lasted for more than a month. Grant, unable to directly assault the heavily fortified city, instead surrounded it and cut off Confederate supplies. As the siege dragged on, the residents and Confederate defenders endured extreme hardships. The Union forces bombarded the city and starved its inhabitants, forcing Confederate General John C. Pemberton to surrender on July 4, 1863. The fall of Vicksburg gave the Union complete control of the Mississippi River, splitting the Confederacy in two and severing an important supply route. The victory at Vicksburg, combined with the Union victory at Gettysburg, turned the tide of the war in favor of the North. With the Mississippi River in Union hands, the Confederacy's ability to wage war was significantly weakened. In the aftermath of the Battle of Gettysburg, President Abraham Lincoln delivered one of his most famous speeches, the Gettysburg Address. On November 19, 1863, he traveled to the battlefield to dedicate a cemetery for the fallen soldiers. In his brief but powerful address, Lincoln redefined the war's purpose, emphasizing that the struggle was not only for the preservation of the Union, but also for the principle of equality. He declared that the nation was conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Lincoln's words helped to transform the war from a fight for the Union into a battle for freedom and human dignity. His speech resonated deeply with a war-weary public and solidified his moral vision for the nation. The significance of Gettysburg and Vicksburg cannot be overstated. The Confederate Army's defeat at Gettysburg shattered its ability to wage offensive operations in the North, while the Union victory at Vicksburg split the Confederacy and severed a critical supply line. These twin victories marked the turning point of the Civil War. For the Confederacy, the losses at Gettysburg and Vicksburg were devastating. Lee's army would never again mount an invasion of the North, and the South's ability to sustain the war effort was severely crippled. The war would continue for nearly 2 more years, but the Union had gained the upper hand. As the Confederacy began to lose momentum, the Union grew more confident in its eventual victory. The successes of Gettysburg and Vicksburg were the beginning of a long and hard-fought path toward the defeat of the Confederacy. For the Union, the battles had proven that victory was possible, and the resolve of the Northern forces would only grow stronger as the war progressed. By 1864, the tide of the American Civil War had clearly turned in favor of the Union. After years of bloody stalemates and incremental victories, the Union leadership under General Ulysses S. Grant and President Abraham Lincoln adopted more aggressive tactics to bring an end to the war. As the war dragged on, the Confederacy faced mounting challenges. Its economy was crumbling, and its ability to sustain the war effort was increasingly strained. The Union, in contrast, was benefiting from superior industrial capacity, larger manpower, and a more well-coordinated war strategy. Two of the most significant developments in 1864 and 1865 would be General William Tecumseh Sherman's devastating march to the sea and Grant's relentless overland campaign, both of which helped bring about the collapse of the Confederacy. General Sherman's march to the sea was one of the most notorious and effective campaigns in military history. In the fall of 1864, after capturing Atlanta, Georgia, Sherman was given orders by General Grant to march through the heart of the South, aiming to break the Confederate war effort. His goal was to destroy not only the Confederate military, but also the South's economic infrastructure and morale. Sherman's forces embarked on a 300-mile march from Atlanta to Savannah, Georgia, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The strategy of total war, targeting civilian infrastructure, including railroads, factories, and farms, was designed to cripple the Confederacy's ability to continue the fight. Sherman's army looted, burned, and destroyed vast swaths of the South, dismantling the economic foundation of the region. The psychological impact of Sherman's march was just as significant as the physical damage. The South, which had relied on its agricultural economy, found itself in disarray as food supplies were destroyed and transportation networks were obliterated. The march demoralized the Southern populace, who were already suffering under the weight of the war. By December 1864, Sherman reached Savannah and captured the city, giving President Lincoln a much-needed victory in time for the Christmas season. Sherman's success in Georgia set the stage for his subsequent march through the Carolinas, continuing his strategy of devastation. The march to the sea is remembered as a decisive moment in the war, as it exemplified the Union's shift to total war and underscored the Confederacy's inability to defend its territory against the superior Union forces. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Theater, General Grant's strategy was to engage General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia in constant combat. Grant, appointed General-in-Chief of all Union armies in 1864, adopted a strategy of attrition. He understood that the Union could afford to suffer losses while the Confederacy could not, given the South's dwindling resources and manpower. Grant's plan was to keep pressing the Confederate forces, wear them down, and eventually force Lee's surrender. The Overland Campaign, which began in May 1864, saw Grant's forces engage Lee in a series of brutal and bloody battles in Virginia. The first major confrontation was the Battle of the Wilderness, where both sides suffered heavy casualties. The terrain was dense with thick forests, making it difficult for either side to gain a clear advantage. Despite the high casualties, Grant did not retreat, and he continued to press forward. The subsequent battles, including the Battle of Spotsylvania Courthouse and the Battle of Cold Harbor, saw no decisive victories but continued the relentless pressure on Lee's army. Unlike previous Union commanders, who had been defeated by Lee's tactical brilliance and often retreated after heavy losses, Grant was determined not to give Lee any respite. He famously declared, "I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer." His strategy of constant pressure ultimately paid off. In the face of the Union's unrelenting attacks and overwhelming numbers, Lee's army began to falter. The prolonged fighting at places like the Siege of Petersburg further drained the Confederacy's resources and morale. The Confederacy's inability to defend its capital, Richmond, and its vital supply lines was becoming more apparent by the day. As the Union continued to gain ground, the Confederate economy collapsed under the weight of blockades, internal strife, and the devastating effects of the war. The Union's naval blockade, which had been in place since 1861, had severely hampered the Confederacy's ability to import supplies and export cotton, which was its primary source of revenue. The South was also plagued by internal dissent, as various states and factions struggled to maintain unity in the face of mounting hardships. The The Confederacy's currency became virtually worthless, and inflation soared, further weakening the Southern economy. By the spring of 1865, the writing was on the wall for the Confederacy. General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which had once been the backbone of the Confederate war effort, was now a shell of its former self. Starved of supplies and manpower, Lee was forced to retreat toward the town of Appomattox Courthouse. On April 9, 1865, with his army surrounded and exhausted, Lee surrendered to General Grant, effectively ending the Civil War. Sherman's march through the South and Grant's strategic brilliance had dealt a final fatal blow to the Confederacy. The Union's shift to total war, led by Sherman's destruction of Southern infrastructure and Grant's strategy of attrition, proved to be decisive in ending the conflict. The Confederacy's collapse was a direct result of its inability to sustain a war against an opponent with far superior resources and industrial capacity. With the surrender of Lee's army at Appomattox, the Civil War came to an end, and the United States began the long process of healing and rebuilding. By the spring of 1865, the Confederacy was on the brink of collapse. The Union forces under General Ulysses S. Grant and with General William Tecumseh Sherman continuing his destructive march, had gradually worn down the Confederate military and economy. The South's inability to replenish its dwindling supplies, manpower, and infrastructure had left it vulnerable. Key Southern cities had fallen, and the Confederacy's leadership was in disarray. The final days of the war would see the fall of Richmond, the Confederate capital, and the eventual surrender of General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, marking the end of the Confederacy and the Civil War. On April 3, 1865, Union forces captured Richmond, the heart of the Confederate government and the symbol of the Southern cause. The city had been under siege for months, and General Lee's army had been unable to break the Union stranglehold. With the Confederacy's capital now in Union hands, the writing was on the wall for the Southern cause. Richmond had been the center of Confederate industry, and its loss was a devastating blow. As the Union forces entered the city, they found it in chaos. Confederate officials had evacuated the city, and the Confederate treasury had been moved. The fall of Richmond symbolized the collapse of the Confederacy's ability to sustain the war effort. While the fall of Richmond was a significant blow, the war was not over yet. General Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, though severely weakened, was still fighting in the field. Lee's forces had been retreating for months, trying to evade total defeat while attempting to regroup and maintain a semblance of Confederate resistance. However, Lee's options were running out. The Union's continued pressure, combined with the loss of key cities and critical resources, left Lee with little choice but to seek a surrender. On April 9, 1865, at Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, General Lee met with General Grant to discuss the terms of surrender. The meeting, though formal, was cordial and marked the beginning of the end of the war. Grant, mindful of the heavy toll the war had taken on both sides, offered generous terms to Lee and his soldiers. Lee's men would be allowed to return home with their horses and personal belongings, and they would not be persecuted for their roles in the war. Grant's leniency was a reflection of his desire to bring the war to a peaceful conclusion and begin the difficult process of healing a divided nation. The surrender of General Lee was a crushing blow to the Confederacy, but it did not immediately end the fighting. Confederate forces across the South continued to hold out for a short time. However, Lee's surrender was a clear signal that the Confederate cause was lost. In the days and weeks following Lee's surrender, other Confederate commanders also surrendered their forces. General Joseph E. Johnston, who had been in command of the Confederate forces in the Carolinas, surrendered to General Sherman on April 26, 1865. By the end of May 1865, all major Confederate armies had surrendered, and the war was officially over. The surrender of the Confederate forces left the United States with a daunting challenge. What happens to the southern states now? The Union victory had preserved the United States, but the question of how to reintegrate the southern states into the Union was fraught with political, social, and economic complexities. The question of slavery, which had been the central issue of the war, still loomed large. Though slavery had been abolished by the Emancipation Proclamation and the passage of the 13th Amendment, the South's racial and social system had been deeply affected by the war. The issue of how to rebuild the Southern economy, address the needs of the freedmen, and ensure civil rights for African Americans would become the central issues of the Reconstruction era. In the immediate aftermath of the war, the nation faced the monumental task of healing the wounds of a brutal conflict. With the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln on April 14, 1865, Vice President Andrew Johnson assumed the presidency. Johnson, who was from Tennessee, had been a staunch Unionist throughout the war, but his approach to Reconstruction would be controversial. The South, still reeling from defeat, had to rebuild its shattered infrastructure, economy, and social order. At the same time, former slaves were now free citizens, and their path to equality and full participation in American society would be a difficult and often violent struggle. The fall of Richmond and the surrender of Robert E. Lee marked the end of the Confederacy, but it also marked the beginning of a new chapter in American history. The Civil War had preserved the Union, but the challenges of Reconstruction, racial equality, and national reconciliation were just beginning. As the Southern states were reintegrated into the Union, the United States would have to confront the deep divisions that the war had exposed and work to heal the scars of a conflict that had torn the nation apart. On April 14, 1865, just days after the surrender of Confederate General Robert E. Lee, the United States was struck by a tragedy that would forever alter the course of its history. President Abraham Lincoln, the man who had steered the nation through the Civil War and had just achieved victory, was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth, an actor and Confederate sympathizer. The assassination, carried out at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C., shocked the nation and left the country in a state of mourning and uncertainty. Lincoln's death marked the loss of one of the most revered and effective leaders in American history, and it also raised serious questions about the future of the Reconstruction process. On the evening of April 14, 1865, President Lincoln and his wife Mary Todd Lincoln attended a performance of the play Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater. As Lincoln sat in the state box, Booth, who had planned the assassination meticulously, slipped into the box and shot the president in the back of the head with a pistol. Booth then leaped from the box onto the stage, shouting, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus always to tyrants, a phrase attributed to Brutus during the assassination of Julius Caesar. After his escape, Booth fled the scene, eventually making his way through Maryland and into Virginia. The attack on Lincoln was part of a larger conspiracy to kill key members of the Union government. Booth's co-conspirators were tasked with assassinating Vice President Andrew Johnson and Secretary of State William H. Seward, but those attempts failed. Seward was severely injured in an attack by one of Booth's associates, but Johnson was never harmed. Despite these failed attempts, the assassination of Lincoln remained the focal point of the plot, as it was the death of the president that shocked the nation to its core. President Lincoln succumbed to his wounds early the following morning, on April 15, 1865. The nation was gripped by a profound sense of grief and disbelief. For the Union, Lincoln had been a symbol of resilience, strength, and hope. His leadership had been instrumental in preserving the United States and in ending the institution of slavery. With his death, the nation faced not only the loss of a beloved leader, but also the uncertainty of what would come next, particularly with the challenges of Reconstruction looming. In the wake of Lincoln's assassination, Vice President Andrew Johnson, a Southern Unionist from Tennessee, assumed the presidency. Johnson, however, was a much weaker figure compared to Lincoln. While Lincoln had been a masterful politician and negotiator, capable of bringing together a deeply divided nation, Johnson lacked the charisma and political savvy that had defined Lincoln's leadership. Johnson's background and views were complicated. He had opposed secession and supported the Union, but he was a Southern Democrat with a deeply sympathetic view of the South. He believed in quickly reuniting the nation without granting full civil rights to freed African Americans. Johnson's approach to Reconstruction, which he implemented in the aftermath of the war, was controversial and faced opposition from both the radical Republicans in Congress and many in the northern states. Johnson's plan offered pardons to former Confederates who swore loyalty to the Union, and he allowed Southern states to re-enter the Union quickly without imposing strong protections for African Americans. This leniency angered many in the North who had fought to end slavery, and it alienated the radical Republicans who pushed for a much more stringent and far-reaching approach to Reconstruction. The assassination of Abraham Lincoln not only left the nation in mourning, but also set the stage for the difficult and contentious years that would follow. Johnson's inability to unite the country and his lenient policies toward the South led to fierce struggles over the direction of Reconstruction. The legacy of Lincoln's leadership was one of preservation and healing, but with his untimely death, the nation faced a challenging road ahead in its efforts to rebuild and address the issues of slavery, racial equality, and Southern reintegration. John Wilkes Booth's assassination of President Lincoln remains one of the most significant and tragic events in American history. Lincoln had steered the nation through its darkest hour, and his vision for the nation's future, one of reconciliation and unity, was cut short by an act of violence. The nation would never be the same again, and the period following Lincoln's death would be marked by political conflict and struggles for civil rights that would extend far beyond the Civil War itself. The period of Reconstruction, spanning from 1865 to 1877, was a time of immense transformation and conflict in the United States. Following the Civil War, the Southern states were left in ruins, and the nation faced the daunting task of rebuilding both the South's physical infrastructure and its social and political systems. The federal government, under the leadership of Presidents Andrew Johnson and later Ulysses S. Grant, worked to reintegrate the Southern states into the Union while also addressing the pressing question of what freedoms and rights would be granted to the newly freed African Americans. One of the first steps toward addressing the institution of slavery was the ratification of the 13th Amendment in 1865. This amendment officially abolished slavery in the United States, ensuring that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime, would exist in the country. This was a monumental victory for the abolitionist movement and for the millions of African Americans who had endured centuries of enslavement. However, while the amendment abolished slavery, it left many important questions about the status and rights of freedmen unanswered. The struggle for civil rights for African Americans continued throughout Reconstruction, particularly with the establishment of the Freedmen's Bureau in 1865. The Freedmen's Bureau was a federal agency created to assist newly freed slaves and poor whites in the South by providing food, shelter, education, and legal aid. While the Bureau had notable successes, it was also met with resistance and had limited resources. The Bureau faced significant challenges in ensuring that freedmen were protected from the violence and exploitation of the South's white elite. As part of the broader effort to secure civil rights for African Americans, Congress passed the 14th and 15th Amendments. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, granted citizenship to anyone born or naturalized in the United States, and guaranteed equal protection under the law for all citizens, regardless of race. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, extended voting rights to African American men, ensuring that the right to vote could not be denied based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. These amendments were groundbreaking achievements in the fight for racial equality, but their full implementation would prove difficult in the face of Southern resistance. In the South, resistance to Reconstruction was fierce. White Southerners, many of whom had supported the Confederacy, sought to reassert their dominance over African Americans and prevent them from enjoying the full rights of citizenship. One of the most violent and prominent groups to emerge during this period was the Ku Klux Klan (KKK), founded in 1865. The KKK sought to intimidate, terrorize, and ultimately suppress African American participation in political and social life. Their violent tactics, which included lynching, arson, and murder, aimed to maintain white supremacy and undermine the Reconstruction government. Despite federal efforts to combat the Klan, including the passage of the Ku Klux Klan Act in 1871, the group remained a powerful force of resistance throughout the South. Another major obstacle to African American rights in the South was the introduction of black codes, laws designed to restrict the freedom of African Americans and maintain a system of racial control. These codes varied from state to state, but they generally sought to limit African Americans' ability to own property, work for fair wages, and move freely. In many ways, the black codes were a continuation of the pre-Civil War system of racial subjugation, disguised under the banner of legal restrictions. In response to the black codes and other forms of Southern resistance, the federal government pushed for more sweeping civil rights protections and sought to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments through military occupation and the presence of federal troops in the South. While there were significant gains for African Americans during the early years of Reconstruction, the period also saw the rise of segregation and the institution of Jim Crow laws. These laws, which emerged in the late 19th century, were a systematic set of state and local laws that enforced racial segregation and disenfranchised African Americans. The legal framework of Jim Crow laws would continue to oppress African Americans well into the 20th century, undermining the progress made during Reconstruction. The end of Reconstruction came in 1877, after the contested election of 1876. In a political compromise known as the Compromise of 1877, Republican Rutherford B. Hayes was awarded the presidency in exchange for the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. This marked the end of federal intervention in Southern politics and allowed the white supremacist Democrats to regain control of the Southern states. As a result, many of the gains made during Reconstruction were reversed, and African Americans in the South were left to face an environment of intense racial discrimination and violence. Reconstruction remains one of the most complex and contentious periods in American history. While it achieved important milestones, such as the abolition of slavery and the granting of civil rights to African Americans, the era also revealed the deep racial divisions and tensions that would persist for many decades. The legacy of Reconstruction is marked by the unfinished struggle for equality, as the promises of freedom and civil rights made during the period would be denied for many African Americans for generations to come. The legacy of the American Civil War is far-reaching and has had profound effects on the United States, both in the years immediately following the conflict and in the centuries since. The war not only shaped the course of American history, but it also influenced military strategy, technology, and the global balance of power. As we reflect on the impact of the war, it is clear that the Civil War played a crucial role in defining modern America and continues to resonate in contemporary debates on race, federalism, and national unity. One of the most significant and lasting consequences of the Civil War was the transformation of federal power. Prior to the war, the United States operated with a more decentralized system where states retained significant autonomy. However, the war fundamentally changed the relationship between the states and the federal government. The Union's victory reinforced the idea of a strong centralized federal government with authority over issues such as civil rights, national defense, and economic policy. The war also affirmed the supremacy of the federal government over state sovereignty, a concept that has shaped the political landscape of the United States ever since. In terms of civil rights, the Civil War was a turning point in American history. The abolition of slavery through the 13th Amendment was a monumental achievement, but the war also laid the foundation for future civil rights movements. The struggle for racial equality did not end with the Emancipation Proclamation or the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Rather, these events were the beginning of an ongoing battle for African Americans' full rights as citizens. While Reconstruction failed to deliver lasting change in the South, the fight for civil rights would continue in earnest throughout the 20th century, culminating in landmark legislation such as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The Civil War's legacy in shaping modern race relations is undeniable, as the war forced the nation to confront the deeply embedded issue of slavery and racism. The Civil War also had a profound impact on military strategy, technology, and warfare. The conflict introduced new tactics and technologies that would shape future wars both in the United States and abroad. The war saw the first large-scale use of rifled muskets, which allowed for more accurate and deadly long-range fire. It also marked the beginning of modern warfare, with the introduction of railroads and telegraphs, which revolutionized the speed and communication of military operations. Additionally, the Civil War was the first conflict to feature ironclad warships, which would change the nature of naval combat. These technological advancements would influence military strategies and warfare for decades to come, including in future conflicts such as World War I and World War II. The cultural legacy of the Civil War is also significant. The war has been the subject of countless books, films, and monuments, and its impact on American culture cannot be overstated. From the classic works of literature, such as Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe, to films like Gone with the Wind and Gettysburg, the Civil War has been portrayed and remembered in a variety of ways. Monuments to the war's battles and soldiers dot the landscape of the South, while the ongoing debates over the display of Confederate symbols and statues show that the war's cultural memory remains contested and divisive. The war's legacy continues to be a powerful force in shaping how Americans view their history, their identity, and their values. Finally, the lessons of the Civil War are still relevant in modern America. The war's outcome reinforced the importance of national unity and the consequences of division. The Civil War was fought over deeply entrenched issues, including slavery and states' rights, and its resolution showed that the preservation of the Union was paramount. In today's political climate, the lessons of the Civil War remind us of the dangers of division and the importance of compromise and reconciliation. The war demonstrated that the nation must find ways to bridge its differences, uphold the principles of democracy, and ensure that all citizens, regardless of race or background, have an equal place in the American story. In conclusion, the Civil War was not just a pivotal event in American history, it was a turning point in the development of modern society, both in the United States and the wider world. The war reshaped the nation's political, social, and cultural landscape, and its impact continues to be felt today. The Civil War's legacy is a testament to the enduring struggle for freedom, equality, and national unity, and it serves as a reminder of the complexities of building a nation that truly lives up to its ideals. The 1920s in the United States were marked by immense optimism and the belief that endless growth was possible. Following the devastation of World War I, America emerged as a global industrial leader. The economy surged ahead with new innovations, rising wages for some, and expanding access to consumer goods. Radios became standard household items, delivering entertainment and news to millions. Automobiles, once a luxury, became accessible to the average family due to Henry Ford's innovations in mass production. Electric power spread rapidly, transforming everyday life through the use of modern appliances. Skyscrapers rose above growing cities as the symbols of American ambition. Consumerism flourished. The advertising industry boomed, tapping into psychological strategies to sell not just products, but lifestyles. Department stores were filled with the latest conveniences and fashions, all increasingly available on credit. Americans were encouraged to embrace a new identity as consumers. Installment buying became the norm, and by the end of the decade, the majority of consumer goods were bought on credit. This allowed people to enjoy luxuries they couldn't afford outright, feeding into the illusion of universal prosperity. The stock market became the symbol of this economic confidence. From 1921 to 1929, stock prices soared and investing became mainstream. People from all walks of life jumped into the market, driven by tales of fortunes made overnight. Brokers offered easy credit through margin accounts, allowing people to purchase stocks with borrowed money. As the market rose, so did the appetite for risk. Investment trusts and other speculative vehicles multiplied, offering the illusion of diversification and safety, while concealing shaky fundamentals. However, the glittering surface of the Roaring Twenties masked critical vulnerabilities. Rural America was struggling. Farmers who had ramped up production during World War I faced a brutal downturn as global demand fell. Prices for crops collapsed. Many farmers had taken on debt to buy tractors and expand operations, only to find themselves unable to repay their loans. Foreclosures and bankruptcies spread across the countryside. Income inequality soared. By the end of the decade, the top 1% of Americans controlled over a third of the nation's wealth. Corporate profits surged, but wages for most workers stagnated. This imbalance created an economy where production outpaced the ability of consumers to purchase goods. While cities sparkled with modernity, many rural communities lived in poverty. Government policies during the decade favored business and limited regulation. President Calvin Coolidge's administration upheld a philosophy of minimal government interference. His famous declaration that the business of America is business reflected a widespread belief in laissez-faire capitalism. This hands-off approach extended into banking and finance, where little was done to manage the growing risk. The Federal Reserve, still a young institution, failed to use its tools effectively. For much of the 1920s, it kept interest rates low, encouraging borrowing. It wasn't until 1928 that it raised rates to try and cool the overheated market, but by then, speculation had run rampant. The central bank acted inconsistently and without a clear strategy, missing opportunities to prevent the looming collapse. Herbert Hoover, elected in 1928, was a man of intelligence, experience, and public service. He had gained international respect for his humanitarian work during and after World War I. As president, he believed deeply in the power of individual effort, local action, and voluntary cooperation. But his faith in American resilience and market self-correction led him to underestimate the scale and speed of the economic unraveling. Meanwhile, Wall Street embodied the nation's unchecked optimism. Powerful institutions like J.P. Morgan and National City Bank fueled the boom. Investment trusts lured everyday investors into complex schemes with promises of high returns. Few understood the risks they were taking. Newspaper headlines focused on market highs, further feeding the frenzy. By the summer of 1929, the economic engine began to sputter. Steel output dropped. Automobile sales declined. Construction faltered. But the public remained entranced by rising stock prices. Few listened to the warnings of economists and skeptical financial experts. The myth of permanent prosperity had taken root. The Roaring Twenties were a decade of technological progress, cultural transformation, and unprecedented economic growth. But they were also a time of reckless speculation, rising inequality, and policy failures. Beneath the surface of apparent prosperity lay deep cracks in the economic foundation. In the next chapter, we will examine how those cracks widened into a catastrophic collapse that brought the global economy to its knees. By the fall of 1929, the American economy stood on a precipice. The illusion of endless prosperity had gripped the nation, fueled by a decade of growth, rising stock prices, and unchecked speculation. But behind the euphoria were warning signs: declining industrial output, slowing consumer spending, and an overextended stock market swollen with borrowed money. What happened next would become a defining moment in American history. October 24th, 1929, known as Black Thursday, marked the beginning of the end for the roaring stock market. That morning, panic gripped Wall Street as millions of shares were dumped in a flurry of fear. Prices plummeted. Rumors of financial instability had triggered a wave of sell-offs, and investors rushed to get out. By the end of the day, nearly 13 million shares had changed hands, a record at the time. Major banks, including J.P. Morgan and Company, intervened by pooling resources to buy large blocks of stock and restore confidence. It worked temporarily. The market stabilized, and many hoped the worst had passed. But the reprieve was short-lived. Just 4 days later, on Monday, October 28th, Black Monday, the market suffered a devastating blow. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped nearly 13% in a single day. Panic returned with full force. The psychological impact of the crash deepened as newspapers across the country reported massive losses. Confidence evaporated. Then came October 29th, Black Tuesday, the most infamous day in the history of the U.S. stock market. That morning, thousands of investors crowded outside the New York Stock Exchange. Inside, chaos reigned. A staggering 16 million shares were traded, and prices collapsed. Entire fortunes vanished in hours. Some investors, ruined and desperate, reportedly took their own lives, though many of these stories have been exaggerated in retrospect. Still, the emotional and financial toll was unprecedented. What caused this monumental collapse? Several key factors converged. First and foremost, the market had become wildly overvalued. Stock prices no longer reflected the actual performance of companies, but were instead driven by speculative fervor. Investors believed the market could only go up. Buying on margin, using borrowed money to purchase stocks, exacerbated the risk. When prices began to fall, margin calls forced investors to sell, triggering a cascade of panic selling. The crash also exposed the fragile nature of the American financial system. There was no government insurance on bank deposits. There were few regulations on securities trading. As the crash unfolded, banks that had heavily invested in the market or lent money to investors began to fail. While the Federal Reserve had the tools to intervene, it chose to stand aside, believing the market would self-correct. Despite the widespread damage, it is important to understand that the stock market crash did not cause the Great Depression. Rather, it signaled the beginning of a much deeper economic unraveling. In the months that followed, consumer confidence declined. People cut back on spending. Businesses reduced production. Layoffs increased. The financial shockwave spread from Wall Street to Main Street. Credit markets froze. Banks tightened lending. Thousands of small banks failed, wiping out the savings of millions of Americans. Without access to credit, businesses couldn't operate, and consumers couldn't buy. A vicious cycle of decline took hold. Farm prices collapsed even further. Industrial output plummeted. Unemployment began to climb. The crash also had international repercussions. The US was a major creditor nation, and as American banks faltered, they called in loans from Europe. This put enormous pressure on already fragile European economies, particularly in Germany, which was still struggling under the burden of reparations from World War I. Global trade contracted. Nations raised tariffs in a desperate attempt to protect their economies, further exacerbating the downturn. The stock market crash of 1929 was the spark that ignited the global economic crisis. It shattered illusions of invincibility and exposed the underlying weaknesses of the US and world economies. But it was only the beginning. The years that followed would bring bank failures, mass unemployment, and widespread suffering. In the next chapter, we will examine how these early tremors grew into a full-blown economic disaster, and how a nation struggled to understand what went wrong. The immediate aftermath of the stock market crash in 1929 set off a devastating chain of events that rippled through the entire economy. What began as a financial shock quickly escalated into a full-blown banking crisis. By 1933, the United States had entered the darkest phase of the Great Depression, characterized by widespread bank failures, evaporating savings, and the deepening human toll on ordinary Americans. The fragile financial system that had once been seen as a bedrock of American prosperity now lay exposed, unable to withstand the strain of a collapsing economy. As the stock market plummeted, the first victims were those who had invested heavily in stocks. For many, their investments were not only wiped out, but they had also borrowed money to buy shares. With margin calls and the collapse of the stock market, individuals who had been optimistic about the future now found themselves drowning in debt. But the effects didn't stop there. The entire banking system was deeply connected to the stock market, and many of the nation's banks had invested heavily in the now worthless stocks. In the wake of the crash, panic spread like wildfire. Fearful depositors, seeing their banks in financial trouble, rushed to withdraw their savings. The problem was that most banks did not keep enough cash on hand to meet the massive demand for withdrawals. The so-called bank runs became widespread, and many institutions, unable to meet their obligations, were forced to close their doors. This caused even more panic, as people realized that their savings were no longer accessible. It was a vicious cycle. Bank closures led to more panic, which led to more bank failures. Between 1930 and 1933, the United States saw nearly 10,000 bank failures. Small community banks, which had been the backbone of many local economies, were hit especially hard. The failure of these banks left millions of Americans without access to their hard-earned money. Farmers, small business owners, and working-class families were particularly vulnerable. Without their savings, many were left destitute. Part of the reason for the catastrophic failures was the absence of federal deposit insurance. Before the creation of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation (FDIC) in 1933, There was no government protection for bank deposits. This meant that if a bank failed, depositors had no recourse to recover their savings. Many Americans had no idea how fragile the banking system was until it was too late. Compounding the problem was the gold standard, which limited the ability of the US government to respond effectively to the crisis. Under the gold standard, the US could only issue as much money as it had in gold reserves. This created a situation in which the government had limited flexibility to expand the money supply and stimulate the economy. The gold standard tied the hands of policymakers who desperately needed to inject liquidity into the system to ease the banking crisis. As banks failed and the economy contracted, the US was unable to use monetary policy to address the growing crisis. The collapse of the banking system had a direct and profound impact on the lives of millions of ordinary Americans. People who had spent decades saving for retirement or building a small business found themselves losing everything in the blink of an eye. Farmers who had borrowed money to buy land or equipment saw their properties foreclosed. In some cases, entire families lost their homes and livelihoods. For many, the failure of the banks meant not just the loss of savings, but the end of their hopes and dreams. Take, for example, the story of the McAllister family in rural Indiana. They had worked for years to save enough money to buy a small farm. With the purchase, they hoped to build a secure future for their children. But when the bank that held their savings collapsed in 1931, the McAllisters lost everything. The bank's failure meant that the mortgage on their farm was called in, and they were unable to make the payment. Their home was foreclosed, and they were forced to leave the land that had been their only source of livelihood. The McAllisters were not alone. There were countless other families like them across the country. In cities, the impact was just as severe. The collapse of banks led to widespread unemployment. Without access to credit, small businesses could no longer operate, and many were forced to lay off workers. As businesses closed and people lost their jobs, the economic situation worsened. Unemployment rates soared, reaching 25% by 1933. Families who had once been self-sufficient found themselves living in makeshift shacks or homeless shelters, dependent on soup kitchens and government relief. The banking collapse and subsequent financial contagion were key events that deepened the Great Depression. As banks failed and savings evaporated, confidence in the financial system was shattered. The resulting loss of wealth and the inability to access credit led to a dramatic contraction of the economy. The pain of the banking crisis was felt by nearly every American, but it was the poorest and most vulnerable who suffered the most. This period of financial devastation lasted for years. As more banks failed and more businesses closed, the economic landscape became increasingly bleak. Farmers were hit especially hard, as falling commodity prices, rising debt, and the failure of local banks created a perfect storm of economic hardship. In the next chapter, we will examine how the federal government responded to the banking collapse and the key measures that were taken to try and halt the spiraling economic decline. The Great Depression, which began in the United States in 1929, quickly spread across the globe, affecting countries in Europe, Latin America, Asia, and beyond. While the initial cause of the crisis was the collapse of the stock market, the far-reaching consequences of the Depression were a result of global economic interdependence. The effects of the crash were felt deeply in nations that were already fragile, and the interconnectedness of international trade, debts, and policies caused the crisis to spiral out of control, transforming a national disaster into a worldwide catastrophe. In Europe, the Depression hit particularly hard. Many countries had still not fully recovered from the devastation of World War I, and the global economic downturn exacerbated existing problems. One of the most affected nations was Germany, which had been burdened by crippling reparations payments as part of the Treaty of Versailles. The German economy had relied heavily on loans from American banks to meet these obligations. When the US economy collapsed and American banks stopped lending, Germany's ability to pay reparations was severely hampered. This led to a chain reaction. The German economy contracted further, unemployment skyrocketed, and political instability grew. The economic strain in Germany contributed to the rise of extremism, which would eventually lead to the election of Adolf Hitler in 1933. In Britain, the Depression caused severe deflation as the British pound came under pressure. Faced with high levels of debt, the British government was forced to abandon the gold standard in 1931, which had tied the pound to gold reserves and limited the country's ability to respond to the crisis. The decision to leave the gold standard allowed Britain to devalue the pound, which made British exports cheaper and helped stimulate trade with other countries. However, the economic situation remained dire, with mass unemployment and widespread poverty, particularly in the industrial regions of the north. The government's austerity measures, including cuts to public spending, only deepened the suffering for many British citizens. In the colonies of European powers, the impact of the Depression was equally devastating. Colonial economies were heavily dependent on the export of raw materials, and as global demand for commodities such as rubber, sugar, and oil fell, so did the economic well-being of many colonized nations. In Africa, Latin America, and Asia, the collapse of international trade led to widespread unemployment, food shortages, and social unrest. Colonial governments, which were already struggling to maintain control over vast and diverse territories, found themselves facing increasing challenges as economic hardship and political instability grew. One of the key factors that exacerbated the global depression was the collapse of international trade. As countries faced growing economic challenges, many turned inward, raising tariffs and restricting trade in an effort to protect their own industries and jobs. The United States, under the leadership of President Herbert Hoover, passed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff in 1930. The tariff, which raised taxes on imported goods to historically high levels, was intended to protect American industries from foreign competition. However, it backfired. Other countries retaliated by imposing their own tariffs on American goods, and global trade contracted dramatically. The tariff deepened the global depression by worsening the economic downturn in countries that depended on exports, including Canada, Latin American nations, and European countries. The collapse of trade created a vicious cycle in which nations turned inward and sought to protect their own interests, leading to a further deterioration of the global economy. To fully understand the global spread of the Depression, we must also consider the role of global financial institutions and the international banking system. The collapse of American banks had far-reaching consequences for banks in Europe and elsewhere. Many European banks had invested heavily in US markets, and when the American stock market crashed, they faced massive losses. The resulting banking crisis, combined with the collapse of international trade, further deepened the global depression. Countries in both the developed and developing world were forced to respond to the crisis, but the lack of coordinated international action made recovery more difficult. Maps and historical data from the period show the widespread nature of the economic collapse. Unemployment in Europe soared, and poverty and unrest became common in many cities. The effects were particularly severe in nations such as Germany and Britain, where political instability contributed to social unrest. In the colonies, the economic crisis had far-reaching consequences, as colonial powers struggled to maintain control over their territories in the face of growing discontent. The global nature of the Depression led to a massive rethinking of economic policies and international cooperation. The Great Depression had a lasting impact on the world. It exposed the fragility of the global economic system and the risks of relying on international trade without sufficient safeguards. It also highlighted the deep inequalities in the global economy, particularly between industrialized nations and their colonies. The failure of the international system to prevent the depression from spreading contributed to the growing disillusionment with free market capitalism and laid the groundwork for the rise of more interventionist economic policies in the years to come. In the next chapter, we will explore the political and social consequences of the Depression, as the economic hardship faced by millions led to the rise of extremist political movements and the transformation of the global political landscape. The Great Depression was not only an economic crisis, it was a deeply human one. The lives of millions of Americans were shattered as the country plunged into the worst economic downturn in modern history. For many, the Depression meant losing everything they had worked for. Jobs disappeared, homes were lost, and families were torn apart. Yet, despite the overwhelming hardship, the resilience of the American people shone through as they struggled to survive, adapt, and endure. Unemployment reached staggering levels. By 1933, 1 in 4 Americans was out of work, and even those who still had jobs saw their wages slashed. The cities, once bustling hubs of industry and commerce, were now filled with men and women desperately seeking work that didn't exist. In urban areas, the poor crowded together in makeshift shacks, known as Hoovervilles, named derisively after President Herbert Hoover. These shantytowns were scattered across the country, often on the outskirts of major cities. The conditions in Hoovervilles were grim. People lived in cardboard and scrap wood shacks, with no running water, no electricity, and no sanitation. Disease was rampant, and life in these communities was marked by poverty and desperation. Soup lines became a common sight in every city. With so many out of work and no money to buy food, charity kitchens and churches became the lifeline for many families. People lined up for hours, hoping to get a hot meal, but even that small comfort was out of reach for many. The food was often basic and inadequate, but for the hungry, it was a rare taste of sustenance in an otherwise bleak existence. Families often went without, rationing what little food they had left in an effort to survive. Children, once the hope and future of their families, were now an added burden as parents struggled to provide for them. Many mothers with heavy hearts fed their children what little they could while they themselves went without. The human toll of the Depression was not just about hunger and homelessness. The emotional and psychological effects were just as devastating. People who had once felt secure in their ability to provide for their families found themselves paralyzed by fear and shame. Men who had traditionally been the breadwinners found their identities shattered. Many experienced deep shame at their inability to provide, and some turned to alcohol or other vices to numb the pain. Families were broken by the stress and hardship. Marriages were strained, and in some cases couples split apart. The strain of financial ruin and the constant struggle to survive led to a breakdown of mental health for many individuals. While the urban areas bore the brunt of the financial collapse, rural America suffered its own unique set of challenges. The Dust Bowl, a severe environmental disaster that struck the Great Plains, compounded the suffering of farmers and their families. The Dust Bowl was caused by a combination of poor farming practices, over-farming, and a prolonged drought. The winds kicked up massive dust storms that blotted out the sun and made it nearly impossible to grow crops. The land, once fertile and productive, turned to dust. Entire farms were abandoned as families packed up and fled in search of a better life. The migration of these families, particularly to California, became one of the most iconic features of the Great Depression. The Dust Bowl migrants, often referred to as Okies, left behind their homes and farms in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and other parts of the Great Plains. They traveled westward, hoping to find work in California's agricultural fields. What they found was more hardship. California, struggling with its own economic problems, was unable to provide the relief that these migrants desperately needed. Instead, they were met with hostility and discrimination. Many were forced into camps where conditions were little better than the ones they had left behind. But still, they held on to the hope that a better life awaited them. They lived on the margins of society, scraping together whatever work they could find in the fields, often for meager wages. They were the forgotten Americans, struggling to survive in an America that had turned its back on them. Interviews and letters from the period provide a powerful window into the emotional landscape of the Great Depression. One letter from a mother in a Hooverville in Chicago, written to her sister, poignantly describes the toll the Depression has taken on her family. "We haven't had a decent meal in weeks, and I'm so tired, but I have to keep going for the kids. I just don't know how much longer we can last." Another letter from a father in the Dust Bowl states, "We worked the land for so long, but now it's all gone. The dust keeps blowing, and I don't know what we're supposed to do. I've lost everything." These voices of despair were echoed by countless others across the country. Diary entries from the period, written by individuals facing the hardest times of their lives, provide a deeply personal perspective on the emotional cost of the Depression. One diary entry from a young woman living in a small town in Texas reads, "Every day feels the same. My family doesn't have enough food, and the bank is about to take our house. I'm scared. What happens to us after this? I can't even dream about a better future anymore." Another entry from a migrant mother moving westward describes the pain of leaving home behind. "I don't know if we'll ever make it, but I have to keep telling myself that California will be better. We can't stay here anymore. There's nothing left." Through these voices, through the letters, the diaries, the personal stories, we can begin to understand the human toll of the Great Depression. It was not just an economic catastrophe, but a personal tragedy for millions of Americans. It was a time of hardship, heartache, and survival. Yet it was also a time of incredible resilience. Despite the overwhelming odds, people fought to stay afloat, to keep their families together, and to survive. The Great Depression left deep scars, but it also shaped a generation of Americans who learned to endure, to rebuild, and to hope for a better future. In the next chapter, we will explore how the government responded to this unprecedented crisis through a series of bold programs and reforms that sought to alleviate the suffering and lay the foundation for future recovery. As the Great Depression spread across the United States, President Herbert Hoover's policies and actions became the subject of intense debate. Hoover, who had risen to power in 1928 with promises of continuing prosperity, faced a monumental crisis that seemed beyond his control. Despite his intelligence, experience, and strong belief in individualism, his response to the Depression was often seen as inadequate. In his view, government intervention should be limited, but the scale of the economic collapse soon showed that his approach was not enough to stem the tide of suffering. Hoover's early response to the crisis was guided by his belief in the power of private initiative and local government to resolve economic problems. At first he resisted direct federal intervention, assuming that the economy would naturally recover on its own. He believed that businesses and local charities could provide the necessary relief without federal aid. However, as unemployment soared and the economic situation worsened, Hoover's initial response began to seem increasingly inadequate. One of Hoover's key initiatives was the creation of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation (RFC) in 1932. The RFC was designed to provide emergency loans to banks, businesses and state governments in an effort to stabilize the economy and prevent further collapses. By giving loans to banks, Hoover hoped to ensure that credit would flow again and businesses would stay afloat. The idea was that the RFC would act as a backstop, preventing the complete collapse of financial institutions and providing relief to businesses. However, the RFC's efforts were slow and inconsistent. Many of the loans went to large corporations and wealthy banks, rather than directly assisting individuals who had lost their jobs or homes. The funds that did reach smaller institutions were often too little to make a significant difference. The public, struggling with widespread unemployment and hunger, felt that the federal government's response was not enough. While the RFC may have helped prevent further banking collapses, it did little to alleviate the suffering of everyday Americans. Hoover's reluctance to implement direct relief programs, such as unemployment benefits or public works projects, also led to a growing sense of frustration among the American public. Many people believed that Hoover was too focused on maintaining the principles of limited government and individual responsibility, while the needs of the suffering population were ignored. This growing frustration fueled public discontent and led to the rise of movements that demanded more immediate action. One of the most dramatic manifestations of this frustration was the Bonus Army protest of 1932. The Bonus Army was a group of approximately 20,000 World War I veterans who had been promised a cash bonus for their service, to be paid in 1945. Faced with unemployment, poverty, and homelessness during the Depression, these veterans, along with their families, marched on Washington, D.C. to demand early payment of their bonuses. The Bonus Army's march on the Capitol was initially peaceful, and the protesters camped in makeshift camps near the White House, hoping to meet with President Hoover to discuss their demands. However, Hoover, fearing the political ramifications of granting the veterans' request, refused to meet with them and sent law enforcement to disperse the protesters. As tensions rose, Hoover ordered the U.S. Army, under the command of General Douglas MacArthur, to forcibly remove the veterans from their camps. The military used tanks and tear gas to clear the veterans, and the violent eviction became a shocking spectacle in the national media. The public reaction to the treatment of the Bonus Army was one of outrage. Many Americans were horrified by the sight of war heroes being driven from their encampments by the military, and Hoover's approval rating plummeted. The incident reinforced the perception that Hoover was out of touch with the suffering of ordinary Americans and unwilling to take decisive action to address the crisis. His failure to connect with the public, combined with his reluctance to take bold action, marked a turning point in his presidency. By 1932, Hoover's popularity had eroded to the point where he faced serious challenges in the upcoming presidential election. The American public, exhausted and disillusioned by the Depression, was ready for change. Enter Franklin D. Roosevelt, the Democratic candidate who promised a new approach to the crisis. Roosevelt's campaign focused on providing direct relief to the unemployed, reforming the banking system, and creating public works programs to stimulate the economy. His message of hope resonated deeply with Americans who were struggling to make ends meet. As the 1932 election approached, the contrast between Hoover and Roosevelt could not have been more stark. Hoover, once seen as a competent and capable leader, was now viewed by many as a symbol of government ineptitude. Roosevelt, by contrast, offered a vision of a government that would take bold, decisive action to address the Depression and provide a safety net for those in need. On November 8, 1932, Franklin D. Roosevelt won a landslide victory in the presidential election with over 57% of the vote. The election of Roosevelt marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape, signaling the end of Hoover's presidency and the beginning of a new era of government intervention and social welfare programs. Roosevelt's New Deal would reshape the American economy and society, setting the stage for a more active role of the federal government in economic affairs. In retrospect, Hoover's presidency is often remembered as a cautionary tale of leadership during a time of crisis. His belief in the principles of limited government and individual responsibility, while noble in theory, proved inadequate when faced with the scale of the Great Depression. Hoover's response to the crisis was too slow, too indirect, and ultimately too limited to prevent the collapse of the American economy or to ease the suffering of millions. The Bonus Army protest and the failure of the RFC to provide meaningful relief to individuals underscored Hoover's inability to meet the needs of the American people. The 1932 election, in which Hoover was decisively defeated by Roosevelt, marked a pivotal moment in American history. The Depression had exposed the shortcomings of Hoover's approach, and the nation was ready for change. Roosevelt's victory ushered in a new era of government intervention and reform, as the country sought to recover from the deepest economic crisis it had ever known. In the wake of Herbert Hoover's failure to address the devastating economic challenges of the Great Depression, a new leader emerged to reshape America's future. Franklin D. Roosevelt, a former governor of New York with a reputation for energy and optimism, was elected president in 1932. His arrival in Washington marked the beginning of a new era in American politics and government. Roosevelt's response to the Depression, known as the New Deal, would transform the nation, redefine the role of the federal government, and offer a glimmer of hope to millions of Americans who had been left in despair. Upon taking office, Roosevelt wasted no time in tackling the economic crisis. He immediately sought to provide relief, recovery, and reform through a series of bold and expansive programs. Roosevelt's New Deal aimed to address the immediate needs of the American people, create jobs, and stabilize the financial system. His approach was different from Hoover's, as Roosevelt believed in active government intervention and the need for a strong federal response to help lift the country out of the Depression. One of the first initiatives Roosevelt launched was the Civilian Conservation Corps (CCC), which aimed to provide jobs for young men in environmental conservation projects. The CCC employed over 3 million young men who worked on projects such as reforestation, flood control, and park development. This program not only helped to address the country's environmental issues, but also provided much-needed employment to young men who had few other opportunities. Another critical program introduced by Roosevelt was the Tennessee Valley Authority (TVA), which sought to address the economic challenges faced by the Tennessee Valley, one of the poorest regions in the United States. The TVA focused on flood control, rural electrification, and economic development in the region. By building dams and power plants, the TVA brought electricity to remote areas, improved agricultural productivity, and created jobs. The TVA was a key example of how the federal government could use its power to directly improve the lives of ordinary citizens. The Works Progress Administration, WPA, was another cornerstone of the New Deal. It employed millions of Americans in public works projects, including the construction of roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals. The WPA was particularly notable for its emphasis on hiring artists, writers, and musicians, providing them with government contracts to create murals, write literature, and produce plays. This aspect of the WPA helped to ensure that the arts remained a vibrant part of American culture during a difficult period, while also providing work for those who had seen their careers and livelihoods disrupted by the Depression. Perhaps one of the most lasting legacies of the New Deal was the creation of Social Security. Signed into law in 1935, the Social Security Act established a system of old age pensions, unemployment insurance, and welfare for the needy. The program was designed to provide a safety net for Americans who had been left vulnerable by the economic collapse. Social Security became a cornerstone of the American welfare state, and over time it would be expanded to cover more groups of people, including those with disabilities and survivors of deceased workers. While the New Deal programs were celebrated by many for providing relief to struggling Americans, they also faced significant opposition. Some critics, particularly conservatives, argued that Roosevelt's policies were an overreach of government power and would undermine the free market system. They believed that Roosevelt's interventions would lead to excessive government control over the economy and create a dependence on federal aid. Additionally, some believed that the New Deal did not do enough to address the structural inequalities in American society, particularly those faced by African Americans and women. Despite these criticisms, Roosevelt's New Deal enjoyed widespread popularity among the American public. Many Americans saw Roosevelt as a savior who understood their struggles and was willing to take bold steps to address their needs. The New Deal's emphasis on job creation, direct relief, and economic reform gave hope to millions who had lost everything in the Depression. Roosevelt's Fireside Chats, a series of radio broadcasts in which he spoke directly to the American people, were instrumental in building trust and fostering a sense of unity and confidence in his leadership. Roosevelt's ability to communicate with the public made him one of the most beloved presidents in American history. However, not all Americans were convinced that the New Deal was the solution to the nation's problems. Some, particularly those on the political left, argued that Roosevelt's programs did not go far enough in challenging the economic elites or addressing the needs of the most vulnerable Americans. Figures like Huey Long, a populist Louisiana governor, proposed more radical alternatives, such as wealth redistribution and guaranteed incomes for all citizens. Long's Share Our Wealth program gained significant traction, particularly among those who felt that Roosevelt had failed to address the deep inequalities of American society. The New Deal's legacy is complex and multifaceted. While it succeeded in providing immediate relief to millions of Americans and reshaping the relationship between the federal government and the people, it did not end the Depression. World War II, which began in 1939, would ultimately bring the United States out of the economic crisis by creating an unprecedented demand for war materials and by mobilizing the economy for military production. However, the New Deal laid the foundation for the modern welfare state and permanently altered the role of the federal government in American life. The New Deal also had lasting effects on American political culture. It realigned the American political system, with the Democratic Party becoming the party of the working class, minorities, and the poor. Roosevelt's success in navigating the Depression and reshaping the American economy would solidify his place as one of the most influential presidents in U.S. history. His leadership during this tumultuous period continues to be a touchstone for debates over the role of government in times of crisis. In the next chapter, we will explore the political and economic challenges that arose during the New Deal era, including the rise of opposition movements and the eventual end of the New Deal's most ambitious programs. As the United States continued to grapple with the effects of the Great Depression, the federal government and the financial system were forced to confront a range of challenges that would reshape the nation's economic structure. One of the most important institutions in the early response to the Depression was the Federal Reserve, which played a central role in shaping the nation's monetary policy. Initially, the Federal Reserve's actions contributed to the deepening of the crisis, but in the years following Franklin D. Roosevelt's election, the Fed's policies shifted dramatically, leading to a permanent transformation of America's financial system. In the early years of the Depression, the Federal Reserve responded to the crisis with monetary tightening. This decision, based on the belief that high interest rates would help maintain the value of the dollar and prevent inflation, had disastrous consequences. As the Fed raised interest rates and reduced the money supply, it inadvertently exacerbated the economic contraction, deepening deflation and further stifling recovery. Businesses were unable to borrow and invest, and individuals found it more difficult to secure credit. As a result, the economy spiraled downward and the depression deepened. Deflation, the general decline in prices, became a major concern during the Depression. As the supply of money contracted and demand for goods and services plummeted, prices for goods such as food and clothing dropped dramatically. While lower prices might seem beneficial at first glance, deflation during the Depression was disastrous. It increased the real burden of debt for both individuals and businesses, making it even harder to repay loans and exacerbating bankruptcies. At the same time, wages fell and unemployment soared, creating a vicious cycle of economic decline. By 1932, as the nation struggled with worsening economic conditions, Roosevelt's administration recognized the need for a more aggressive and proactive monetary policy. One of the first steps in this new direction was the creation of a more flexible approach to the gold standard, which had been a cornerstone of the American monetary system for over a century. Under the gold standard, the US dollar was directly tied to a fixed amount of gold, which limited the amount of money that could be issued by the Federal Reserve. This constraint was seen as a key factor in the tight money supply and deflationary pressures that had contributed to the Depression. In 1933, Roosevelt took decisive action to address the nation's financial troubles by suspending the gold standard. In what became known as the Gold Reserve Act of 1934, the U.S. government confiscated gold from private citizens and businesses. People were required to exchange their gold coins, gold bullion, and gold certificates for paper currency at a fixed rate, thus increasing the amount of money in circulation and loosening the constraints imposed by the gold standard. This was a bold move that was deeply controversial at the time, but it was part of Roosevelt's broader strategy to combat deflation and stimulate economic recovery. The Gold Reserve Act also set the stage for a dramatic devaluation of the US dollar. By reducing the dollar's link to gold and increasing the money supply, Roosevelt was able to lower the value of the dollar relative to other currencies. This devaluation was designed to make American goods more competitive in global markets by making them cheaper for foreign buyers. It also helped to raise prices for goods in the US, which in turn provided some relief for farmers and businesses that had been struggling under the weight of falling prices. The decision to devalue the dollar and abandon the gold standard marked a pivotal moment in American economic history. Roosevelt's actions signaled a fundamental shift away from the classical economic principles that had dominated U.S. monetary policy since the 19th century. The U.S. government under Roosevelt was now willing to intervene directly in the financial system in ways that had been unimaginable just a few years earlier. The end of the gold standard marked the beginning of a new era in which the federal government would play an active role in managing the economy, a role that would continue to expand throughout the 20th century. Alongside these changes, Roosevelt's administration also worked to reform the banking system. The Banking Act of 1933, also known as the Glass-Steagall Act, was another key piece of New Deal legislation. This law separated commercial banking from investment banking, reducing the risks of speculative investment and protecting consumers' savings. It also established the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, which provided insurance for bank deposits up to a certain amount, giving Americans greater confidence in the safety of their savings. The FDIC was a crucial step in restoring public trust in the banking system, which had been shattered by a wave of bank failures during the early years of the Depression. By insuring deposits, The FDIC helped to stabilize the banking system and reduce the fear of losing savings in the event of a bank failure. This in turn encouraged people to deposit money in banks rather than hoard it at home, which helped to inject liquidity back into the financial system and promote economic activity. In addition to these reforms, Roosevelt's administration also worked to stabilize the financial markets through the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. This law created the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC), which was tasked with regulating the stock market and protecting investors from fraud and manipulation. The SEC's creation marked a shift toward more active government oversight of the financial system and laid the groundwork for modern securities regulation. By the time Roosevelt left office in 1945, the U.S. financial system had undergone a profound transformation. The policies he implemented during the New Deal, particularly those related to monetary policy and banking reform, would have lasting effects on the American economy. The abandonment of the gold standard and the devaluation of the dollar set the stage for the modern era of flexible exchange rates and greater government intervention in the economy. The establishment of the FDIC, the SEC, and the broader regulatory framework for the financial system helped to restore stability and public confidence, ensuring that the mistakes of the 1920s and early 1930s would not be repeated. In the next chapter, we will examine the long-term effects of Roosevelt's financial reforms, including how they shaped the post-war economic boom and the role of the U.S. in the global economy. The Great Depression was not only an economic catastrophe, but also a profound cultural and psychological experience for millions of Americans. While many struggled with unemployment, poverty, and the loss of homes, others sought solace and meaning through the arts. Artists, musicians, writers, and filmmakers helped shape a cultural response to the hardships of the time, offering both reflections of despair and rays of hope. The Depression, in many ways, influenced the direction of American culture and left lasting marks on the national psyche. The literature of the 1930s was dominated by authors who explored the struggles of everyday people, capturing the harsh realities of life during the Depression. One of the most iconic voices of this period was John Steinbeck, whose novels like The Grapes of Wrath and Of Mice and Men depicted the devastation experienced by farmers and migrant workers. Steinbeck's portrayal of the Joad family's journey westward in search of work highlighted the resilience of the human spirit, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. His work resonated deeply with those affected by the Depression and brought attention to the economic and social injustices faced by the poor and disenfranchised. Alongside Steinbeck's literary contributions, musicians like Woody Guthrie provided a soundtrack for the Depression. Guthrie's folk songs, such as This Land Is Your Land and Do Re Mi, expressed the struggles of the working class, particularly migrant laborers, and reflected the deep sense of injustice and hardship that many Americans were experiencing. His music became an anthem for those who sought a voice in a time of hardship, and was a reminder of the power of music to provide both solace and a call for social change. The Depression era also saw a surge in the popularity of cinema, which provided an escape from the harsh realities of life. Hollywood films offered audiences a mix of escapism and social commentary, helping people to forget, if only for a few hours, the struggles they faced. Musicals, comedies, and epic dramas flourished, offering a form of entertainment that allowed people to momentarily disconnect from their problems. At the same time, films like The Grapes of Wrath, adapted from Steinbeck's novel, and Modern Times starring Charlie Chaplin, offered sobering reflections on the impact of industrialization and economic hardship on ordinary Americans. Radio, however, was the medium that truly brought Americans together during the Depression. As the most popular form of entertainment and communication, radio allowed people across the country to connect with each other and with their leaders. One of the most significant uses of radio during the Depression was Franklin D. Roosevelt's fireside chats. These radio broadcasts, which began in 1933, allowed Roosevelt to speak directly to the American people in a reassuring and intimate manner. In an era of widespread anxiety and uncertainty, Roosevelt's calming voice and clear explanations of his policies helped to restore a sense of hope and confidence. The fireside chats were a vital tool in building trust between the president and the public and provided a sense of unity during a time of national crisis. In addition to providing entertainment and connection, radio also served as a platform for the burgeoning labor movement. The economic hardships of the Depression spurred the growth of unions and workers' rights organizations as workers sought to secure better wages and working conditions. Radio broadcasts helped to spread the message of labor activism and unionization, as many Americans listened to programs that highlighted the struggles of workers and the importance of collective bargaining. The radio provided a voice for union leaders like John L. Bullock, Lewis, head of the United Mine Workers, and other labor figures who became influential during this period. The rise of unions during the Depression was a direct response to the exploitation and mistreatment of workers by large corporations. As unemployment soared and working conditions worsened, labor unions became a powerful force in advocating for the rights of workers. The passage of the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, in 1933, which aimed to establish fair labor standards and provide workers with the right to organize, marked a significant shift in the relationship between labor and management. The NIRA and other New Deal legislation provided a legal framework for labor unions to gain strength and influence. During the Depression, there was a growing recognition of the need to protect workers and ensure their rights in the workplace. The rise of union movements not only changed the nature of labor relations, but also helped to shape the broader social and political landscape of the time. Unionization efforts during the Depression were a critical part of the struggle for economic justice and equality in the United States. The cultural shifts brought about by the Depression were not just limited to the arts and labor movements. The national psyche was also deeply impacted by the prolonged economic struggle. The Depression eroded the sense of optimism that had characterized the previous decade, replacing it with a sense of caution and resilience. People learned to live with less, and many embraced a culture of thrift and self-reliance. Yet, at the same time, the Depression sparked a collective sense of solidarity, as Americans looked to each other for support and found strength in their shared experiences. In the years following the Depression, the cultural impact of this period would continue to shape American life. The music, literature and films of the 1930s would remain deeply influential, offering lessons on perseverance, justice, and the importance of community. The labor movement would also continue to evolve, shaping labor rights and economic policy for decades to come. And the fireside chats would serve as a model for future presidents, illustrating the power of direct communication in times of crisis. The Great Depression, with all its hardships, was also a time of tremendous cultural change. It reshaped the way Americans saw their world, their economy, and each other. The arts, radio, and labor movements played pivotal roles in helping the nation survive the darkest period in its history, and the legacy of this era continues to be felt in American culture today. In the next chapter, we will examine the end of the Depression and the role of World War II in bringing about the recovery that the New Deal alone could not achieve. By the late 1930s, the United States was on the long road to recovery, though the scars of the Great Depression remained deeply embedded in the national consciousness. While the New Deal had provided critical relief, employment and reforms, the recovery was slow and uneven. For many Americans, life still felt uncertain, but there were emerging signs of improvement. The economic landscape was shifting, with key indicators pointing toward a gradual but sustained recovery. One of the most significant early signs of recovery in the late 1930s was the steady growth in industrial output. Factories that had been idle during the worst years of the Depression began to hum with activity again. The manufacturing sector, which had been devastated by falling demand and widespread bankruptcies, saw a surge in production as consumer confidence grew. The revival of key industries such as automobiles, steel, and consumer goods fueled optimism, and jobs were slowly being restored. The agricultural sector also showed signs of improvement, particularly after the passage of the Agricultural Adjustment Act (AAA), which had been part of Roosevelt's New Deal. This legislation sought to raise crop prices by paying farmers to reduce production, thereby addressing the severe economic pressures faced by the agricultural community. While the effectiveness of the AAA was debated, it did provide some relief to struggling farmers and helped stabilize the agricultural market. Additionally, the rise of new farming technologies and practices gradually improved productivity and efficiency. However, despite these signs of recovery, the nation was far from fully recovered. Unemployment, although decreasing, remained stubbornly high, hovering at levels far above what would be considered acceptable in a fully functioning economy. Poverty remained widespread, particularly in rural areas, and many people continued to depend on government aid. The economic system had not yet regained the momentum of the 1920s, and the full recovery would take years. As the nation struggled to regain its economic footing, international events began to cast a shadow over the recovery process. The rise of authoritarian regimes in Europe and Asia, particularly the expansionist policies of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, created an unstable global environment. The looming threat of war would soon become a decisive factor in the nation's economic future. The outbreak of World War II in 1939 marked a turning point in the recovery process. The war brought with it an unprecedented demand for industrial goods, including weapons, vehicles, and other military supplies. The U.S. government embarked on massive industrial mobilization to support the war effort, resulting in a dramatic increase in production and job creation. Factories that had once produced consumer goods now shifted to military production, and millions of men and women found work in defense industries. Unemployment, which had plagued the nation for years, was virtually eliminated as the country geared up for war. The war effort also had a profound impact on the labor market. With millions of men enlisted in the military, women entered the workforce in greater numbers than ever before, filling jobs in factories, offices, and other industries. The iconic image of Rosie the Riveter symbolized the crucial role that women played in the wartime economy. The war not only provided jobs for millions, but also laid the foundation for significant changes in American society, particularly in terms of gender roles and the participation of women in the workforce. In addition to the economic benefits of war mobilization, World War II had lasting effects on American society. The war led to a transformation in the nation's global role, as the United States emerged from the conflict as the world's leading economic and military power. The war also accelerated technological innovation, with advancements in fields such as aviation, communications, and medicine. The economic changes brought about by the war laid the groundwork for the post-war boom, which would see the U.S. economy grow at an unprecedented rate in the 1950s and beyond. Although World War II played a critical role in ending the Great Depression, the legacy of the Depression era remained deeply ingrained in American society. The financial reforms implemented during the 1930s, such as the creation of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation (FDIC) and the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC), helped to stabilize the banking and financial systems and restore public confidence. These reforms provided a sense of security for depositors and investors and reduced the risk of another financial collapse. The New Deal also laid the foundation for the modern welfare state. Social Security, which was established in 1935, provided a safety net for the elderly, the disabled, and other vulnerable populations. This program, along with other social welfare initiatives, became a cornerstone of the American social contract and ensured that millions of Americans would not fall through the cracks during times of economic hardship. The experience of the Great Depression also left a lasting mark on the national psyche. Americans had learned to be cautious and conservative with their finances. The memory of the stock market crash and the devastation of the Depression era encouraged future generations to prioritize financial stability and to view economic risks with skepticism. The Depression reinforced the belief that government intervention could play a crucial role in mitigating economic crises, and this mindset would shape economic policy for decades to come. In the years following the Depression, Americans embraced a new economic reality. While the memory of the 1930s would never fade, the recovery process, aided by the global conflict of World War II, set the stage for a period of prosperity and growth. The legacy of the Great Depression, however, remained an integral part of the nation's development as the United States emerged from the crisis with a new understanding of the need for financial regulation, social welfare programs, and a more active role for government in managing the economy. As the United States moved into the post-war era, the country was forever changed by the lessons learned during the Great Depression. The challenges of the 1930s helped to reshape American politics, economics, and society, leaving a profound impact on the direction of the nation for generations to come. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15, 1769, on the rugged island of Corsica, just months after the island was transferred from Genoese to French rule. His family belonged to the lower ranks of Italian nobility, but their status did little to protect them from the harsh economic realities of life under new rulers. Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, was an ambitious man who managed to align himself with the new French administration, gaining a modest political role and securing a scholarship for his son. From an early age, Napoleon was different. He was fiercely intelligent, fiercely proud, and fiercely Corsican. He spoke with a thick Corsican accent, and his French was broken, which made him a target of mockery when he was sent to mainland France for school. Yet the boy, who barely spoke the language of his new country, absorbed everything. History, mathematics, strategy, and the lives of great leaders filled his imagination. He was determined not just to learn, but to rise. In 1779, at just 9 years old, he left Corsica to attend military school in Brienne-le-Château. It was here that the seeds of ambition truly began to grow. Napoleon was isolated, often mocked by his classmates for his accent and modest background. But instead of retreating, he immersed himself in books, particularly those about military history and philosophy. He studied Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Hannibal. While other boys played games, Napoleon envisioned empires. At 16, he graduated and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the French artillery. It was an achievement that few from his background could have expected. When the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Napoleon was still a young officer, but the chaos and collapse of the old order created opportunities. The revolution overturned the social hierarchy. Nobles fled, and the military command structure was shattered. For men like Napoleon, it was the opening of a door that had long been shut. He returned briefly to Corsica, but found himself at odds with the island's revolutionary leader Pasquale Paoli. Their conflict turned violent, and forced Napoleon and his family to flee to mainland France as refugees. It was a humiliating moment, but also a turning point. Now stripped of his home and his former identity, Napoleon embraced France fully. His rise would be built not on aristocratic birthright, but on talent, ambition, and an unshakable belief in destiny. In 1793, during the siege of Toulon, he got his first chance to prove himself. As a young artillery officer, he suggested a bold strategy that turned the tide of the battle. His plan worked and British forces were driven from the port. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24. It was the beginning of a meteoric ascent, from a boy mocked for his Corsican accent to a commander who had reshaped a battlefield. Napoleon had begun his journey from obscurity to legend. In 1793, Napoleon Bonaparte had already proven himself to be an intelligent and determined officer, but it was during the siege of Toulon that his brilliance truly began to shine. At just 24 years old, Napoleon found himself thrust into a crucial military engagement that would set the course for his future and elevate him to the highest ranks of the French army. Toulon, a strategic port on the southern coast of France, had fallen into the hands of British and Royalist forces. The French Revolution was in full swing, and Toulon's defection to the enemy was a major blow to the revolutionary cause. The city was heavily fortified, and its defenders were well equipped. The French government, in desperate need of a decisive victory, turned to the young artillery officer Napoleon Bonaparte to help reclaim the port. The situation seemed dire. Toulon was a fortress surrounded by high ground, giving the British forces a clear advantage. The city was also home to a powerful fleet of ships that could threaten France's naval supremacy. But Napoleon, with his keen understanding of military strategy, saw an opportunity where others saw only a challenge. His first insight was that Toulon's defenders relied too heavily on their naval superiority and the natural fortifications of the surrounding hills. Napoleon proposed a bold plan to position French artillery on the high ground surrounding the city, targeting the British fleet and cutting off their ability to resupply. The idea was audacious. It went against the traditional strategies of siege warfare, which focused on direct assaults and attrition. But Napoleon believed it was the key to breaking the stalemate. His strategy was built on speed, surprise, and precision. He oversaw the construction of artillery positions on the heights surrounding Toulon, directing his men with incredible energy and focus. Despite facing difficulties, poor weather, logistical issues, and constant pressure from the enemy, Napoleon's plans began to take shape. The artillery batteries were established, and soon they began raining fire down on the British ships and the Royalist defenders within the city. The British fleet, unable to escape the bombardment, was forced to retreat, and the French forces gained control of the heights. With the strategic advantage now in their hands, the French army launched a decisive assault on Toulon. The city fell, and the Royalists and British forces were defeated. Napoleon's strategy had worked to perfection. His role in the victory did not go unnoticed. His innovative tactics, bold decision-making, and tireless work ethic earned him the respect of his superiors and the loyalty of his men. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24 years old, a remarkable achievement that recognized his military genius. This victory at Toulon was not only a testament to Napoleon's brilliance, but also a defining moment in his career. It marked the beginning of his rise to power, and it set him on a path that would lead to the heights of military and political greatness. The siege of Toulon revealed to the world what Napoleon was capable of, a young officer with the strategic mind of a seasoned general, a man who would go on to reshape the face of Europe. The year was 1798, and Napoleon Bonaparte, now a rising star in the French military, embarked on one of his most ambitious and ultimately disastrous ventures, the Egyptian campaign. This was a bold move that would shape his reputation, but also mark the beginning of his downfall. The purpose of the campaign was clear: to disrupt British trade with India, weaken British influence in the region, and establish French dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. But behind the military strategy was a grand vision. Napoleon dreamed of creating a French empire stretching across the Middle East, a vision that would secure his place in history as a conqueror. The Egyptian campaign was a gamble, one that Napoleon hoped would pay off. At the time, Britain's economic power was largely tied to its control over trade routes to India, the crown jewel of its global empire. France, under the leadership of Napoleon, wanted to disrupt this trade by occupying Egypt and threatening Britain's access to the subcontinent. Napoleon's ambition was fueled by the belief that defeating Britain would not only elevate his stature, but also reshape the global order. The campaign began with the landing of Napoleon's army in Egypt in July of 1798. Napoleon's forces faced a hostile environment, far from the familiar European battlefield. But Napoleon, ever the visionary, did not simply focus on military conquest. He also brought along a team of scholars, scientists and engineers, members of the Institute of Egypt, whose task was to document and study Egypt's rich history, culture, and natural resources. This side of the campaign was just as important to Napoleon as the military victory. He saw Egypt as a place where French culture, knowledge and influence could be spread across the Middle East. But the realities of the campaign soon began to diverge from Napoleon's grand vision. After a relatively easy landing, the French forces quickly marched toward Cairo, where they encountered their first serious opposition. The Battle of the Pyramids, fought on July 21, 1798, would become one of Napoleon's most famous victories. Against a much larger army of Mamluks, the elite soldiers who had ruled Egypt for centuries, Napoleon employed his now signature tactic, the use of artillery to break the enemy's formations. With devastating precision, Napoleon's artillery devastated the Mamluks, while his infantry followed up with rapid assaults, breaking the enemy lines. The battle was a triumph, and Napoleon emerged as a hero. The Mamluks were crushed, and Egypt was effectively in French hands. Napoleon's victory at the Pyramids cemented his reputation as a military genius, but the true challenges were only beginning. The real test came when Napoleon's forces, after securing Cairo, began to face the realities of operating in a foreign land, cut off from supplies and reinforcements. The logistical challenges were overwhelming. The French forces, though skilled in battle, were unprepared for the harsh desert environment. They faced constant shortages of food, water, and medical supplies. The army was not trained for the desert's brutal conditions, and disease began to spread rapidly through the ranks. Malaria, dysentery, and other tropical diseases decimated the troops. The very terrain that had allowed Napoleon to achieve victory at the Pyramids now became a death sentence for his army. Meanwhile, in Europe, the situation was shifting. While Napoleon was focused on Egypt, the British, under Admiral Horatio Nelson, were preparing a counterattack. In August of 1798, Nelson's fleet destroyed the French navy at the Battle of the Nile, trapping Napoleon's forces in Egypt. The loss of the French fleet was a crushing blow, as it cut off any hope of resupply and escape. Napoleon's brilliant military mind had failed him in this regard. The British Navy's dominance at sea meant that any plans for a quick retreat or reinforcement were now impossible. Napoleon's campaign was turning into a logistical disaster. The situation in Egypt was deteriorating rapidly. The French forces began to suffer not only from disease and shortages, but also from the growing hostility of the local population. While Napoleon had initially been welcomed as a liberator by some, his presence soon turned into a burden. The French occupation sparked resistance, and Egyptian insurgents began to rise up against the foreign invaders. The French found themselves embroiled in guerrilla warfare, which drained their resources and morale. The campaign had begun with such grand promises, but had now become a long and costly struggle in a foreign land. Napoleon's ambition began to falter. The situation in Egypt became untenable. After nearly a year of fighting, Napoleon made the difficult decision to return to France, leaving behind his forces in Egypt. The retreat was marked by confusion and failure. Although the scientific missions continued to explore Egypt's wonders, Napoleon had failed to establish a lasting French presence in the region. The Egyptian campaign was a failure in the long term, but it still had significant effects on Napoleon's career. He returned to France in the fall of 1799 to find the political landscape in turmoil. The French Revolution had entered a new phase, and the political chaos that had characterized the previous decade had opened the door for Napoleon to seize power. In November of 1799, just a few months after his return, Napoleon staged a coup d'état, overthrowing the French Directory and establishing himself as first consul of France. Despite the failure of his Egyptian ambitions, Napoleon had succeeded in his ultimate goal, to increase his power and influence. The Egyptian campaign had been a gamble, one that had failed in many ways, but it had also proven Napoleon's ability to rise from setbacks, inspire loyalty, and secure his place at the center of French politics. The military brilliance he had displayed in Egypt, even amid chaos, would become the foundation for his future successes, even if the desert's harsh conditions had ultimately turned his dream into a tragic and costly affair. The year was 1799, and the winds of change were sweeping through France. The revolution, which had begun a decade earlier with cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité, had left the country in turmoil. After years of war, political instability, and economic crisis, the revolutionary ideals that once promised to reshape France were now a distant memory. The Directory, a five-man executive body that had been running the country, was crumbling under the weight of corruption, inefficiency, and public disillusionment. France was on the brink of collapse, and the people were desperate for stability. It was in this moment of chaos that Napoleon Bonaparte, the brilliant and ambitious military leader, made his return to France. Having just completed his ill-fated Egyptian campaign, Napoleon found himself facing a country in disarray. Yet, he saw an opportunity to seize power, to capitalize on the disillusionment with the current government, and to restore order to the chaos. But Napoleon's return was not merely about restoring France to greatness, it was about his own personal rise to power. He had already proven himself to be a master of strategy on the battlefield, and now he would turn his keen political mind to the task at hand. In October of 1799, Napoleon returned to France in the midst of a political crisis. The Directory was struggling, and the French government was deeply divided. Revolutionary fervor had given way to cynicism and fear. Napoleon, with his military fame and reputation, was seen as a figure who could bring stability to the country. He was welcomed by some, but feared by others. The time was ripe for change, and Napoleon was determined to take advantage of the situation. He quickly allied himself with key figures in the political establishment, including the directors of the Directory and leading members of the opposition. But his true ambition was clear. He was not interested in simply being a figurehead. Napoleon was positioning himself to seize ultimate power. The coup that would change the course of French history came on the 18th of Brumaire, year the 8th of the revolutionary calendar, November 9th, 1799. The plan was simple but daring. Napoleon would use his popularity, military influence, and the disarray of the French government to overthrow the Directory and install himself as the new leader of France. The coup was meticulously planned and executed with precision. Napoleon's forces, loyal soldiers who had fought for him in Egypt, marched into Paris, securing key government buildings. The political leaders who had once feared Napoleon now found themselves scrambling to respond. Napoleon's move was calculated. He knew that the people of France, tired of the instability, would rally to his cause. In the early hours of the 18th Brumaire, Napoleon convened a meeting of the French legislature. In a dramatic moment, he declared that the Directory was no longer capable of governing and that he was stepping in to restore order. The legislature, though initially resistant, was soon overwhelmed by Napoleon's charm, determination, and military presence. Within hours, the Directory was dissolved, and Napoleon had secured control of the government. It was a bloodless coup, executed with military precision, but it was also a coup that marked the end of the French Republic and the beginning of a new era in French history. Napoleon's political acumen had been demonstrated in the most dramatic way possible. He was now in control. The coup of 18 Brumaire was the culmination of years of political maneuvering, military victories, and the exploitation of France's desperate need for stability. The people, tired of the chaos, rallied behind him. Napoleon, the military hero who had once been an outsider, was now the ruler of France. But the transition to power was not without its challenges. The overthrow of the Directory did not immediately guarantee Napoleon's supremacy. He faced opposition from rival political factions, from royalists who wanted to restore the monarchy to revolutionaries who still clung to the ideals of the French Revolution. Napoleon, however, was a master of consolidating power. He quickly established himself as first consul, the head of the new government, and took steps to neutralize any remaining threats to his authority. He used a mix of charm, intimidation, and political savvy to secure the loyalty of key figures in the French government. He also moved quickly to solidify his position by reforming the legal system and centralizing power in his own hands. With the coup complete and his position secure, Napoleon set his sights on reshaping France. He introduced sweeping reforms, including the establishment of the Napoleonic Code, which would go on to influence legal systems around the world. He also worked to stabilize the economy, restore relations with the Catholic Church, and solidify his control over the military. In the months following the coup, Napoleon's power only grew. He transformed the political landscape of France, consolidating his control and making himself the undisputed leader of the nation. But while Napoleon's rise to power was swift and impressive, it also marked the beginning of the end for the democratic ideals of the Revolution. The French Republic, which had been born out of a desire for equality and liberty, was now replaced by a strongman's rule. Democracy was fading, and the age of Napoleon had begun. The coup of 18 Brumaire, though bloodless, had set in motion the rise of one of the most powerful and controversial figures in history. Napoleon, once an outsider with a burning desire to prove himself, was now at the helm of the French government, his eyes set on greater ambitions. In the years to come, his rule would reshape the world for better or for worse, and the legacy of the coup would echo throughout the history of France and Europe. In the year 1804, the French Revolution, which had upended centuries of tradition, was now a distant memory. The once defiant cries for liberty, equality, and fraternity, which had reverberated through the streets of Paris, were now overshadowed by the imperial ambitions of a man who had risen from the ashes of revolution itself. Napoleon Bonaparte, the former general, had ascended to the pinnacle of power, not as the leader of a republic, but as the emperor of the French. It was a transformation that shocked the world, a bold and theatrical statement of absolute authority. On December 2nd, 1804, in the magnificent Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, Napoleon Bonaparte did what no ruler before him had dared to do. In the wake of the French Revolution, he crowned himself emperor. It was a symbolic moment, an act that defied the very principles of the revolution that had brought him to power. The self-coronation was both a statement of defiance and a declaration of sovereignty. It was Napoleon's way of rewriting the rule-book of monarchy, making it clear that he was not beholden to anyone, not even the Pope, who had been invited to the ceremony. As the Pope, Pius VII, stood by in awe, Napoleon took the crown from the altar and, in a breathtaking display of theatrical symbolism, placed it upon his own head. It was an act that sent shockwaves throughout Europe and beyond. It was not just the coronation of a monarch, but the crowning of a man who had bent the very fabric of history to his will. Napoleon's rise to power had been a journey of ambition, but this act, his coronation, was the culmination of his transformation from revolutionary hero to emperor. As he stood before the grand altar, surrounded by the glittering nobility of France and the representatives of the revolution, Napoleon knew that he was not just ruling over a country. He was now the embodiment of France itself, its future and its destiny. The self-coronation was not only a personal triumph for Napoleon, but also a moment of profound significance for France and the world. It marked the end of the revolutionary ideals that had once driven the French people to overthrow their monarchy and the rise of a new imperial order. It was a reversal of the very principles that had once inspired the revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity, replaced now by power, authority, and dominance. The French people, who had once risen up against a king, now found themselves in the presence of a new monarch, one who wore the crown of empire with an iron will and a burning desire to restore France's place at the center of Europe. The coronation ceremony itself was a grand spectacle, a theatrical performance that underscored Napoleon's desire to project power and control. The lavish decorations, the pomp and circumstance, the grandeur of Notre Dame Cathedral, all of it was designed to highlight the shift in power that had taken place. The streets of Paris were filled with spectators, their eyes fixed on the towering spires of the cathedral as they awaited the coronation of their new emperor. And when Napoleon placed the crown upon his head, it was not just a symbol of his new status, it was a message to the world. Napoleon was no longer a general, no longer a product of the revolution. He was the emperor, the supreme ruler of France, and his reign would define the future of Europe. In the weeks and months that followed, Napoleon began to consolidate his power further. He reshaped the government, reformed the legal system, and created a new aristocracy that would pledge loyalty to him. He built a new imperial court, with himself at the center, surrounded by a group of loyal followers who would carry out his will. Napoleon's self-coronation was not just an isolated event, it was the beginning of a new era for France. It was a statement of power, a declaration that the revolution was over and that the future would be shaped by the will of one man. The ideals of the revolution were slowly eroded as Napoleon, the emperor of the French, began to reshape the political and social order in his own image. The French Empire, now under his control, would be a force to be reckoned with. But with this new power came great responsibility and even greater risks. As Napoleon's imperial ambitions grew, so too did the challenges he faced. The Europe he sought to dominate was filled with rival powers: Britain, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, each eager to resist his influence and protect their own interests. Yet for all the risks that lay ahead, Napoleon's self-coronation in 1804 was the moment when he truly became the embodiment of French greatness. His vision for an empire was now set in stone, and the stage was set for a series of wars that would shape the future of Europe for decades to come. The coronation, grand and theatrical as it was, symbolized not only his power, but his desire to rewrite the course of history itself. He had crossed the Rubicon, casting aside the ideals of the revolution and embracing the mantle of empire. The world would soon learn that Napoleon, now Emperor of the French, was a force unlike any other, a man whose ambitions knew no bounds, and whose quest for dominance would leave a legacy that would echo through the ages. The year was 1805, and Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the pinnacle of his power. Europe was at his feet, and his vision of a French-dominated continent was closer than ever to becoming reality. The Battle of Austerlitz, fought on December 2nd of that year, would be remembered as his most brilliant victory, a masterpiece of military strategy that cemented Napoleon's place in history as one of the greatest tacticians of all time. After years of conquest and diplomacy, Napoleon had assembled the greatest military force Europe had ever seen, and he faced the combined armies of Russia and Austria in a confrontation that would determine the fate of Europe. The Russian and Austrian forces, led by Tsar Alexander I and Holy Roman Emperor Francis II, were determined to crush Napoleon's growing empire. They believed that a decisive defeat of Napoleon's army would force France to abandon its conquests and restore the old balance of power. Napoleon, however, had other plans. He understood that the key to victory was not simply defeating the enemy's forces, but outthinking them. As the two armies faced off near the town of Austerlitz, Napoleon feigned weakness. He deliberately left his right flank vulnerable, inviting the Allied forces to attack. The Allies, eager for a decisive victory, took the bait. They launched a full-scale assault on what they believed was a weak point in Napoleon's line. But Napoleon's brilliance lay in his ability to create the perfect trap. As the Allies advanced, Napoleon's forces, positioned strategically behind the lines, sprang into action. His artillery, placed with devastating precision, rained down on the advancing troops, while his cavalry and infantry swept around to cut off their retreat. The result was a stunning defeat for the Allies. The Russian and Austrian forces were crushed, suffering heavy casualties, and were forced to retreat in disarray. The Battle of Austerlitz was not just a victory, it was a declaration of Napoleon's military genius. It was a battle fought with speed, deception, and an unmatched understanding of terrain and timing. The victory sent shockwaves through Europe, and it marked the high point of Napoleon's dominance. With Austerlitz, Napoleon had defeated two of the greatest military powers in Europe, and the outcome was nothing short of a masterpiece. The success at Austerlitz reshaped Europe's political landscape. Napoleon's enemies were scattered, and his control over much of Europe was solidified. The Treaty of Pressburg, signed shortly after the battle, forced Austria to surrender large portions of its territory to France, effectively knocking the Holy Roman Empire out of the war. The Austrians were now forced to recognize Napoleon as a dominant force in Europe. But the victory came at a price. Napoleon's ambition for total control of Europe had ignited the fury of Britain, which had been watching from the sidelines, and the Russian Empire, which had already pledged to continue the fight. The Battle of Austerlitz may have been his most brilliant victory, but it was also the beginning of a new chapter in Napoleon's reign. With Austerlitz, Napoleon demonstrated his ability to reshape the map of Europe at will, but the seeds of his downfall had already been sown. While the battle was a triumph, the war was far from over. Napoleon's victory brought him closer to realizing his dream of a united Europe under French rule, but it also set the stage for future conflicts that would ultimately undo his empire. The victory at Austerlitz, however, remains one of the most iconic moments of Napoleon's reign. The image of Napoleon, standing tall in front of his army after the battle, surrounded by his generals, is etched into the annals of history. It was the moment when he was at his most powerful, a force to be reckoned with, and the undisputed master of Europe. The Battle of Austerlitz, with its dramatic reversals, brilliant tactics, and devastating consequences, marked the height of Napoleon's reign. But as with all peaks, it was only a matter of time before the fall would begin. Austerlitz may have been Napoleon's greatest victory, but it would also be the high point of his empire's power, a moment frozen in time before the storm that would eventually bring it all crashing down. The years 1808 to 1812 marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon Bonaparte. His once unshakable empire, which stretched across much of Europe, would soon begin to unravel. The Peninsular War and the ill-fated Russian campaign would be the two major battles that ultimately led to Napoleon's downfall. What had once seemed like a guaranteed path to dominance now revealed cracks, fault lines, and bitter losses. The Peninsular War began in 1808, a conflict that would become a grim and bloody chapter in Napoleon's reign. Spain, once an ally of France, was thrown into chaos after Napoleon deposed the Spanish king and placed his own brother Joseph Bonaparte on the throne. This move alienated the Spanish population and ignited a fierce resistance. Guerrilla warfare erupted across the Iberian Peninsula as Spanish and Portuguese fighters, aided by the British, waged a brutal campaign against the French. The French military, accustomed to large-scale battles, was unprepared for the relentlessness of the guerrilla tactics. The Spanish, motivated by a deep sense of patriotism, fought with ferocity and desperation. Napoleon's army, stretched thin and demoralized by the constant skirmishes, found itself bogged down in a war that refused to end. What was supposed to be a swift and decisive campaign turned into a prolonged quagmire. For every French victory, there were countless ambushes, raids and attacks on supply lines. The cost in men and resources was immense. By the time Napoleon realized that the Peninsular War was bleeding his empire dry, it was too late. The Spanish resistance, supported by British forces under Sir Arthur Wellesley, had become a force that could no longer be ignored. Napoleon's once invincible army was mired in a war of attrition that it could not win. The horrors of the Peninsular War were compounded by the disastrous Russian campaign that began in 1812. Napoleon's decision to invade Russia would be his greatest miscalculation, a catastrophic blunder that would lead to the destruction of the Grande Armée. The campaign began with grand ambitions. Napoleon believed that defeating Tsar Alexander I would solidify his control over Europe. The Russian army, however, was elusive, employing a scorched earth policy that denied Napoleon's forces the supplies they desperately needed. As the French marched deeper into Russia, the severity of the Russian winter set in. Temperatures plunged and snowstorms ravaged the already weakened Grande Armée. The French soldiers, unprepared for the brutal conditions, began to fall ill and die from frostbite, hunger, and exhaustion. The vast Russian wilderness, which had once seemed like an open road to victory, had become a death trap. The Russian forces in retreat harassed Napoleon's army, picking off stragglers and ambushing French forces. The infamous Battle of Borodino, fought in September 1812, was one of the bloodiest encounters of the campaign. Despite heavy casualties on both sides, the Russians refused to give up. Napoleon's army, already stretched to its breaking point, continued to march toward Moscow. When they finally arrived, they found the city abandoned and set alight by the retreating Russian forces. Moscow, once a symbol of Russian power, was now nothing but ashes. Napoleon's army was trapped, exhausted, and starving. The Russian winter had decimated their strength, and they had little hope of survival. Napoleon, once unstoppable, now found himself facing the harshest of enemies, the elements, attrition, and the relentless Russian resolve. The retreat from Moscow marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon. As the Grand Armée limped back through the Russian wilderness, it was a broken shell of its former self. Men died by the thousands from starvation, disease, and the relentless cold. The once great army was reduced to a disorganized, panicked retreat, with the remnants of the French forces being pursued by Russian troops. By the time the French army crossed the Berezina River in November 1812, the campaign had turned into a full-blown disaster. The retreat from Russia would become one of the most humiliating defeats in military history. Napoleon's dreams of European domination had been dashed, and the once mighty Grand Armée had been all but destroyed. The failures of the Peninsular War and the Russian campaign shattered Napoleon's reputation. He had overextended himself and underestimated the resilience of his enemies. What had once seemed like an unstoppable march toward European supremacy had become a nightmare of constant retreat and death. The loss of men, resources, and morale would haunt Napoleon for the rest of his reign. His empire, once expansive and powerful, was beginning to crack under the pressure of these catastrophic defeats. The once unshakable figure of Napoleon Bonaparte was now facing the reality of failure. As winter closed in, the grim reality of his losses became undeniable. The soldiers who had marched with him through the triumphs of Austerlitz and Jena were now broken, and Napoleon's dreams of glory seemed increasingly out of reach. The Peninsular War and the Russian campaign had changed the course of history, and they marked the beginning of the end for the man who had once been master of Europe. The snow and the bloodshed of these campaigns would follow Napoleon throughout his life, a reminder that even the greatest of empires can crumble beneath the weight of ambition. The year 1813 marked the beginning of the tragic unraveling of Napoleon Bonaparte's empire. A titan who had once shaped Europe with his brilliance on the battlefield now found himself facing an unstoppable tide of opposition. The Battle of Nations, fought near Leipzig in October, would prove to be the turning point. It was here that Napoleon's dominance over Europe finally shattered. The scale of the conflict was immense. An alliance of Austria, Russia, Prussia, and Sweden, collectively known as the Sixth Coalition, assembled an army of over 300,000 men against Napoleon's forces, which numbered only around 200,000. What began as a battle of necessity soon became the final reckoning for Napoleon. The battle itself was a fierce, chaotic affair, as the coalition forces sought to break Napoleon's stranglehold on Central Europe. Napoleon, ever the master tactician, threw everything into the fight, but even his military genius couldn't overcome the numerical superiority and unity of his enemies. The French were pushed back, and after 4 days of brutal combat, the Battle of Nations ended in a decisive defeat for Napoleon. The losses were staggering, around 100,000 soldiers on both sides. The battlefield, littered with the bodies of men from all corners of Europe, became a grim symbol of Napoleon's crumbling empire. The loss at Leipzig was not just a military defeat, it marked the beginning of the end of the Napoleonic era. As the coalition forces pushed westward, Napoleon's enemies closed in from all directions. With the Battle of Nations lost, the French Empire found itself besieged. The Allies invaded France in 1814, and Napoleon, once invincible, was now struggling to hold on to his throne. The cities that had once hailed him as their liberator now turned against him, and the French people, weary of war, grew disillusioned. In the streets of Paris, whispers of defeat and surrender filled the air. Despite his best efforts to rally his forces, Napoleon could not reverse the tide. His soldiers, battered and demoralized, were no match for the relentless advance of the Allies. Paris, the heart of his empire, fell on March 31st, 1814. The once great city was occupied by foreign troops, and Napoleon's reign came to an end. Facing certain defeat, Napoleon was forced to abdicate on April 6, 1814. The act of abdication was in many ways a reflection of the man himself, decisive yet deeply tragic. Napoleon, who had once ruled with unyielding authority, was now a man defeated by the very forces he had sought to conquer. His abdication was not just the end of his reign, it was the shattering of a dream. In the final moments of his rule, Napoleon requested to retain his title as emperor and to be allowed to rule over a small part of France. But the Allies, determined to ensure that he would never return to power, refused his request. The former emperor was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. For Napoleon, the exile to Elba was both a punishment and an opportunity. Stripped of his empire, he was left to reflect on the rise and fall of his reign. The once mighty conqueror, who had reshaped Europe, was now relegated to a tiny island, a shadow of his former self. Yet, even in exile, Napoleon's mind remained sharp, and the ambitions that had once driven him to greatness still burned within him. But for now he was a prisoner of his own destiny, trapped on an island that was to be his prison for the next several years. Napoleon's abdication and exile to Elba marked the tragic downfall of a titan. The man who had once been the ruler of an empire stretching from Spain to Russia was now a prisoner of his own past. The loss of his empire was a bitter pill to swallow, and for the first time in his life, Napoleon was forced to confront the limits of his power. The drama of his downfall had all the hallmarks of a Shakespearean tragedy: ambition, greatness, and inevitable ruin. He had been the master of Europe, the embodiment of a new order, but now he was an emperor in exile, haunted by the ghosts of his former glory. His fall was not the result of a single battle, but of a series of miscalculations, overreach, and the unrelenting pressure of a Europe that had grown tired of his rule. Napoleon's abdication marked the end of an era, but it was not the end of his story. His time in exile on Elba was merely a pause in a saga that would continue, one final act that would see him return to France in a dramatic bid for power. But for now the once mighty emperor was a broken man, the world that he had once dominated slipping through his fingers like sand. The fall of Napoleon was a tragedy, but it was also a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition. He had risen from obscurity to rule an empire, but in the end it was the very forces that he had used to create his empire, war, conquest, and ambition, that led to his downfall. The Battle of Nations, the invasion of France, and his eventual abdication were the final chapters in the story of Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who reached the heights of power, only to fall from grace in the most dramatic and tragic of fashions. In early 1815, Europe believed it had seen the last of Napoleon Bonaparte. After his abdication in April 1814, he was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. His empire had crumbled, his army was broken, and the monarchs of Europe had restored the Bourbon king, Louis XV's seat, to the French throne. Napoleon had been given sovereignty over Elba and allowed to retain a small personal guard. It was, in theory, a quiet retirement for the man who once ruled most of Europe. But Napoleon had no intention of fading into history. News from France began to reach him. The restored Bourbon monarchy was growing increasingly unpopular. The people were disillusioned, the military was neglected, and veterans of Napoleon's campaigns found themselves sidelined or ignored. The promise of stability under Louis XV was fading. Napoleon saw an opportunity. He believed that France still remembered him, still needed him. In February 1815, he made his move. Under the cover of night on February 26th, Napoleon escaped from Elba aboard the brig Inconstant with around 1,000 loyal soldiers. They sailed past patrolling ships of the Royal Navy and landed on the French coast near Cannes on March 1st. There Napoleon began his march north, not with an army of conquest, but with a message he had returned to save France. As he moved from village to village, support began to swell. Soldiers sent to arrest him instead joined his cause. Famously, when confronted by royal troops near Grenoble, Napoleon stepped forward and declared, "If there is one among you who would kill his emperor, here I am." No one fired. The troops cheered, and the ranks of his supporters grew. By the time Napoleon reached Paris on March 20th, Louis XV had fled. In a stunning turn of events, Napoleon had regained power without a single shot being fired in anger. Thus began the 100 Days, a brief and intense period in which Napoleon would attempt to re-establish his empire and outmaneuver the Allied powers once more. But the monarchs of Europe were not about to let him reclaim his former glory. Austria, Prussia, Russia, and the United Kingdom swiftly formed the Seventh Coalition and began mobilizing their armies. They would strike before Napoleon could consolidate power. Napoleon knew he had to act quickly. He could not wait for the coalition armies to assemble on French soil. He had to divide them and defeat them separately. His target was Belgium, where British and Prussian forces under the Duke of Wellington and General Blücher were gathering. In June 1815, he led his newly raised army north in a daring campaign designed to isolate and crush the Allied forces before they could unite. On June 16th, Napoleon won a victory against the Prussians at Ligny, pushing them back but failing to destroy them. At the same time, his subordinate Marshal Ney engaged Wellington's forces at Quatre-Bras, but was unable to deliver a decisive blow. The twin battles left the Allies bloodied, but not broken. Worse, the Prussians managed to retreat in good order and began regrouping to the east. Napoleon had gambled on swift, separate victories, but now the Allied armies were slipping from his grasp. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's army at a ridge near the village of Waterloo in modern-day Belgium. The field was muddy and the terrain difficult. The French army, though brave and battle-hardened, was not the same veteran force that had once triumphed across Europe. Still, Napoleon believed in victory. He had beaten greater odds before. The battle began late in the morning, due to the wet ground which delayed artillery movement. French forces launched repeated attacks on the Allied lines, including a massive cavalry charge led by Marshal Ney. Despite intense fighting and initial gains, Wellington's lines held. The Anglo-Allied troops, bolstered by their defensive position and superior coordination, absorbed wave after wave of French assaults. The turning point came in the late afternoon, when the Prussian army, under Blücher, arrived on the battlefield. Despite being battered from Ligny, the Prussians pressed into Napoleon's right flank. It was the blow Napoleon could not afford. His army, caught between two forces, began to falter. French morale collapsed. The Imperial Guard, Napoleon's most elite unit, made a final charge, but even they were repelled. As the Guard retreated, a cry went up among the French ranks: "La Garde recule." The Guard retreats. Panic spread. The battlefield descended into chaos. Napoleon's once mighty army dissolved in the face of Allied counterattacks. Thousands were killed, wounded, or captured. Napoleon fled the field, his dream of reclaiming Europe shattered in the mud and blood of Waterloo. The 100 Days were over. Napoleon returned to Paris, but the political tide had turned against him. With coalition forces marching on the capital and support evaporating, he abdicated once more on June 22, 1815. He hoped to flee to the United States, but the British Navy blockaded the coast. With no escape, Napoleon surrendered to the British and was exiled once again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. There would be no return. He spent the final years of his life in isolation, writing his memoirs and reflecting on a career that had taken him from obscurity to the heights of power and back down again. He died on May 5, 1821. The legend of Napoleon would live on, but his last campaign ended not in triumph, but in irrevocable defeat. After the crushing defeat at Waterloo and his second abdication, Napoleon Bonaparte found himself once again at the mercy of the victors. But this time, they would not make the same mistake. There would be no Elba, no chance of return. The British, determined to ensure that Napoleon could never again threaten Europe, chose a remote and desolate place of exile, the island of St. Helena, in the South Atlantic Ocean, over 1,000 miles from the nearest continent. On October 15, 1815, after surrendering to the British aboard the HMS Bellerophon, Napoleon arrived at his final prison. St. Helena was a lonely and unforgiving place. The island was harsh, windswept, and isolated. It had no fertile fields or bustling cities, only rugged terrain and damp grey skies. The British stationed a garrison there and kept constant watch. Napoleon was allowed a small retinue of loyal followers, including his physician, valet, and a handful of officers. His new home was Longwood House, a damp and poorly maintained structure perched on a plateau. It was a far cry from the splendor of the Tuileries Palace or the grand halls of Versailles. The conditions at Longwood House were far from comfortable. The climate was often cold and rainy, and the house itself was plagued by mold and poor ventilation. Napoleon's health, already beginning to decline, worsened in the damp environment. He complained of stomach pains, fatigue, and bouts of depression. Though he kept to a routine, including walks in the garden and reading or dictating memoirs, the isolation took a toll. The once great emperor, who had commanded vast armies and shaped the fate of Europe, was now reduced to a prisoner surrounded by the endless sea. Despite the bleakness, Napoleon never completely gave up his sense of dignity. He insisted on being treated as a sovereign and maintained a disciplined daily schedule. He continued to write, dictating his version of history and his justifications for the wars and decisions he had made. These writings would later become the foundation of the Napoleonic legend, presenting him not as a tyrant, but as a misunderstood leader who had sought to bring order and reform to a chaotic world. The British governor of the island, Sir Hudson Lowe, was strict and often at odds with Napoleon. The two men disliked each other deeply. Lowe enforced numerous restrictions on communication and travel, fearful of any attempt at escape. Tensions were constant. Napoleon resented the surveillance and regarded Lowe as a petty tyrant. These clashes, combined with the harsh living conditions and his growing health issues, deepened Napoleon's sense of bitterness. As the years passed, Napoleon's physical condition steadily deteriorated. He suffered from chronic pain and weakness. His stomach ailments worsened, and by 1820, his weight had dropped significantly. Observers noted how thin and pale he had become. His days were spent mostly indoors, and even writing became difficult. Yet he remained mentally sharp, often engaging in discussions of history, philosophy, and war with the few companions he had left. In these final conversations, he spoke often of his past, his victories, and his failures. The question of Napoleon's death has long been shrouded in mystery. Officially, he died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. The cause was listed as stomach cancer, the same disease that had afflicted his father. An autopsy performed by British doctors supported this diagnosis. However, later analyses and theories have suggested alternative causes, including arsenic poisoning, either intentional or accidental. Traces of arsenic were found in samples of his hair, leading to decades of speculation. Whether foul play was involved remains uncertain, but what is clear is that Napoleon suffered greatly in his final months. His last words were reportedly, "France, the army, the head of the army, Josephine." With those fading thoughts, he slipped away. Napoleon was buried on the island in a secluded valley, known as the Valley of the Willows. For 2 decades, his body remained there, until 1840, when King Louis-Philippe of France obtained permission from the British to return Napoleon's remains to France. His body was transported with great ceremony to Paris, where it was laid to rest in a grand tomb beneath the dome of Les Invalides. There he remains to this day. The exile and death of Napoleon Bonaparte marked the end of one of the most extraordinary lives in modern history. Once feared and revered, he spent his final years in obscurity and discomfort, yet even in defeat, he crafted a narrative that would survive him. His legacy, complicated and contested, continues to provoke debate and fascination. On a remote island in the middle of the sea, far from the battlefields and palaces he once knew, Napoleon passed into legend. The origins of Rome are steeped in myth and legend, with the most famous story being that of Romulus and Remus, twin brothers born of the god Mars and a Vestal virgin named Rhea Silvia. According to the myth, the twins were cast into the Tiber River and rescued by a she-wolf, who nursed them until they were found by a shepherd. They eventually decided to build a city, but a dispute over its location led Romulus to kill Remus. Romulus then became the first king of Rome, giving the city its name. While captivating, this tale is not supported by concrete evidence. Archaeological findings suggest that the area around the Palatine Hill was occupied by small pastoral communities as early as the 10th century BCE. These settlements gradually coalesced into a single political entity by the mid-8th century BCE, consistent with the traditional founding date of 753 BCE. Rome's early political structure was that of a monarchy, and it is believed that there were 7 kings, beginning with Romulus and ending with Tarquin the Proud. Some of these kings, such as Numa Pompilius, were credited with laying the foundations of Roman religion and civil institutions, while others, like Tullus Hostilius and Ancus Marcius, expanded Rome's territory through warfare and colonization. The later kings, particularly the Etruscan rulers like Tarquinius Priscus and Servius Tullius, introduced significant cultural and political changes, including urban planning, religious rituals, and symbols of royal power. The Etruscans themselves were a sophisticated and powerful civilization in northern Italy, and their influence helped shape early Roman art, architecture, and governance. However, the monarchy became increasingly unpopular, especially under the rule of the last king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, or Tarquin the Proud. His autocratic rule and the infamous incident involving his son Sextus Tarquinius and the noble woman Lucretia sparked a widespread revolt. Lucretia's subsequent suicide galvanized the Roman aristocracy to abolish the monarchy altogether. In 509 BCE, Rome transitioned from a monarchy to a republic, a radical political shift that transferred power from kings to elected magistrates and the Senate. This marked the beginning of the Roman Republic, a system built on a complex balance of power among consuls, the Senate, and various popular assemblies. The transition also laid the groundwork for a new Roman identity, one defined by civic duty, collective decision-making, and a deep mistrust of kingship. The memory of the monarchy, especially the tyranny of its final ruler, would haunt Roman politics for centuries, serving as a powerful warning against concentrated power. The founding myths and early history of Rome were thus not only stories of origin, but also moral and political lessons that shaped Roman culture, institutions, and values throughout its history. The year 509 BCE marked a turning point in Roman history with the overthrow of the monarchy and the establishment of the Roman Republic. This new political system was built on the principles of shared governance, legal accountability, and civic duty. Central to the structure of the Republic were two annually elected magistrates, known as consuls. These consuls held imperium, the supreme executive authority, but their power was deliberately limited by the fact that they had to serve jointly, thus preventing any single individual from accumulating too much influence. Alongside the consuls, the Senate played a critical role. Though it initially functioned as an advisory body composed of aristocratic elders, it quickly evolved into the dominant institution in Roman politics. The Senate guided foreign policy, controlled public finances, and served as the central force in legislative matters. However, the early republic was anything but stable. Beneath the surface of this seemingly balanced government was a fierce struggle for political equality, known as the conflict of the orders. This long-standing social tension pitted the patricians, the aristocratic elite, who claimed hereditary political privilege, against the plebeians, the broader body of Roman citizens who had limited rights. The plebeians, frustrated by their lack of representation and legal protection, demanded reforms. One of the earliest and most significant victories for the plebeians came with the creation of the office of the tribune of the plebs in 494 BCE. Tribunes had the power to veto legislation and protect plebeian interests, making them a powerful counterbalance to patrician dominance. The conflict of the orders unfolded over nearly 2 centuries and brought about substantial constitutional reforms. The 12 Tables, Rome's first codified laws, were established around 450 BCE, giving all citizens a basic understanding of their legal rights and responsibilities. In 367 BCE, the Licinian Sextian laws opened the consulship to plebeians, a monumental shift in Roman politics. By the early 3rd century BCE, the plebeians had secured access to nearly all political offices, although the patrician class continued to wield significant social and economic power. While these internal struggles shaped Rome's political identity, its external actions defined its rise as a power. During this period, Rome embarked on a series of military campaigns to secure dominance over the Italian peninsula. These conquests were not the result of a grand strategy, but rather a combination of opportunism, local alliances, and defensive wars. Rome's conflicts with neighboring tribes and city-states, such as the Volsci, Aequi, Etruscans, and Samnites, gradually extended Roman control through central and southern Italy. The Samnite Wars, a series of 3 conflicts fought between 343 and 290 BCE, were particularly critical. These wars tested Roman military resilience and political cohesion, leading to significant territorial expansion. Rome's approach to governance in conquered territories was a key factor in its success. Rather than simply subjugate and exploit newly conquered peoples, Rome often extended varying degrees of citizenship and autonomy. This policy helped integrate diverse communities into the Roman system, fostering loyalty and long-term stability. The Roman military also evolved during this period, shifting from a citizen militia to a more structured and professional fighting force, capable of sustained campaigns and complex maneuvers. By 264 BCE, the year marking the beginning of the First Punic War, Rome had become the dominant power on the Italian peninsula. Its political system had matured through internal struggle, and its military had been tempered by decades of warfare. What had begun as a small republic surrounded by hostile neighbors had grown into a burgeoning power poised to challenge the greatest empires of the Mediterranean world. The foundation was now set for Rome's transformation from a regional force into a global superpower. The Punic Wars were a series of three epic conflicts fought between Rome and the powerful North African city-state of Carthage between 264 and 146 BCE. These wars not only determined dominance over the Western Mediterranean, but also reshaped the geopolitical landscape and catapulted Rome from a regional power into a true superpower. The First Punic War began in 264 BCE, over control of Sicily, a strategically crucial island. Although Rome had no prior naval tradition, it quickly adapted by reverse engineering captured Carthaginian ships and building a formidable fleet. The Romans innovated naval warfare with the corvus, a boarding device that allowed Roman soldiers to turn sea battles into infantry skirmishes. After more than 2 decades of brutal conflict, Rome emerged victorious in 241 BCE, claiming Sicily as its first overseas province. This victory set the stage for future expansion and provoked Carthaginian resentment that would soon reignite hostilities. The Second Punic War, which began in 218 BCE, is perhaps the most famous due to the exploits of the Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Hannibal's bold and audacious strategy involved leading a massive army, including war elephants, across the Alps into northern Italy. His unexpected route and early victories at battles such as Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and especially Cannae, where he annihilated a much larger Roman force, shocked the Roman world and nearly brought the Republic to its knees. However, despite Hannibal's military genius and over a decade of campaigning in Italy, he failed to capture Rome itself. Rome's response was to avoid pitched battles with Hannibal, while slowly wearing down Carthaginian influence and opening new fronts. The Roman general Scipio Africanus took the war to North Africa, forcing Hannibal to return home. At the decisive Battle of Zama, in 202 BCE, Scipio defeated Hannibal, ending the war and cementing Rome's dominance. Carthage was left weakened but not destroyed. The Third Punic War, beginning in 149 BCE, was driven more by Roman fear and ambition than necessity. Despite Carthage having abided by the harsh peace terms from the previous war, some Roman leaders, notably Cato the Elder, insisted that Carthage must be eliminated. The Roman siege of Carthage lasted 3 years and culminated in 146 BCE, with the complete destruction of the city. Carthage was razed, its population enslaved, and its territory annexed as the Roman province of Africa. The conclusion of the Punic Wars marked a dramatic transformation in Rome's role on the world stage. With Carthage eliminated, Rome stood unchallenged in the Western Mediterranean. The wars had tested Roman resilience, adaptability, and military prowess, and the lessons learned shaped the empire's future policies of conquest and administration. Rome's naval supremacy, logistical capability, and political tenacity had proven decisive. By the mid-2nd century BCE, the Roman Republic was no longer a regional power limited to Italy, but a Mediterranean empire on the rise, with aspirations that would soon extend to Greece, Asia, and beyond. The period from 146 to 27 BCE was a time of profound upheaval for the Roman Republic. While Rome had emerged from the Punic Wars as the dominant power in the Mediterranean, its internal structure was rapidly eroding. The vast wealth accumulated through conquest led to significant economic inequality, with a small elite controlling much of the land and resources, while the majority of the population, especially the plebeians, suffered from poverty and social instability. The growing wealth gap created a breeding ground for corruption, as politicians and military leaders sought to maintain or expand their power through patronage, bribery, and manipulation of the political system. The Roman Republic, built on the ideals of shared governance and civic duty, found itself increasingly dominated by a few powerful individuals who used their wealth and influence to control the Senate, the assemblies, and even the military. Social unrest became more frequent as the lower classes demanded land reforms, debt relief, and greater representation. The Gracchi brothers, Tiberius and Gaius, were early champions of plebeian rights, pushing for reforms that would redistribute land and address economic inequality. However, their efforts were met with fierce opposition from the Senate, and both brothers were assassinated, setting a dangerous precedent for the political violence that would follow. The Republic's decline accelerated with the rise of powerful military leaders, such as Marius and Sulla, who built personal armies loyal to themselves rather than the state. The use of private armies, coupled with political infighting, turned Rome's political system into a battlefield. The first of a series of civil wars broke out between the forces of Marius and Sulla, and in 82 BCE, Sulla emerged victorious, becoming dictator for an unprecedented term of several years. Sulla's reforms further weakened the power of the Senate, concentrating more power in the hands of the dictator and setting a dangerous precedent for future leaders. The Republic was now in a state of permanent crisis, and it was within this chaotic environment that Julius Caesar emerged. Julius Caesar was a military genius and a shrewd politician. He first gained prominence in the 60s BCE as part of the First Triumvirate, an unofficial political alliance with Pompey and Crassus, two of Rome's most powerful figures. Together they dominated Roman politics and circumvented the traditional power structures. Caesar's military campaigns in Gaul, however, would prove to be his ticket to ultimate power. His conquest of Gaul from 58 to 50 BCE made him one of the most popular and powerful men in Rome, but it also made him a direct threat to the established political order. In 49 BCE, after his term as consul had ended, Caesar crossed the Rubicon River with his army, an act of insurrection that led to civil war. The phrase crossing the Rubicon has since become synonymous with making an irreversible decision. Caesar's forces defeated Pompey's armies, and Pompey himself fled to Egypt, where he was assassinated. Caesar returned to Rome as the undisputed leader of the Republic, and was declared dictator perpetuo, dictator for life. His concentration of power alarmed many, particularly those who feared that he intended to establish a monarchy. On the Ides of March, 44 BCE, a group of conspirators led by Brutus and Cassius assassinated Caesar, believing that they were saving the Republic from tyranny. However, Caesar's death did not restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged Rome into a new round of civil wars as rival factions fought for control. The power vacuum left by Caesar's assassination was filled by his adopted heir, Octavian, later Augustus, who had been in a position of relative power within Caesar's inner circle. Octavian, Pompey's son-in-law, and Mark Antony, a loyal general under Caesar, initially formed the Second Triumvirate to avenge Caesar's death and consolidate their power. However, tensions soon arose between Octavian and Antony, culminating in the famous Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. Octavian's forces defeated Antony and his ally, Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, ending their aspirations for power. Following his victory, Octavian became the uncontested ruler of Rome. In 27 BCE, Octavian formally ended the civil wars by accepting the title of Augustus, signaling the dawn of the Roman Empire. With his rise to power, the Roman Republic came to an end, and Rome transitioned from a republic to an autocracy, with Augustus as its first emperor. The fall of the Republic was not a single event, but a prolonged process of political decay, military intervention, and social unrest. While the Republic's ideals of shared governance and civic duty had long been abandoned by the time of Augustus's rise, the transformation was complete when he took the title of emperor, signaling the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire. The age of emperors, beginning with Augustus in 27 BCE, marked the start of a new era in Roman history. Augustus, born Gaius Octavius, was the first emperor of Rome, and his reign heralded the end of the civil wars and the dawn of the Roman Empire. Augustus was a master of political strategy, and he skillfully presented himself as the restorer of the Republic, despite holding absolute power. His reign was marked by a series of reforms that stabilized the empire and laid the foundation for a new, enduring political system. One of Augustus's most significant reforms was the restructuring of the Roman state. He maintained the outward appearance of republican institutions, but in reality he held ultimate authority, consolidating power in the office of the emperor. Augustus reformed the Senate, ensuring that it remained a body of loyal supporters, while he personally controlled the military and held the title of princeps, or first citizen, which gave him unparalleled influence over Rome's political and military affairs. Augustus's military reforms were equally important. He created a standing professional army with soldiers who served for fixed terms, which helped ensure the loyalty of the legions to the emperor. Augustus also established the Praetorian Guard, an elite unit tasked with protecting the emperor. He successfully secured the Roman Empire's borders, ensuring the empire's stability by securing the Rhine, Danube and Euphrates frontiers, while also consolidating Roman control over the provinces. Augustus's reign marked a period of relative peace and prosperity known as the Pax Romana, or Roman peace. This period, which lasted from 27 BCE to 180 CE, is considered one of the most remarkable in Roman history. The empire experienced unprecedented stability, which allowed for significant cultural, architectural, and economic development. During the Pax Romana, Augustus undertook an ambitious building program in Rome, transforming the city into a stunning metropolis. He famously boasted that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Major projects included the construction of roads, temples, aqueducts, and public buildings, many of which would stand for centuries. The Roman road system expanded dramatically during this time, facilitating communication, trade, and military movement across the vast empire. The famous Roman roads, some of which are still in use today, were key to maintaining the cohesion of the empire. Augustus also promoted the arts and literature, fostering the works of poets such as Virgil, Horace, and Ovid, whose writings became emblematic of Roman culture. Augustus's reign was not without challenges, and the succession of power after his death in 14 CE became a crucial issue for the empire. Augustus did not have a direct male heir, so he adopted his stepson Tiberius as his successor. Tiberius's reign marked the beginning of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, which included the emperors Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. This dynasty was marked by both triumphs and tragedies. Tiberius, though a capable military leader, was often seen as a paranoid and reclusive ruler, leaving much of the administration of the empire to his officials. Caligula, his successor, is infamous for his cruelty and erratic behavior, which included appointing his horse as a consul and engaging in lavish and tyrannical excesses. Caligula's assassination in 41 CE led to the rise of his uncle Claudius, who proved to be a competent and relatively popular emperor. Claudius expanded the empire, notably by conquering Britain in 43 CE, and his reign was marked by reforms to the legal system and the expansion of public infrastructure. However, Claudius's death in 54 CE led to the rise of his stepson Nero, whose rule would be marred by scandal and corruption. Nero's reign was marked by a series of disasters, including the Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE, which many believed he either started or failed to control, and the persecution of Christians. Nero's erratic behavior, along with his failure to respond effectively to various crises, led to widespread unrest and his eventual suicide in 68 CE. The fall of Nero marked the end of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and set the stage for a period of civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors, during which several military leaders vied for control of the empire. Ultimately, Vespasian, the founder of the Flavian dynasty, emerged victorious and restored stability to the empire. Despite the challenges of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the Pax Romana continued under the Flavians and later emperors, with the empire reaching its territorial peak during the reign of Trajan 98-117 CE. Under Trajan, the Roman Empire expanded to its greatest extent, stretching from Britain in the west to Mesopotamia in the east, encompassing a vast array of diverse cultures and territories. The stability of the Pax Romana allowed Rome to become a cultural and economic powerhouse, creating a legacy that would influence the Western world for centuries. The Age of Emperors, which began with Augustus, was defined by monumental achievements in governance, culture, and infrastructure. Although the emperors who followed Augustus faced their own challenges, the period established a model of imperial rule that would endure for centuries and cement the Roman Empire's place in history as one of the most powerful and influential civilizations the world has ever known. The 1st and 2nd centuries CE marked the height of the Roman Empire, both in territorial extent and cultural influence. Under Emperor Trajan, Rome reached its greatest territorial boundaries, controlling vast areas of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. Trajan, who reigned from 98 to 117 CE, is often considered one of the greatest of the Roman emperors due to his military successes and his role in expanding the empire. His most famous military campaign was the Dacian Wars, which took place from 101 to 106 CE. The conquest of Dacia, in modern-day Romania, added immense wealth to the Roman Empire, particularly through the acquisition of gold mines, which funded further imperial expansion and monumental building projects. Trajan's conquest of Dacia was followed by other campaigns, and under his rule, Rome reached its maximum territorial extent, encompassing modern-day Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Italy, Greece, Turkey, parts of the Middle East, and North Africa. The empire's expansion was not simply about military conquests. It was about incorporating and integrating the diverse cultures within its borders. The process of Romanization, the spread of Roman culture, laws, language, and customs, became one of the defining features of Roman imperial rule. As Rome expanded, it encountered a variety of peoples, including Celts, Germans, Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, and Persians. To maintain stability, the Roman Empire encouraged the adoption of Roman culture and institutions. Latin became the dominant language of administration, law, and commerce, while Roman architecture, urban planning, and technology spread across the empire. The Romans built an extensive network of roads, bridges, and aqueducts, facilitating trade, communication, and military movement across the empire. Cities such as London, Lyon, and Antioch flourished under Roman rule, becoming centers of commerce, learning, and culture. The integration of diverse cultures was also evident in religion. While the Romans practiced a polytheistic religion centered around gods like Jupiter, Juno, and Mars, they were generally tolerant of local religious practices. Over time, Roman gods were often syncretized with local deities, creating a religious melting pot. The Roman Empire also contributed to the spread of Greek culture, particularly in the fields of philosophy, art, and science. Roman intellectuals and rulers admired Greek civilization, and many Roman elites sent their children to Greece for education. Roman literature, especially poetry, was deeply influenced by Greek models, and Roman art and sculpture often borrowed from Greek traditions. In addition to cultural integration, the Roman Empire undertook a series of reforms to manage its vast territories effectively. The empire was divided into provinces, each governed by a Roman-appointed official. While the emperor had ultimate authority, many provinces enjoyed a significant degree of local autonomy, allowing them to retain some of their own traditions and customs. This balance between central control and local autonomy helped ensure the stability of the empire. The Roman military played a crucial role in both conquest and maintaining peace within the empire. The Roman legions, highly trained and well organized, were stationed across the empire to defend its borders and suppress any rebellions. While the Roman military was often used to expand the empire's borders, it also played an important role in maintaining internal stability. The presence of the military in conquered regions helped to secure Roman authority and protect trade routes. Rome's expansion and its ability to integrate diverse cultures under its rule were not without challenges. The sheer size of the empire created logistical difficulties, and the integration of so many different cultures sometimes led to tensions. Some regions, such as Britain and Judea, experienced frequent revolts against Roman rule. In Judea, the Jewish people's resistance to Roman occupation culminated in the Jewish-Roman Wars, a series of revolts that ultimately led to the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 70 CE. However, the overall success of Romanization is evident in the lasting influence of Roman culture across Europe and the Mediterranean. Roman law, language, and architecture became the foundation for many modern institutions in Europe, and Latin became the precursor to the Romance languages spoken in much of the Western world today. By the end of the 2nd century CE, the Roman Empire had not only expanded to its greatest territorial extent, but had also succeeded in integrating a wide variety of peoples and cultures. The empire stood as the most powerful civilization in the ancient world, its legacy enduring for centuries after its fall. The 3rd century crisis, spanning from 235 to 284 CE, was one of the most tumultuous periods in Roman history. It was marked by political instability, economic decline, external invasions, and the near collapse of the Roman Empire. During this time, the Roman Empire was plagued by a rapid turnover of emperors, with over 20 different men claiming the imperial throne in just 50 years. The political situation in Rome became chaotic, as military leaders, rather than the traditional ruling elite, increasingly determined who would wear the imperial crown. The assassination of Emperor Alexander Severus in 235 CE was the catalyst for the crisis. Severus, a relatively stable and competent ruler, was murdered by his own troops, who were disillusioned with his leadership. This event set off a chain reaction of instability, as one emperor after another was either killed in battle or assassinated by their own forces. The lack of a clear succession system or institutional mechanisms for the peaceful transfer of power exacerbated the problem. The rapid turnover of emperors, with many ruling for only a few months or years, made it difficult for any leader to establish long-term policies or authority. This weakened the central authority of the emperor and created a power vacuum that was filled by military leaders and regional commanders. As a result, the empire was plagued by constant civil war, with different factions fighting for control. Meanwhile, the empire faced multiple external threats. In the east, the Sassanid Empire rose to challenge Roman dominance, launching a series of invasions that threatened Roman territories in the Near East. In the north, the Germanic tribes, such as the Goths, Vandals, and Franks, launched repeated raids along the Roman frontier, further straining the empire's resources. These invasions, coupled with internal strife, put enormous pressure on the Roman military and its ability to defend the empire's vast borders. Another factor that contributed to the crisis was the devastating plague that swept through the empire during the 250 SCE. Known as the Plague of Cyprian, after the Bishop of Carthage who wrote about it, this outbreak killed millions of people and severely disrupted the Roman economy. The death toll from the plague weakened the empire's agricultural base, disrupted trade, and caused widespread famine. The economic collapse that followed the plague was compounded by inflation, heavy taxation, and the debasement of the currency. The empire's finances were stretched thin as it struggled to maintain its military and administrative apparatus. In the face of these challenges, the Roman military itself became increasingly important. The rapid turnover of emperors meant that military leaders, rather than the Senate or the people, held the real power. As a result, a new class of military strongmen began to emerge, men who wielded military power and could command the loyalty of their legions. These generals were often able to seize power for themselves, either by force or by manipulation. One of the most famous of these military strongmen was Emperor Gallienus, who ruled from 253 to 268 CE. Gallienus fought off multiple invasions, including the Gothic raids on the Balkans and the rise of the usurper Postumus in the western provinces. Despite his efforts, however, Gallienus was unable to fully restore order, and the empire continued to fragment. Another significant figure during this period was Aurelian, who reigned from 270 to 275 CE. Aurelian is often credited with restoring the empire's stability after decades of chaos. He successfully repelled invasions by the Goths and the Franks, re-established Roman control over the breakaway Gallic Empire in the west, and defeated the Palmyrene Empire in the east. Aurelian's military successes earned him the title Restorer of the World, and his reign marked the beginning of a slow recovery from the 3rd century crisis. Despite Aurelian's efforts, the empire was still in disarray, and it would take another nearly decade-long process of reforms to fully stabilize the Roman state. The 3rd century crisis ended in 284 CE, when Emperor Diocletian came to power. Diocletian's reign marked a turning point in Roman history. He recognized that the empire was simply too large and too diverse to be ruled by a single emperor. In response, he introduced a series of sweeping reforms, including the division of the empire into two parts, the Eastern and Western Roman empires, and the establishment of the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule by multiple emperors. These reforms would lay the groundwork for the transformation of the Roman Empire in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, paving the way for its eventual division into two distinct entities, the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire. The reigns of Diocletian and Constantine in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries CE marked a critical turning point in Roman history. Faced with a crumbling empire, both emperors introduced significant reforms to stabilize and restructure the Roman world. Diocletian, who became emperor in 284 CE, inherited an empire in crisis. The 3rd century crisis had left the Roman Empire divided, weakened, and on the verge of collapse. Diocletian recognized that the empire, due to its vast size and diverse peoples, could no longer be ruled by a single emperor. To address this, he introduced the Tetrarchy, a system of joint rule in which the empire was divided into 4 parts, each ruled by a separate emperor. Diocletian himself ruled the eastern half, while his trusted general Maximian ruled the western half. Each emperor, known as an Augustus, was supported by a subordinate emperor, a Caesar, who would eventually succeed them. The idea behind the Tetrarchy was to make the empire more manageable by ensuring that different regions were governed by experienced rulers who could respond quickly to internal or external threats. This system brought a temporary period of stability to the empire, allowing for better defense along the borders and more efficient governance. Diocletian also implemented sweeping economic reforms. He introduced price controls to curb inflation, reformed the tax system, and attempted to stabilize the currency. However, his most enduring reform was the creation of a more bureaucratic and centralized government. Diocletian strengthened the imperial court and military, dividing the empire into smaller administrative units known as dioceses and provinces. While these reforms temporarily stabilized the empire, they also laid the groundwork for further divisions in the future. After Diocletian's abdication in 305 CE, the Tetrarchy began to unravel as rivalries between emperors escalated, leading to civil wars. Amidst this turmoil, Constantine emerged as a dominant figure. Constantine, the son of the Western Emperor Constantius Chlorus, became emperor in 306 CE after his father's death. Constantine's rise to power was not immediate, and he faced multiple challenges from other claimants to the throne. However, after a series of military victories, Constantine eventually became the sole emperor of both the eastern and western parts of the empire. Constantine's reign marked a series of significant reforms, but none were as transformative as his relationship with Christianity. In 312 CE, Constantine won the Battle of the Milvian Bridge against his rival Maxentius. According to legend, before the battle, Constantine saw a vision of the Christian symbol, the Chi-Rho, along with the words, "In this sign you will conquer." Interpreting this vision as a divine sign, Constantine converted to Christianity and became its first openly Christian emperor. In 313 CE, Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, which legalized Christianity and granted religious tolerance across the empire. This was a monumental shift, as Christians had long been persecuted for their beliefs. Constantine's embrace of Christianity transformed not only the Roman Empire, but also the course of world history. Under Constantine, Christianity began its rise from a persecuted minority religion to the dominant faith of the Roman Empire. Constantine himself became a patron of the Church, commissioning the construction of churches, including the famous Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, and giving the Church a prominent place in Roman society. However, Constantine's relationship with Christianity was not without complexity. While he supported the Christian Church, he also sought to maintain control over its affairs. He convened the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, which aimed to resolve theological disputes within Christianity and establish a unified doctrine. The Council of Nicaea produced the Nicene Creed, a statement of Christian faith that remains central to many Christian denominations today. Constantine's decision to favor Christianity had profound consequences for the Roman world. By embracing Christianity, Constantine not only reshaped Roman religious life, but also set the stage for Christianity's eventual dominance across Europe and beyond. Another key reform initiated by Constantine was the relocation of the imperial capital from Rome to Byzantium, a city located on the Bosporus in modern-day Turkey. In 330 CE, Constantine refounded the city as Constantinople, or New Rome, and made it the capital of the Roman Empire. Constantine's decision to move the capital was motivated by both strategic and practical concerns. Byzantium's location at the crossroads of Europe and Asia made it an ideal hub for trade and military operations. Additionally, the city was more defensible than Rome, with natural barriers on three sides and a strong fortified wall. Constantinople quickly became a vibrant center of culture, commerce, and administration, rivaling Rome itself. Constantine's founding of Constantinople marked the beginning of a new era in Roman history. The city would eventually become the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would later be known as the Byzantine Empire. Constantine's reign brought significant political, religious and cultural changes to the Roman world. His reforms laid the foundation for the transformation of the Roman Empire into a new kind of state, one that was increasingly shaped by Christianity and oriented toward the Eastern Mediterranean. Constantine's establishment of Constantinople also symbolized the shift of power from the western part of the empire to the east, a trend that would become more pronounced in the following centuries. While Constantine's reign brought stability to the empire, it also marked the beginning of a new phase in Roman history, one that would eventually see the decline of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Eastern Roman Empire as a distinct entity. The decline of the Western Roman Empire during the 4th and 5th centuries CE was marked by a series of military defeats, economic struggles, and social upheavals that eventually led to its collapse in 476 CE. This period was characterized by a series of invasions by barbarian groups such as the Visigoths, Vandals, and Huns, which destabilized the empire and exposed its vulnerability. As the empire's internal problems deepened, the pressure from these outside forces increased, pushing the Western Roman Empire toward its ultimate fall. One of the most significant events in the decline of the Western Roman Empire was the invasion of the Visigoths. In 410 CE, under the leadership of King Alaric, the Visigoths sacked Rome itself. This was the first time in over 800 years that Rome had been captured by a foreign enemy. The sack of Rome was a traumatic event for the Roman world, symbolizing the empire's loss of power and prestige. The Visigoths had long been in conflict with the Roman Empire, and their invasion marked the culmination of a series of raids and battles that weakened Rome's grip on its territories. The sack of Rome in 410 CE had a profound psychological impact on both the Romans and their enemies. It demonstrated that the once mighty empire was no longer invulnerable. While the Visigoths would eventually settle in Gaul and Spain, their attack was just one of many barbarian incursions that contributed to the empire's decline. The Vandals, another barbarian group, also played a critical role in the weakening of the Western Roman Empire. The Vandals, led by their king Genseric, crossed into North Africa in the early 5th century and soon took control of Carthage, one of the most important cities in the empire. In 455 CE, the Vandals sacked Rome, further undermining the authority of the Western Roman Empire. Unlike the Visigoths, who had stopped short of plundering Rome in 410 CE, the Vandals looted the city for 2 weeks, taking valuable treasures and desecrating important buildings. The sacking of Rome by the Vandals further diminished the empire's ability to defend itself against future threats. Meanwhile, the Huns, a fearsome nomadic group from Central Asia, had become one of the most significant threats to the Roman Empire during the 5th century. Under the leadership of Attila, the Huns invaded both the Eastern and Western Roman empires. Attila's forces terrorized the empire's northern and eastern borders, and his invasion of Gaul in 451 CE resulted in the famous Battle of the Catalaunian Plains. Although the Romans, led by the general Flavius Aetius, were able to repel the Huns in this battle, the Huns continued to ravage the empire until Attila's death in 453 CE. The Huns' invasions created a sense of urgency within the Roman leadership and accelerated the empire's decline. Despite the external threats, the Western Roman Empire's internal problems were also crucial to its downfall. One of the most significant factors contributing to the empire's weakening was the decline in central authority. As the empire's borders were threatened by barbarians, the emperors of the Western Roman Empire struggled to maintain control over its vast territories. Corruption, inefficiency, and a lack of capable leadership further eroded the empire's ability to function. By the late 5th century, the Western Roman Empire was increasingly fragmented, with different regions controlled by local warlords and military leaders. The imperial throne became more a symbol of power than an effective center of governance. This weakening of central authority left the empire vulnerable to external forces. The final blow to the Western Roman Empire came in 476 CE, when the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer. Odoacer, a former soldier in the Roman army, had risen to power in Italy and seized control of the imperial capital, Ravenna. Romulus Augustulus, who was only a teenager at the time, was forced to abdicate, marking the official end of the Western Roman Empire. The deposition of Romulus Augustulus was the culmination of decades of decline and was seen by many historians as the fall of the Western Roman Empire. It also marked the beginning of a new era in European history, as the various barbarian kingdoms that had settled within the empire's borders began to establish their own independent states. The fall of the Western Roman Empire did not signal the end of Roman influence, however. The Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive for another 1,000 years, preserving many aspects of Roman culture, law, and governance. In fact, many of the territories that had once been part of the Western Roman Empire would later be reclaimed by the Byzantine Empire, such as parts of Italy, North Africa, and Spain. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire, its legacy lived on, influencing the development of medieval Europe and the formation of the modern world. The decline and fall of the Western Roman Empire were the result of a combination of internal weaknesses and external pressures. The empire's inability to effectively manage its vast territories, coupled with invasions from barbarian groups, led to its ultimate collapse. While the fall of the Western Roman Empire marked the end of the ancient Roman state, its cultural and political influence would continue to shape the course of history for centuries to come. Despite the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE, the legacy of Rome lived on through the Eastern Roman Empire known as the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul, was a continuation of the Roman Empire in the East, preserving much of Roman culture, governance, and law for another 1,000 years. The Byzantines considered themselves Romans and viewed their empire as the legitimate successor to the Roman state. They inherited Roman traditions, such as the imperial system of government, the Senate, and Roman law, and adapted them to their own needs. The Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in preserving the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, especially during the early medieval period when much of Europe was in a state of decline. The Byzantines were also instrumental in preserving Roman law, which would go on to influence legal systems throughout Europe and the Western world. One of the most significant legacies of the Byzantine Empire was its legal code, the Corpus Juris Civilis, also known as the Justinian Code. Commissioned by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian the 6th century CE, the Justinian Code was a comprehensive compilation of Roman legal principles and precedents. It became the foundation for legal systems in many European countries and remains a key influence on modern civil law today. In addition to law, the Byzantines preserved and developed other aspects of Roman culture, such as architecture, language, and art. The architectural styles of ancient Rome were adapted by the Byzantines to create some of the most iconic structures of the medieval world, including the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. The use of domes, arches, and intricate mosaics became hallmarks of Byzantine architecture. The Byzantine Empire also played a key role in the spread of Christianity, which had been adopted by the Roman Empire under Constantine in the early 4th century. The Byzantines continued to promote Christianity and built many churches, monasteries, and theological schools throughout their empire. The Byzantine Empire's commitment to Christianity helped solidify the role of the Church as a dominant force in medieval Europe and influenced the development of the Christian world for centuries to come. The Eastern Orthodox Church, which grew out of the Byzantine Empire, remains one of the world's major branches of Christianity today. Roman influence extended far beyond the Byzantine Empire. Even after the fall of Rome, Roman law, language and culture continued to shape European society and the Western world. Latin, the language of the Romans, remained the lingua franca of scholarship, the church, and diplomacy throughout medieval Europe. Many modern European languages, including French, Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, evolved from Latin, and the Roman alphabet became the standard for written communication across Europe. Roman law, especially as embodied in the Justinian Code, continued to shape the legal systems of medieval Europe. Roman architecture, with its emphasis on monumental buildings, roads, and aqueducts, continued to influence European construction practices. Even in the post-Roman period, many medieval kings and rulers looked to Rome as a model for governance and sought to revive the glory of the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire, which was established in 800 CE by Charlemagne, claimed to be the successor to the Roman Empire, although it was based in Central Europe rather than Rome. The Holy Roman Empire sought to restore the political unity of Europe under the banner of Roman traditions, though it was a much more decentralized and fragmented entity than the ancient Roman Empire. The legacy of Rome also shaped the medieval world in profound ways. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, Europe entered a period of instability and fragmentation known as the Dark Ages. During this time, the institutions of the Roman Empire, such as the Church and the remnants of Roman law, played a key role in providing stability and continuity. The Church, in particular, became a central institution in medieval Europe, preserving Roman cultural and intellectual traditions and acting as a unifying force in a fragmented continent. Christianity, which had been embraced by the Roman Empire, became the dominant religion in Europe and played a central role in shaping medieval society, culture, and politics. The decline of the Western Roman Empire also contributed to the formation of new political entities in Europe, such as the kingdoms of the Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Visigoths. These kingdoms, while distinct from the Roman Empire, were heavily influenced by Roman law, governance, and military organization. In this way, the legacy of Rome continued to shape the development of medieval Europe. As Europe transitioned from the medieval period to the Renaissance, the legacy of ancient Rome became even more pronounced. The Renaissance was a time of renewed interest in the classical world, and many Renaissance scholars and artists looked to ancient Rome for inspiration. Roman literature, philosophy, and art were rediscovered and studied, leading to a revival of Roman ideas in the fields of education, politics, and culture. The Renaissance also saw the rise of humanism, a philosophical movement that emphasized the value of human experience and individual achievement, drawing heavily on the ideas of ancient Rome and Greece. In the modern world, the legacy of Rome is still felt in many aspects of our lives. Roman law continues to influence legal systems around the world, and the Roman architectural style remains a source of inspiration for buildings and structures. The Latin language and its descendants are still spoken by millions of people, and Roman culture continues to shape Western art, literature, and philosophy. Moreover, the Roman Empire's contribution to the spread of Christianity laid the foundation for much of the religious and cultural landscape of the Western world. The rise of Rome, its expansion across Europe, and its eventual decline and transformation have had a lasting impact on world history. Even in its fall, the Roman Empire's legacy endures, shaping the modern world in ways that continue to be felt today.